Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see. What if Harry Potter had unwanted relationship with Slytherin God's daughter? Part 1. It will be a big series, containing 16 parts. Watch till end. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Was it bad that she wanted to cry for no apparent reason? She hoped not, for that would be terrible for the people around her to endure. Especially since she was told since young that she was a crybaby. But as of now, was it really without reason? Perhaps not. Perhaps it was because she was recalling the story of Atlas, the titan that bore the sky aloft. She always wondered how he held up the sky. Was it painful? Or maybe it felt like nothing, which she now doubted because if it was a punishment, how could it not be painful? So, the question was, how in the bloody hell did Atlas held up the sky that separated heaven and earth? Every single glance toward the sky continuously makes her question about it. Before she knew it, before she could even comprehend it, she would always find the question unnecessarily haunting her mind to no end. It just sounded so unreal whenever she read or heard about it. But then again, it's a part of a myth, so what did she really expect? Whether it was real or not would remain a mystery until the end of time. So her thoughts were baseless and she should have just taken the story with a grain of salt. But she didn't. That was her fault. Now she would have to go into countless state of wonder that she just wished she never got into in the first place. The annoying thought really couldn't pass her mind even if she prayed for it to go away. For even if it was only a story, she still knew that there was still a question that still has been left unanswered. And that was, how in the hell did Atlas even have the will to do it? Sure, he was condemned to do it because of him taking part in the war against the gods and yada yada. But the thing was, how much will could one have to even go through with that? Surely he'd lost it after a millennia or so. Nope. The answer was nope. He's probably still doing it and no one would ever know. And why exactly? Because he was probably too prideful to accept defeat and refused to be incapacitated? Probably. But whatever it was, she was sure that if was ever to be in his place, she would have just kicked the bucket already. Even just thinking about it made her upper arms weak and jelly because of how much work she would have to put in, and not to mention that even as she deposited all her belongings into her large trunk, a supposed trivial job to do, she felt as if she wanted to disappear right there and then. Truly, she applauded Atlas for his commitment. Kind of anyway. Knock, knock. Lucia. Big brother coming in. No, big brother can stay outside, sang Lucia, shutting her trunk and wheeling around to face the owner of the voice with a bored expression. You don't have to always mention when you're coming in or exiting out. Knocking does it for you. Yeah, well, knocking doesn't indicate you exiting. So I'll stick with what I always do, he said with a wide grin that was curled on his lips so deviously that made it very hard for Lucia to fight back the urge to pull all his blonde hair out until he becomes bald. With a deadpanning expression, Lucia pushed back the thought and crossed her arms over her chest. Get out, oh come on, little sister. I was just joking. If you have nothing important to say, Hugo, get out, Lucia said, cringing at his mocking words. Hugo Beaumont, a boy whom possessed a charm that often makes Lucia wonder why she was even his sister in the first place until she remembered that, oh yeah, they weren't blood-related thanks to his parents adopting her. Lucia thought reminiscently of when Mr. and Mrs. Beaumont did not put all this weight in her shoulder and never treated her as the trophy daughter they so wanted. But it was also her fault for wanting to please. Isn't it? Hugo entered her room without an invitation and looked around at how plain it had become in just a short amount of time. I can't believe it's that time of the year, he mumbled. Yeah, well, can't do anything about that, right? It is a part of the law for me to go to school, said Lucia simply. Plus, then I can rest as myself. I still can't comprehend the fact that you're magical and all, and there's a school in Scotland just for that, he said with jazz hands, sitting himself on top of her trunk. So far too. Don't you miss me when you're out there? Alone? She scrunched her nose and rolled her eyes. Disgusting. I'll pretend like I didn't heard that, murmured Hugo, rising from the trunk with a small smile. Are you sure you don't want Mum to bring you to the station? I don't think he is responsible enough to take you to the station. He glared out of the window, eyes twitching as though he was imagining the person. That he is your best friend, Hugo. You're talking about him as if he's your enemy or something. Lucia snorted, shaking her head. This is why I don't trust him with you, Lucia. You don't see how he looks at you, how he eyes you like he likes you, like he wants to eat you. You're exaggerating. Again, Lucia said stonily. No, I'm not. Hugo stressed. I'm his best friend, which means I know him like the back of my hand. I have him wrap around my pinky fingers, and I also have him wrap around my stop right there. Lucia clamped her hand over his mouth with her brows furrowed. Repulsed. Don't even tell me what you're about to say, she said. Hugo flailed his arms around. See, he's tainted you already. Listen, Hugo, why are you worrying so much in the first place? Even if he does like me, doesn't mean I feel the exact same way, do I? Do you? Hugo narrowed his eyes at her. Do you, Lucia? Do you like my best friend? He pressed. What if that's besides the point? Breathed Lucia. So you do, he yelled. Oh, stop it. She smacked his arm. Hugo yelped, before she pointed her fingers at him threateningly. I don't like him like that. He's just the second person I trust other than you around here. And you must be mental to think that I can walk to King's Cross Station on my own. That'll literally take hours, and I don't have hours. I never said that you'll have to walk, said Hugo, still attempting to change Lucia's mind. I just thought that maybe, Mum. His voice faded into a trail when he caught her deafening cold eyes as she glared at him. Hugo immediately shrunk at this, not feeling like the eldest child he was supposed to be. For it was as if he was staring right into the depths of hell that even his mother couldn't compare to. Hugo let out a small yelp. Lucia's chest heaved heavily, before wheeling her head away from him. You're an idiot to think that I'll even attempt to try and talk to her again after dinner yesterday. She seethed under her breath. You're an idiot to even think that I want to see her face in the first place. And before they both knew it, her body quivered dangerously as she hugged herself for comfort. But she did her best to not show her state, as she felt embarrassed by it. However, Hugo's eyes softened immensely at this. I can't see her after what they called me. Lucia, you don't understand, Hugo. Her voice cracked, quietening little by little. No one ever does around here. All they do is judge, and I learnt that the hard way. Hugo wrapped his arms around his little sister, and she couldn't help but find the need to seek comfort. Despite them not being related by blood, Hugo had always seen Lucia as his little sister, and he didn't think the thought would ever falter. She was precious to him, even when his parents told him to stray away from her after the announcement that she was a witch, that she was different than them. Last dinner was really rough for her, and he knew that, especially after their whole family practically ganged up against her for something she didn't even do. It was mostly a surprise that she hadn't thought of running away when she could have many times before, and he wouldn't even blame her even if she did. She's been through a lot these past years because of his family. How his siblings would constantly torment her just because she was different than them. How his parents tried continuously molding her into this doll that they think would perform well in their society, when it's only shattering her even more. Hugo thought that last night would be the last straw, and that Lucia was finally going to find her own freedom from the chains that were holding her back. But he also knew that it was a far-fetched fantasy that only he could dream of. No matter how many times he told her that it was fine to leave them, she wouldn't. She couldn't because she owed them for taking her in when no one would. But the thing was, she didn't owe them anything. She just hadn't learned that yet, or perhaps she refused to acknowledge that. Even when they were terrible to her, she tended to keep her feelings locked away in the safe chest that was her heart. Hugo knew that the day she'll realize that will come, but until then he vowed to protect her in any way, shape or form with all the power he has. It was unfortunate that he didn't have much right now. They aren't saying it like it's the truth, right, Hugo? Lucia said croakily against his shoulder. Was I dressed like a prostitute? Was Mother right when she said that I'm practically a harlot? Are you kidding me? Hugo pulled away, looking into her quivering eyes, studying for any trace of joke in it. He wondered if she always brought these eyes to a place he deemed to be better than here. Anywhere is better than here for her. Just because you were in a dress that was shorter than knee-length in the middle of a hot summer does not make you a prostitute. I don't know why I have to stress this in the first place, but I guess because of that darn old lady, I have to. Hugo frustratingly ruffled his hair, before pointing his finger adamantly at her. Don't you dare listen to her again. She's just senile. Lucia was able to muster out a small laugh, wiping her subtle tears away. Don't let her hear that, or else she's gonna force you to eat bean sprouts for a whole month whilst I'm gone. She won't do that. I'm her fave, don't even pretend like Damien's not there. We all know that you're in third place, whilst Annette and Claire are tied for second, Lucia added in a sing-song tone. You're too cruel, little sister, said Hugo, huffing dramatically with a hand over his heart. I'm also being realistic. Lucia then turned her heel toward her bed, where her purse was. She shouldered it, and turned to face Hugo, who already readied himself with her trunk. Now, before the train leaves, I have to get going. Hugo glanced out of the window, right on the clock, I guess. He's Lucetta. Hugo. Mrs. Beaumont's voice echoed around the house so loudly that the two thought there may have been some glass shattering somewhere around the house. Her voice, whenever she attempts to turn on her persona, was shrill, which was the complete opposite of the woman they knew of. Lucia and Hugo exchanged glances with one another knowingly. Your friend, Leon, is here. It's Luciana. Luciana. It's really not that hard to pronounce or remember. Lucia sighed distastefully. Hugo rubbed her back sympathetically. At least she got it close this time. Last time it was horrible. Who has the name Cindy around here? Anyway? No one, she complained. After all these years. There, Lucetta. Hugo tensed and immediately glanced at Lucia, whose eyes were twitching in agitation. Before she could burst into her normal fits of curses, Hugo slung his arm around her shoulders at once and naturally guided her out of her room, while also trying to divert her focus away from his mother. I forgot to tell you what happened yesterday. This kid named Dudley, and astonished by the name, Lucia distractedly yelped out, Dudley? Before Hugo started a whole rant about this said person. Lucia wasn't sure why, but every step she took down the stairs felt as if electricity surged through her body, wanting her to halt from ever moving forward. She felt nervous, anxious even, as she played around with strands of her hair, twirling them around her fingers. This would be the first time since dinner she would be facing her mother again. Was it normal to feel scared? She's not going to yell at you, especially with Leon here. Hugo whispered to her. She loves Leon more than her own son. Lucia shook her head. Don't say that. She loves you more than she does Leon. Hugo, however, casted her a look, unimpressed. She heaved out a sigh. Okay, she said defeatedly. Maybe she loves you a teensy more than Leon. And that's because I'm her firstborn, scoffed Hugo. She's forced to love me more. Looks like that doesn't imply to me, breathed Lucia, and Hugo frowned at her words but didn't bother to say anything. Because if he did, they both knew he would be lying. Finally, Mrs. Beaumont held a peculiar expression that simply brought chills down Lucia's spine as she stood near her. Her gaze, though looking as if she could barely hurt a fly, was dangerously sharp and patronizing to the point that it told Lucia enough of how if it weren't for Leon or even Hugo being present, she would have gotten more than a slap on the wrist. Lucia looked away dismissively. Perhaps she was just overthinking it. But Mrs. Beaumont's eyes were seemingly trying to pierce through her soul. Alas, her efforts were useless thanks to the sudden shift of atmosphere when Lucia immediately tore her gaze away and made to eye the guest. Hi, Lucia, greeted Leon Casimir, the very friend of whom Hugo had been both dreading and glad to see. Putting aside of what Hugo said about the guy in her room, Lucia didn't think Leon was a bad-looking guy. Actually, she thought he had a peculiar, yet devilishly good-looking face that could make anyone fawn over him, and make any parents want him to be their son-in-law. His dark complexion beautifully complemented his eyes that simply brightened whenever it was given the chance. He possessed both beauty and grace, and frankly she never understood how someone like him could ever become tightly knit with a messy person like Hugo. She really didn't see it. Bashfully, Lucia waved at him. Hi was all she could say before she looked away, feeling slightly overwhelmed by his smile that she could tell was filled with fondness. To who? Perhaps Hugo, but she didn't know that. Hugo rolled his eyes at her obliviousness, or maybe plain denial, as she was doing everything but acknowledging the fawning eyes that were heading her way. But maybe her denial was proving to be quite blissful for him, for it meant that his best friend and little sister won't be dating anytime sooner, or any time at all. That was for the best, he thought. So, drawled Leon, bouncing by the balls of her feet. Hugo told me yesterday that your train leaves at 11. Not later nor earlier. 11 flat, Lucia said. Leon nodded slowly, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. Hugo swore that he could practically cut it with a knife by how heavily tense it was. Thanks a lot, mate, said Hugo, reverting their attention to him. I appreciate it a lot. We appreciate it a lot, interjected Mrs. Beaumont with a smile. She rounded around before reaching Lucia and grasping the girl's shoulders. Lucia flinched at the contact, but Mrs. Beaumont merely shrugged it off. An angel sent from the heavens, you are Lionel. You're flattering me too much, Mrs. Beaumont, said Leon with a casual, good-natured smile. If it was possible, Lucia swore she saw a halo on his head from the way he was acting. Hugo told me about your predicament of how Mr. Beaumont's out of town now, and that Maria didn't have any transport. And it was really like hitting two birds with one stone, since not only can I help you, but my family are off to London anyway. We'll be sure to repay you back, said Mrs. Beaumont. Then, suddenly, her grasp around Lucia's shoulders tightened, causing the girl to gasp from the strength. Isn't that right, dear? Hugo snapped his head suspiciously at his mother. With a sharp inhale, Lucia managed a small smile. Of course, mother, she answered her robotically. Mum, now, Hugo. I know you're going to miss your sister since she won't be returning until next summer. But you have to let her go. She still needs to learn, said Mrs. Beaumont to her son in a scolding tone. Hugo could hardly refrain himself from rolling his eyes. Says the one that forbade her going for her second year. Leon, yeah? Claude answered distractedly, diverting his eyes away from Lucia, who was busy inside her own world to even notice his lingering gaze. Too annoyed already, Hugo pretended to not acknowledge that simple gesture. Don't do anything funny, he narrowed his eyes at him. Leon scoffed a laugh. Like I ever do. Don't be rude, Mrs. Beaumont chastised him. Whatever. Just don't do anything funny whilst I'm gone. 'Cause I can assure you if you do see, can we go now? Lucia cut Hugo off absent-mindedly, looking down at her watch anxiously. We have to go now before traffic hits us. Yeah, we should really get going. Leon bade both Mrs. Beaumont goodbye and attempted to snatch away her trunk from Hugo, who didn't budge whatsoever, stuck in his spot like a giant boulder. Lucia swiftly poked his nape, instantly making him let go of the trunk. He grinned and took the trunk away from his best friend, going back to his parents' black car to deposit her trunk, leaving the Beaumonts to themselves. Remember, Lucinda, it's Lucia, Mom, warned Hugo, but she merely ignored him. Don't you ever forget about what your father and I taught you over the summer, and do not forget about the competition next year. Practice those movements every day if you will until you perfect it. I don't care if your feet hurts, just practice. I will not have you embarrass our family in the next competition like you did last year. Lucia nodded slowly, glaring at the floor. Yes, mother. I don't like gymnastic, though. Mom, I swear. Hush, Hugo. Your mother is talking. Have some respect, chided Mrs. Beaumont, and Hugo was about to retort when Lucia quickly sent him a blazing look that said, Drop it. He huffed, looking away. Whatever, and for heaven's sake, Mrs. Beaumont yelled, reaching her hand out in an instant, causing Lucia to take a step back and flinch, which went unnoticed by the woman who snatched away the blooming peony flower that was tucking her hair. When will you stop with this unruliness? You are Lucia Beaumont. How many times do I have to tell you that? We took you in, and this is how you act as repayment? This she displayed the peony in front of Lucia's face. Unruliness will not be looked past by your peers. You will stop with this ridiculousness and finally do something right for once. Do you understand? Listen here. Why yes, mother. Lucia answered quietly to the point that it was incoherent. Good. I won't be hard on you this time, But if I see or hear about you wasting your time on something like drawing or playing flowers again instead of doing what your father and I have specified you to do." There was a deafening silence, and it felt as though time slowed as the peony in Mrs. Beaumont's hand slowly went into ruins, petals fluttering along the wind by a simple gesture of a clamp that made her breath hitch. "Well, let's hope for that day to never come." And with that, Mrs. Beaumont disappeared into the house, away from Lucia's eyes' reach. She was frozen, shocked by the whole thing. Yet, at the same time, she couldn't bring herself to properly react, as all she could do was turn to look at her older brother. "Lucia, Hugo, I have to go," breathed Lucia distractedly. "I have to go before the train leaves." "Lucia, do whatever you want to do. Don't listen to her," Hugo said, stressing his words as his jaw clenched. "I have to listen to her. Even if I don't like them, I still have to listen to her if I ever want to repay your parents for all they've done for me." Lucia said breathlessly, quiet. "She's right. I've embarrassed your family too many times already. Are you hearing yourself right now?" started Hugo incredulously. "She's playing with your mind, and you know that. They're making you into their trophy daughter by making you do stuff that you don't even like." "I do." Hugo began to feel frustrated. "No, you don't like all those rubbish they forced you to do. You don't like gymnastics or singing. You like artsy stuff and playing instruments." He seized her shoulders. "You don't owe them anything. Why can't you see that? It doesn't matter whether or not it's true or false." "It does." "Well, I don't care," Lucia said, wiggling his hands off of her. What she said was not really wrong, but at the same time it's not really right. She turned her heel, clutching her purse tightly. "And Hugo, I'm not going to cry about it like I did before. I can shake it off." Before Hugo could say anything more, Lucia already ran off to Leon. The hot tears that brimmed her eyes were threatening to fall, but Lucia refused to let them go even if it meant that she couldn't blink. She could shake it off. She could totally shake it off like it was nothing. "Lucia, are you done?" But she simply got into the back seat of the car without any word, looking out of the window. Leon frowned at this and wondered what was wrong. He looked back at Hugo, who stood at the porch of his house with a worried expression, and then he turned back to Lucia. "Lucia, are you all right?" he asked. "I'm fine. See, can we go now?" Although her gaze didn't falter from outside of the window, her voice told him a synopsis of what happened and that his theory was right. She was trying her best to not cry. "Yeah, of course." Leon eyed his father through the review mirror, signaling him with a nod. As her eyes formed a crystal surface, blurring her vision, Maria couldn't help but hear the sound of her mother's voice echoing her mind. "Don't embarrass the family. Well, let's hope for that day to never come." How did Atlas hold up the sky when she couldn't even take in her mother's chides without wanting to cry? God, why did you mold her into such a pathetic and useless person? The world holds its breath for a little while too, like that snow that just settled down. Let's breathe. Like the first time, the whole ride was like a blur to Lucia as she now stood aimlessly in front of King's Cross Station, face red and puffy, numb all over. She won't be surprised if someone were to point at her and outright say that she resembles a whale, because it would simply be shocking if they didn't. She gazed up at the station with apprehension crossing her face. It wasn't as though she wasn't excited to attend her 4th year of school. It was just that she didn't think she could make it through the whole journey there without wanting to cry again, and also sucking back those tears into her eyes like she did the whole car ride here was just sucky. That, and without trying to remember the horrible memories of when she started out her journey. It was terrible. She could imagine the memory vividly, how Mother threw a fit right as they entered the station, yelling out how she didn't think it was proper for her daughter to ever go to a school for freaks. She even tried bargaining with her husband on sending their precious and sweet and loving daughter to somewhere more suitable for her, like maybe those therapeutic boarding schools for students with emotional and behavioral issues. Which one did they almost send her to again? Oh yeah, it's the St. Maurice's Academy for the Needy. She remembered so clearly how Mrs. Beaumont had seized her shoulders, forcing her to look into those crazed eyes of her and said, "It isn't an exclusive school and free of discrimination for all races, ethnicity and such. Perfect for you, dear." And all Lucia could think of was why that's the case. She reckoned it's because it's discriminatory toward all of their students. They're evil like that. "I'll do everything but kill you," Leon came up from being her with a look that said, "You were spacing out again." At the reminder that she was not alone, Lucia heaved out a breath of dismay and whirled around to meet him. She smiled with a grudging reassurance that, "Sorry, I'm fine." Her words became half-hearted. "Stop saying that," said Leon adamantly, frowning. "Mrs. Beaumont is a rightful git. The witchiest of all of witchest." She had to bit back a hey, and trying not to get offended by what he was saying. Really, the whole stereotype of witches needed to stop. "I'm guessing you heard her." "Who didn't?" He scoffed, acting all nice and all that rubbish. "It's not like it's the first time anyway. She's always been like that." "Agree," sighed Lucia, rubbing her temples. "She always gives me a headache every time she talks about not embarrassing the family or whatever." "I can imagine," said Leon. "She's being too hard on only you, which it isn't fair." "I know, but see it as repayment for what they've done for me," said Lucia hopefully. "Oh, like treating you like rubbish? Using you and Hugo to uplift your family's dignity while the others could play around? Just because you both are the oldest doesn't mean you both should take all the weight on your shoulders," Leon exclaimed. "Look, my goal is just to repay them until I reach my 18th birthday, but that's still a long way to go," whined Leon. "And I don't care if it's a long way to go. By the time I turn 18, I can legally leave them and go as far away as I can," Lucia stated determinedly, gazing up at the sky with an unreadable look. "For now, I'll follow what the Beaumonts are telling me to do to feed into that useless guilt I'm feeling for staying with them. And plus, I may not like what they're forcing me to do, but at least I'm learning something, right? Could probably help with my future. So, you know that guilt is useless then?" "Of course I do." She let out a sardonic chuckle. "I would be an idiot if I didn't." Leon hummed, "You talking about your future while also listening to the Beaumonts doesn't sound very happy. I'd rather be sad with a plan of freedom to the point that I can become rich, than being happy to the point of leading me to become homeless," deadpanned Lucia. "Now that I say that out loud, it sounds like a very risky plan. You just noticed this now?" Smirked Leon teasingly. Lucia rolled her eyes subtly and turned away from him. "Oh, whatever. Don't you have somewhere to be right now?" Leon smiled warmly at her. "All right. I'm sorry." Lucia, however, scoffed. He shook his head fondly at her. "Can't a friend just see their friend off? I mean, I thought Hugo was lying the first time he told me you went to school in Scotland. I just figured that Mrs. Beaumont really sent you to that boarding school in Leeds." Lucia glared at him warningly, and he held his hands up in defense. "Anyway, I guess I'm just wrapping around the fact that your school is in Scotland. Seems so out of place." She had almost forgotten about that. She's been too engrossed in her own thoughts to even remember the real reason why she was here in the first place. Lucia managed a nervous smile. "Thanks, Leon, for, coming to pick me up and bringing me here," she said quietly. "I thought that I have to endure her more if it weren't for you." It's not a problem at all." His voice cracked suddenly, causing Lucia's eyes to widen. Red tinted his cheeks, and he immediately looked away from her, masking his blush by hoisting her large and heavy trunk from the car bonnet and onto the trolley with the help of his father. "For someone going to boarding school for a few months only, this seems to be an odd amount of baggage," laughed Mr. Casimir, a middle-aged man whom Lucia had once found peculiarly good-looking with how pretty his gray eyes were. "Stop it, dear. Can't you see that she's getting overwhelmed?" said Mrs. Casimir, a woman who caught Lucia's attention way before she met Leon. Even at first glance, no one could pass up the opportunity to think that this woman resembled a goddess. Of course, that was her opinion, but it's also the truth. She was so energetic and warm. Coziness lies behind that beautiful smile of hers, complimenting her husband's calmer one. Lucia couldn't help but be envious of Leon for not only having a healthy, living family, but as well as good genes. It was no wonder how he could have anyone wrap around his pinky finger. "Mom, Dad." "Stop it," groaned Leon, cheeks flushing in embarrassment from the number of stares they were receiving by the people around them for how loud his parents were being. Lucia smiled at this. Yup, she thought this scene itself could make anyone envious. "Thank you for bringing me here, Mr. and Mrs. Casimir. I'm sorry for troubling you," admitted Lucia quietly, fiddling with the ends of her sleeves. "Codswallop, Lucia." Mr. Casimir waved it off. It's really nothing, dear, said Mrs. Casimir, squeezing Lucia's shoulders in a reassuring manner. Not hard, not loose. Exactly right. I still cannot believe that, Julian. How could he have just forgotten his own daughter needing transport to get to the station? Heavens, if it weren't for us. It was clear how silently enraged Leon's mother was. Lucia felt awkward at that moment, glancing at Leon momentarily for help. Mom. Stop it, said Leon immediately, noticing her discomfort. It's almost 11, and Lucia really needs to catch her train before it departs. Oh yes, I forgot, Mrs. Casimir said, struck by the revelation that it is indeed almost time for the girl's departure. Honey, hurry up and get the camera so that I can get a photo of myself and Lucy. Oh, Lucia, Leon, both were gone from their sight, bringing the luggage with them. Lucia felt everything but innocent as she pushed her trolley into the station, Leon pushing her to hurry up, as though predicting what his mother was about to do. I still think that we should have given them a heads up, she mumbled in conflict. Ion. Mom's only going to force you to do something you don't wanna, he said. I don't mind taking pictures, don't lie, said Leon with a deadpanning expression as they halted in the middle of the square, surrounded by a sea of humans. I may be your brother's best friend, but I'm also your friend no matter how much you try to deny it. I know you too much to know how you feel about being in front of a camera. Don't kid yourself. From that sentence on, it was like something had snapped from within Lucia as the timid look she held previously quickly disappeared, replaced by an unintentional scowl. Leon smiled innocently at this. Looky here, golden boy, Leon isn't golden anymore, she scoffed. Says little Winjing's own star gymnast herself, he stated sarcastically. Only Hugo and I know how you really are. Not really, hummed Lucia, causing Leon to raise a brow. Yeah, I don't like having lights flashing, happens almost every time summer comes. But I actually don't mind taking a picture with your parents, she explained, continuing to push her trolley into the station. They did offer me help. It's the least I could do, actually. I was the one that offered the help, yet you did it because Hugo asked you, pointed Lucia as a matter of factly. If it weren't for him, you would have hesitated. Your parents, however, are different. They helped me even without knowing what was going on and all. They are amazing like that, huh? Yes, and that's where I'm confused, where in the hell you even gotten your git of a personality from, she stated. Hey, there's really no point in denying about that. I wasn't going to, Leon huffed. Lucia rolled her eyes amusingly at him. Leon rolled his eyes in annoyance for a split second before a fond smile made its way up to his lips. Lucia was smiling again, and although it was faint, it was enough for right now. It was reassuring to see it happening in front of him. He knew of how bad the Beaumonts were, especially from how his best friend had ranted to him about his family that made it straight up impossible for him to believe that there were any good hearts in that family aside for maybe Hugo and Lucia. He admits that he didn't believe much of what his best friend said at first, about how terrible his family were to Lucia, but when he actually got to see it happening, I better get going, said Lucia, turning to meet Leon. Thanks for bringing me here again, and tell Hugo that an owl will always be in reach with him. What's that supposed to mean? Leon breathed out a laugh. Is it like saying, may the force be with you? Lucia shrugged. More or less like that, she said airily. Leon wasn't able to tear his eyes away from her, feeling reluctant to even leave her as the pacing of his heart doubled in speed. He fancied her, and that as obvious as the sky above them. No matter how much Hugo would try to make him think otherwise, he was just that smitten by her. But the thing was, did she feel the same way? Earth to Leon? Even the way she tilted her head with that kind gaze that only she possessed made his legs buckle. To think she could have so many effects on him made it very worrisome, yet at the same time he wanted to feel more of it. She was just in front of him, but why did it feel as if she wasn't? If you don't have anything else to say, then I'll just... Lucia was slipping away from him, but he couldn't find the courage to make her stay. You can do it, Leon, he thought. It's easy, just follow what the girls used to do with you. Lucum? She hummed in acknowledgement, brushing the stray strands of hair away from her face, her eyes glimmering at the call of her name. What is it? He could do it. It was the simplest task. Remember to write to me? Write to me? What was he thinking? He should have just told her outright whilst he could. But he was just too cowardly to do that. Lucia was startled by this. She had never been asked to write to someone except for Hugo, but he didn't count because unlike him, Leon had single to no knowledge of what lies behind the months she's been gone every year, which made her ask herself, how would he react when an owl come knocking on his window? Without thinking for an appropriate reason to decline, Lucia said, of course. Her voice cracked, answering as though someone was aiming a wand to her head. Leon, though painfully, managed a jubilant smile, the complete opposite of what he was actually feeling at that moment. Gee, good. I'll be waiting, he said, before hastily checking his watch. You better go, your train's gonna leave if you don't hurry. Lucia nodded awkwardly, casting Leon another appreciative smile before turning her heel and began pushing her trolley through the sea of people in the station. Leon watched her as she disappeared from eyes reached when he finally cursed himself, mentally slapping himself for his idiotic behavior. He sighed and looked back at where she had gone to. I should have told her. What was she thinking? She should have just made up a reason why she couldn't send any letter, instead of promising something that would be difficult on her end. Is she, perhaps, a masochist? Frankly, she wouldn't even be shocked if she were after all these years. Turning her head around, she carefully searched through the crowd for any signs of Leon and his family, and once she was sure the coast was clear, she hurried to the platform in between 9 and 10, inhaling sharply, readying her trolley in front of the barrier that separated the two worlds. Acting oblivious, she hummed a tune and walked straight through the barrier, while hoping not to catch unwanted attention, when the sight of platform 9 3/4 materialized in front of her. The Hogwarts Express, a gleaming scarlet steam engine, was already there, clouds of steam billowing from it, through which the many Hogwarts students and parents on the platform appeared like dark ghosts. To say it was a refreshing sight would be an understatement, for the feeling of dread dissipated and replaced by one of content. Breathing in sharply, she leaned against her trolley. The bed's looking extra comfy today. She really couldn't wait to be done with the day and get herself some finally well-deserved sleep. Lucia dragged her trunk along the cramped corridors of the Hogwarts Express, shouldering her backpack lazily when finally, she was able to find an empty compartment all to herself. Though, she knew there would be a slight chance that she wouldn't have it all to herself. She couldn't even get herself to care about that anymore, too tired to even think properly. After holding back the tears the whole ride here, Lucia's eyes had never been redder and drier than ever. She really wanted to calm herself down from the feeling of wanting to disappear from the world with some happy thoughts and surrounded by happy surroundings while she sleeps. She couldn't even bother to care whether or not the compartment would be filled with people as long they're tolerable. Pathetic, she told herself as she plopped herself down on the cushion, leaning her head against chair. Maybe she was indeed a masochist? And even though she constantly told herself that she had a plan, but did she really? Her staying with the Beaumonts was like torturing herself more when in fact she could escape. Like how Hugo and Leon told her many times before, but she never heeded their words. She was a coward, and that fact was as clear as day. It wasn't that she didn't want to leave, she just couldn't find the courage to do it. She was scared to leave them. She was scared that if she were to leave them, would anyone else take her in? Would there even be anyone to love her the way they did? Did they even love her the way they did before? She heaved out a sigh, leaning her head against the window, fluttered her eyes shut. Was she being overdramatic? Right? Lucia huffed. Of course, I'm not being overdramatic, she yelled in utter frustration. In an attempt to calm herself from the boiling turmoil that was growing from within her, Lucia rummaged through her purse for something to keep her mind off of everything that was ticking her off when she finally halted in motion at the sight of a small velvet journal with flowers carved on the leather. The words property of Florian Di Fiore, please return if found on the back of the journal, so prominent on it even with its old and half-battered exterior. It was her dad's. She remembered the time when she was first given the said journal, but the numbers of times she read it was so little that she could even count it on both of her hands. It wasn't as though she dislikes her dad or anything, but the last time she read it, it oddly brought her to tears. Should she read it now? She doubted she would burst into tears like last time, since she was much more mature than she was last year. Also, what exactly did she have to lose anyway? Nothing. She turned to the first page, and the first thing she found was, "I told you to return it, but instead you're snooping in someone's business? I'll make sure to find whoever you are and give you a good beating you be." Lucia swiftly skipped the pages with an awkward clear of her throat. Her dad possessed such colorful tongue that her mum failed to mention that to her when she was little, and ironically on the pages ahead was a moving photo. A handsome young man with platinum blonde hair, sharp hazel eyes and a defined yet soft facial features, grinning as he and his Slytherin peers held the famous house cup of Hogwarts, cheering. With a baby face like his, you would have never expected him to be anything but regal and dignified and most importantly prudish. But from his journal and her mum's stories about him says otherwise. Flipping through the pages, Lucia was greeted by the slightly messy scriptures of her dad's handwriting. Each pages noting the dates and times in which he wrote in the journal, from 1965 until the spring of 1981, which was the date where everything ended. Lucia traced her fingers over the handwriting, heart clenching bittersweetly as she breathed heavily, closing her eyes. A part of her longed to remember the fleeting time she had with her dad, but another part of her knew that nothing could change of the fact he's gone. And along with him, her memories of him disappeared. All that's left was the mementos he left her and her mum. She shook her head profusely, turning over another page when she suddenly halted at a page where a photo of a bouquet of peonies was slipped. The page next to it, he wrote, December 21st, 1976, and below it was, the day in which winter suddenly became spring. How peculiar, Lucia thought. Intrigued, she decided to read it. "Hello, it's me again. So enthusiastic," said Lucia to herself, amused by the fact that she could just feel the ecstasy her dad was radiating through the memory of his journal. "Guess what? Something great happened today. I went to the Muggle world again even though Mother and Father forbade me. But who cares about them, right? Their opinions seem to be getting increasingly senile by the day, and it is kind of humorous whenever I rile them up. Old people are odd like that. Anyway, complaining about my parents are not the only reason why I am writing today. Actually, as I was saying, I went to the Muggle part of Bristol for some business and decided to stop by this shop for lunch. They had these foods that I am sure Mother would have been livid to see, but it was simply delicious that I had to request for more. Especially the dessert. I had their little green balls, and I did not expect them to have palm sugar, much less it exploding in my mouth. The food there is a must and perhaps I should come by more. The couple that owned the shop seemed pretty nice, though I did notice that they didn't know how to speak much English, so I presume they are new around here, probably immigrants from another country. Thankfully, their daughter was able to translate the compliments I had for their cooking. She was a beautiful girl, and I guess you could say I was speechless when I saw her. Her voice was sweet and soothing to the ear. Her smile was so bright that it could put the sun to shame. And her eyes, Merlin, her eyes were as dark as a night sky, yet was glittered with stars. I did not get her name, but all I knew was that whoever she was, I wanted to know more. Excuse me. He had been calling for her attention for a few minutes now and was about to give up when finally, by the final call, she rose her head from the book she was engrossed in. His heartbeat went rapid as time felt as though it was sedated, the speed of life leaving their surroundings, and each and every moment past left him breathless. Her eyes ventured leisurely, peering gracefully over her book when at last, their eyes laid contact with one another. Was it normal to be left breathless by someone? He wondered that, unintentionally holding his breath, his eyes couldn't tear away from hers. Eyes dark as the night sky, adorned by glimmering stars that connected as constellations, complimenting her so effortlessly. He was enchanted by her. Lucia blinked at the sight before her, when she realized that she hadn't reacted to any sort of calls that had came her way, but instead was staring at them blankly that she could assume was getting uncomfortable for them. She blushed, embarrassed. Sorry about that, she said, laughing nervously, closing the journal, and laying it on her lap. I didn't notice you all were standing there, she added quietly, not looking at any of them. That's fine, he said reassuringly to her. You were immersed in your book. It's not your fault. Also, we've just gotten here anyway. No, we haven't, Ron. It took her a moment to finally connect the dots and realize just who were at her doorway. Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and the ever-so-prominent Harry Potter was waiting idly by the doorway this whole time while she had entirely ignoring them unintentionally. Perplexed by what Harry meant, Lucia followed his gaze to her lap. She then perceived what he was implying. "Oh yeah, it's a really good book," lied Lucia. In actuality, she didn't remember if this book would truly be good, as every memory she had when reading it would only end with her crying. Why did she even lie in the first place? "Harry, hurry up," whined Ron, whom Lucia guessed was waiting behind Harry. "Who's in it, and ask them if we can share the compartment, because my arms can't take it any longer." "Honestly, Ron, why can't you be patient?" she heard Hermione say briskly. "You always have to start with small talk. That's proper etiquette." Harry fluttered his eyes shut patiently, smiling innocently at Lucia. She couldn't help but feel amused by this. Etiquette? Somehow, Lucia already knew that he was going to retort with something he'll either regret or not. "Didn't know you know etiquette. Mione, it's..." But Hermione's words were cut short as another voice interjected into the situation at hand. "Do you mind if we share the compartment with you?" Lucia, she told him, almost incoherent. At that, Harry nodded. "Can we share the compartment with you, Lucia?" he asked, as he gave his best friends a stern look. He may not know much about the girl other than the things he learnt from others, and the littlest time they spent with each other last year, but he did know one particular thing about her. She's particularly anxious around a lot of people. Harry then instantly added in such a frantic state, "It's okay if you don't know, no." With her voice cracking slightly, Lucia said at once, "I don't mind at all." "Are you sure?" Harry asked unsurely. "We're not exactly the quietest lot around." Lucia shook her head and beckoned at the empty seats around her bashfully. "Really, come in. I need some company anyway. Being alone is pretty boring most of the time, you know?" "You really didn't have to say yes, we could have just gone and find another one," said Harry, as he and Ron stowed away theirs and Hermione's trunk. "Find another?" Mysteriously, Ron ended up yelping all of a sudden, causing Lucia to tilt her head at him, concerned. Unbeknownst to her was the foots that had deliberately stomped on him by Harry and Hermione, who casted him a glare. Ron gave them a look that said, "Did you really have to do it that hard?" But they only responded him with a feigned dubious look that made him scoff in disbelief. "What Ron was saying is that we really appreciate your kindness," Hermione said, voice strain, though her expression seems almost painful. Lucia didn't point out Hermione's hesitance in being in her company. Rather, she was questioning what the bushy-haired girl meant by kindness. What kindness were they talking about? She was quite sure Ron was just going to be as bluntly honest as he always was. Was she, perhaps, mistaken? "But Harry's right, you know?" started Hermione with a tense smile. "You really didn't have to comply with us. We could have found another," she said. She stared at Hermione momentarily, comprehending the backhandedness in her words. Lucia looked down to her lap shamefully, playing with her fingers, and said quietly, "An extra 3 humans with me isn't going to kill me." "Oh, but we know how much you don't like being around a lot of people," said Hermione. Lucia didn't blame the girl for being so apprehensive in her company, for she herself didn't think she was a very good person to be with. Although she hid it well, Lucia was aware of how Hermione really felt about her and her odd ways of going along with life. How she didn't go by the books when it came about her life in the wizarding world where she was supposed to feel more at ease in. And the backhanded comments toward her way was just proof of how much Hermione dislikes her. Attempting to smile, she spoke. "It's not like I'm allergic to humanity, and plus having people accompanying me on a long journey seems to be more ideal than having to be sappy the entirety of the time." She waved it off, depositing her dad's journal back into her purse. "I really don't mind. I was just..." Surprise is all. Surprise would be an understatement, she thought.
Surprise?
"What's there to be surprised about?" Ron asked, perplexed as he leaned against the sliding door. "Plenty of things really," Lucia stated wearily. Harry glanced at her suspiciously. He may be oblivious as a pebble, but he would be foolish to not notice the signs of a person crying. And from deep within his heart, he was sure Lucia was crying before they came, or at least almost cried anyway. But maybe she hadn't noticed that herself? Was that why she just accepted them so easily? Either way, he felt kind of guilty all of a sudden as he turned his gaze to the pastel pink purse that was on her side. Had they accidentally intruded in something they shouldn't have? Now that he thought about it, the look she had when she read that book was particularly melancholic, but why? What was in that book that made her so sad to the point that she hadn't realized that herself? It made him ever so curious to know, and he had the urge to nose in someone's business in which he thankfully fought against. Because it wasn't right, he thought. Especially since it seems as though it was more than a personal thing. How's you summer been? And just like that, Harry regretted ever asking, for the joyous expression soon sunk like a ship in the middle of the sea. I guess. It was good, she said quietly, and unexpectedly, her feet ached immensely, acting as though it was a reminder of what happened. Trying to hide her wilting expression, Lucia quickly added, How's yours? One of the best summers the first had, I reckon, said Ron, completely tactless of the atmosphere in the compartment. But Lucia didn't blame him. She wished she could be as blissfully unaware as him. Anyway, Ron, Hermione and I are going to go out for a little bit, but we'll come back, Harry said to her. Of course you are, said Lucia, untroubled as she rummaged through her purse for something. If you weren't, then how do you suppose you're going to make it to Hogwarts? By magic car, snorted Ron. He and Harry went into small fits of snickers before shutting themselves up from the look they were receiving by Hermione. Honestly, she shook her head exasperatedly at her best friends. Come on, you two, we have to say goodbye to the others, right, winced Ron. Let's go before Mum thinks I've forgotten about her. That's what you're thinking? Scoffed Hermione. Yeah, Ron said dubiously. Unbelievable, she sighed. Lucia watched Harry, who were looking over to his best friends with what she could decipher, was a look of fondness as they bickered in their own Hermione-Ron way, unbeknownst to himself. It made her feel slightly envious of their friendship. Frankly, it was no secret that when the trio was formed, they had instantly connected and were now each other's platonic soulmates. And no one, she repeats, no one, can ever be as close to one another as the three of them. Just by that simple knowledge could make her green with envy because she knew that to find her own platonic soulmate could take years in comparison to them. And with her luck, never. Face it. As much as she wanted to think otherwise, she was destined to be a lonely cat lady living in the countryside of Dorset. Nothing could change that. Quietly, she let out a sigh. Harry caught this, causing him to feel some sort of wonder for the girl, but he was polite enough not to ask, fearing he was nosing into someone's business. Though if that did happen, it wasn't like he never done it before. Come on, you two, urged Harry, pushing both Ron and Hermione out of the compartment, leaving Lucia to herself with one last, but lingering glance. But Lucia didn't catch any of it as she simply leaned back against the window. She looked toward the platform that was filled to the brim with families bidding their family members goodbye as they sent them to Hogwarts. The feeling she felt during her first year reanimated in her heart as she sat alone inside the quiet compartment. She had friends, she really did, but she still feels lonesome from time to time. However, it wasn't any of their fault. She just couldn't stop from being reminded of what happened years back that left her to shatter into pieces. It was then everything fell apart for her, and the wound that was left was still so prominent that even if she pleaded to ignore it, she just couldn't, despite the fact that it all happened in the past and nothing could change that. She accepted that a long time, so why was the bittersweet memories still haunting her? Platform 9 3/4 always made her feel sullen, but with reasons. Watching families saying their goodbyes to their loved ones reminded her of just how lonely being an orphan could be. Although she's blatantly aware that she wasn't the only one, but she was no doubt one of the few that weren't expecting anyone to come and see them off. In all of Lucia's life, she never felt any sort of jealousy for the most trivial of things, but seeing even Harry Potter having someone, albeit not his parents, but still someone that cares for him, hurts a bit, for it meant that even he had someone. While it was terrible for her, another part of her was actually grateful that instead of being alone, he had someone that could make him feel belonged and secured, someone that was able to at least erase partial of the danger he has always felt. Sure, she may not know much about him except for the basics, but what she knew was how vigilant of a person Harry could be, as though each moment that he waited idly was like a countdown for someone to finally finish him off and stab him in the back. Perhaps it was just her, but she could see a glint of life in his ethereal jewel, like emerald eyes that sparkled underneath the light that shone through the windows of the platform, unlike the usual dullness she had seen since the years before. She paused for a moment. Did she really think of that? Yes, she did. Was it on purpose? Pretty much. Will she ever take that statement back? Nope, and never will, because that's simply the truth, and she wasn't afraid to thought of that. Harry Potter's eyes are just simply beautiful like that. She shrugged her shoulders and tore her eyes away, back to her dad's journal. It seems that all she has been doing recently was making herself sad. She guessed she indeed was a masochist in that type of way. She thought as she flipped through the pages of the journal once again and stopped at the one that was recorded in December 26, 1976. Okay. I am excited by what just happened. Book. So, I decided that it was best if I go back to the shop instead of being killed by my curiosity. And I guess it is my lucky day because I ended up getting to know her name, albeit it was pretty nerve-wracking, especially with a pretty woman like her that kept on staring at me like I was a hippogriff. For a 24-year-old, he writes like he's a primary school student with a crush, giggled Lucia. Her name's Mawar, but since she thought it was too hard for me to pronounce it, which I will not lie, she asked me to call her Rose instead. Although she asked me to call her Rose, it still didn't feel right in my part. Like Rose was more the person that moved here and had to grow accustomed to the Western world, not the person that had been around for more than a decade. So, there was only one option, and that was to learn how to properly pronounce her name. I really hope I do not butcher it the next time I see her. Lim Mawar. Mawar Lim. Mawar. What a pretty name. We're back, announced Ron, causing Lucia to snap out from her imagination. She closed the journal and smiled at the three of them happily. Welcome back. If I listen closely, I can hear it even now. Hideous too. I still want to live a bit more. I want to find my own beliefs. The train began its course and Lucia could only yawn as she took in the sound of thick rain splattering against the window. She wanted to look out and admire as they transitioned from the urban city life to the beautiful countryside. But like always, she got sidetracked quickly. Lucia found herself watching in anticipation as she placed her bets quietly on which raindrop would reach the finish line first. She was greatly disappointed to know that it wasn't the one she bet on. Lucia, she hummed in acknowledgement, not tearing her eyes away from the next raindrop race as Ron called for her. Do you know about this special event in Hogwarts? This caught her attention. She perked and wheeled her head to Ron and the others, perplexed. There's a special event this year that isn't Quidditch? Of course, she doesn't know, Ron said Hermione. Her parents aren't a part of the ministry. My parents aren't a part of my life either, but I'm a bit confused, Lucia said to Harry. Harry smiled kindly. I know as much as you do, he said. There's this mysterious thing that's happening in Hogwarts, but we have no idea what it is. Why not ask your parents about it then? Lucia asked, confused. I'm useless. Harry frowned at once at this statement. No, because they're keeping it a secret from us, stated Hermione, cutting Harry off. They are all keeping it a secret from us for some reason. Ron undid his trunk, pulled out his maroon dress robes, and flung them over his owl's cage to muffle his hooting before saying, Bagman wanted to tell us what's happening at Hogwarts, he said grumpily, at the World Cup, remember? Ron beckoned his best friends, who nodded. But my own mother won't say. Wonder what you all went to the Quidditch World Cup. Awed Lucia. You didn't? Harry asked. Can't exactly go when your caretakers are muggles, right? Plus, I also didn't have much time for it anyway, said Lucia with a bitter smile. But from the looks of it, it must have been as good as the prophet made it out to be. Oh, trust us, grinned Harry, leaning forward slightly toward her. It was even better. Minus what happened after, mumbled Hermione pessimistically. Then an eager smile made its way up to her plump, red-tinted lips. Tell me, were there really Veelas and leprechauns? She added. Harry couldn't help but find the sight before him quite amusing in a very fond way. Well, Harry tried to remember the Quidditch World Cup and the Veela. A dreamy smile painted his face. Yeah, what were they like? Beautiful, grinned Ron. Really? I think she gets the point, Ronald, said Hermione in boredom. Now I wished I was there, huffed Lucia, propping back against the seat, sulking. She had read so many books about Vila and magical creatures during her free time in the enormous library in Hogwarts. The topic of magical creatures had always been her favorite topic, and they were one of the few only book genres she read. Vila. She read that they're nearly human magical beings that appeared as extremely beautiful women with white gold hair and moonbright skin. Their looks, and especially their dance, was hypnotically seductive to almost all people attracted to women, which caused them to perform foolhardy and impulsive actions to get closer to, and to receive admiration from the Vila. She wanted to experience that, for experimental reasons of course. Not for her own benefits. What about the leprechauns? She asked, quickly snapping out of her daze. Though in her head was saying, they're not that important. Well shoo, Hermione whispered suddenly, pressing her finger to her lips, and pointing toward the compartment next to theirs. They heard a familiar drawling voice drifting in through the open door. Father actually considered sending me to Durmstrang rather than Hogwarts, you know. He knows the headmaster, you see. Well, you know his opinion of Dumbledore, the man's such a mudblood lover, and Durmstrang doesn't admit that sort of riffraff. But Mother didn't like the idea of me going to school so far away. Father says Durmstrang takes a far more sensible line than Hogwarts about the dark arts. Durmstrang students actually learn them, not just the defense rubbish we do. Hermione got up, tiptoed to the compartment door, and slid it shut, blocking out Malfoy's voice. So, he thinks Durmstrang would have suited him, does he? She said angrily. I wish he had gone. Then we wouldn't have to put up with him. Durmstrang's another wizarding school? Said Harry. Yes, said Hermione sniffily, and it's got a horrible reputation. According to an appraisal of magical education in Europe, it puts a lot of emphasis on the dark arts. I think I've heard of it, said Ron vaguely. Where is it? What country? Rumor has it that it's located in Bulgaria, but no one actually knows where it is, said Lucia abruptly. They looked at her, surprised. Lucia smiled bashfully, proud that she knew of this fact. She remembered listening to Professor Binns a few years ago when they were learning some magical history around Europe. She may not be academically bright, but that didn't mean she didn't like some story time. What? I know some things too, she said in a quiet manner. Yeah, but we didn't expect you to know something like where other schools are, said Ron, which quickly earned him a stomp on his foot again. He hissed in pain and glared at Harry, who merely looked away. Lucia cleared her throat, biting back a scowl. You asked and I answered. Isn't that how it works? But the thing, Lucia, is that no one actually knows where it is, and nor which location it really is, said Hermione, cocking her eyes at Lucia. But she said it's in Bulgaria. So is it in Bulgaria, or does nobody knows? Ron scrunched his nose, starting to get confused by this. Bulgaria, Lucia said at the same time as Hermione said. Nobody knows. A long pause settled between the pair, in which Ron and Harry looked nervously at. Finally, Lucia wheeled her head at Hermione with a small smile. I'm pretty sure it's in Bulgaria, said Lucia. Her tone of voice was calm and soothing, yet they could tell the patronizingness behind it. It was then Hermione's turn to speak. No, there's a lot of evidence that says that no one knows where it is, Lucia. It's in the books. She spoke through gritted teeth as she smiles. What books have you been reading, Granger? I'm confident that the history books I've been reading says that it's located somewhere in Bulgaria. Are you doubting the books now? Harry gaped at her challenging words, while Ron gasped dramatically at this. It was one thing to go against Hermione in terms of whether or not her facts were right, but asking if she were doubting the books she'd been reading was a whole new level of disrespect that even him and Ron have not reached. But there was something in common they could see in them both, and that was the fact that neither liked to be wrong. Hermione's smile faltered slightly and her eyes twitches in irritation, but she didn't let it show as she remarked back. I've never doubt that books that I've read. But I do doubt the ones that you've read, De Fiore. Perhaps I should recommend the ones with real facts. Lucia was about to retort if it weren't for Harry's quick intervention between the girls as he asked. You said that nobody knows, Hermione? Why not then? He was desperate to break the tension that filled the compartment. It was getting suffocating. Hermione smiled smugly at her way. Lucia, the ever-so-petty girl, looked away to the raining view outside of the window, huffing under her breath. Fine. Trying not to show that she was upset. Don't say I didn't told you so. There's traditionally been a lot of rivalry between all the magic schools. Durmstrang and Beauxbatons deliberately conceal their whereabouts so that nobody can steal their secrets, said Lucia. But that goes the same for every magical school throughout the globe like Mahudakoro, Ilvermorny and so on, glancing over to Lucia, who was hugging her legs as she was sat beside Hermione. Across from him, Harry couldn't help but feel his heartstrings being tugged violently at the sight before him. With such smile she had now, you wouldn't have thought she was sulking moments ago. Come off it, said Ron, starting to laugh. Durmstrang's got to be about the same size as Hogwarts. How are you going to hide a great big castle? Well, it's technically just how you hide Hogwarts, she said, absent-mindedly twirling strands of her ebony hair around her fingers. It's not like either of you don't know, but I'll just say it anyway. Hogwarts is hidden. It's as simple as that, and everyone knows that Hogwarts is hidden? Harry looked gobsmacked by this information. Lucia silently gaped. Why, you're telling me that you both went to Hogwarts for years now and didn't know that the bloody castle was hidden in plain sight? No, Ron shook his head. How are we supposed to know that? Hermione rubbed her temples exasperatedly. Well, those who read Hogwarts, a history would know about just you then, said Ron. So go on, how'd you hide a place like Hogwarts? It's bewitched, said Hermione. If a muggle looks at it, all they see is a moldering old ruin with a sign over the entrance saying danger. Do not enter. Unsafe. So Durmstrang'll just look like a ruin to an outsider too? Maybe, said Hermione, shrugging, or it might have muggle-repelling charms on it like the World Cup Stadium. And to keep foreign wizards from finding it, they'll have made it unplottable. Come again? Well, you can enchant a building so it's impossible to plot on a map, can't you? Yeah, if you say so, said Harry. But I think Durmstrang must be somewhere in the far north, said Hermione thoughtfully. Somewhere very cold, because they've got fur capes as part of their uniforms. Bulgaria, said Lucia in a sing-song tone. Ah, think of the possibilities, said Ron dreamily. It would have been so easy to push Malfoy off a glacier and make it look like an accident. Shame his mother and sister likes him. Lucia chuckled quietly. The more they moved into the north, the more the rain became heavier. The sky gradually darkened, and the windows were so steamy that the lanterns were lit by midday. The lunch trolley came rattling along the corridor, and Lucia ended up buying pumpkin pasties, while Harry had bought a large stack of cauldron cakes for them all to share. And even though she declined his invitation to eat with them, Harry insisted her to the point that Lucia didn't think she could decline any more, especially with the irresistible look he had casted her way. Harry shoved a spoonful of cake into her mouth. A satisfied and complacent expression painted his face. Lucia watched him curiously in wonder as she began to feel all fuzzy all of a sudden. And frankly she couldn't help but silently praying for Harry's future spouse. There was no way they could ever say no to him, and that would certainly be troubling in the future. As the afternoon progressed and they were devouring the cauldron cake, some of the Gryffindors that Lucia was acquainted with stopped by. Seamus Finnegan, who instantly smiled and waved at the sight of her. Dean Thomas, who was surprised and glad to see her with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The sight of Neville Longbottom, a round-faced, extremely forgetful boy who had been brought up by his formidable witch of a grandmother, was the only one that made Lucia calm from the overwhelming amount of people that were currently in her compartment as he swiftly sit himself beside her, grinning. Fancy seeing you here, muttered Neville. You're usually a lonely owl. Did the world turn upside down? Lucia rolled her eyes.
Ah, xarraplia sarcastically.
She smiled. Can't I have myself some company for once? Of course it wasn't. He shook his head, amused by his close friends. The two exchanged quiet laughs, assuming that no one had noticed this. They were terribly wrong, of course, for one tousled dark-haired boy had noticed this very much. There was this burning feeling in his chest as he watched them happily exchange private and incoherent words. He couldn't quite detect what the feeling was, and it was awfully frustrating to him. He paid no mind to it as all he could do was look away and act as though nothing happened, listening to Seamus and Dean's summer stories attentively until they reached the climax and smoothly transitioned into the talk of Quidditch. After half an hour or so of endless Quidditch talk, Hermione grew tired of it and buried herself in her copy of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 4, and started trying to learn a summoning charm. Lucia busied herself by taking out a notebook from her purse. And although the echoing sounds of her mother's voice haunted her mind, she just couldn't resist from sketching. She loved art, and she couldn't just abandon it. So, while she didn't own any proper sketchbooks, she would usually find papers and books around her and put them to use. One of them so happens to be her notebook that hadn't been busted by her mother. Just yet anyway. She sketched the photo of the bouquet of peonies that she saw in her dad's journal and tuned out everything around her, immersed in her drawing. At certain points she did enjoy listening to the boys talking about Quidditch, but she had to agree to some extent that they needed to know when to change the subject for once. It was like they could go on and on about Quidditch without getting bored, and Lucia rather draw than talk about the same thing over and over again. Simultaneously, she was listening in their conversation and detected a hint of jealousy in Neville's voice as the others relived their experiences at the Quidditch World Cup. Gran didn't want to go, he said miserably. Wouldn't buy tickets. It sounded amazing though. It was, said Ron. Look at this, Neville. He rummaged in his trunk up in the luggage rack and pulled out the miniature figure of Victor Crumb. Oh wow, said Neville enviously as Ron tipped Crumb onto his pudgy hand. We saw him right up close. As well, said Ron. We were in the top box for the first and last time in your life, Weasley. Instantly, Lucia felt annoyed by the said voice. She almost rubbed her eraser too hard on her notebook to the point of accidentally ripping it out of irritation. Atlas, please let go of the sky right now and let us be crushed before this idiot comes and fully ruin my day. She dropped what she was doing and turned her gaze very reluctantly to the doorway where Draco Malfoy appeared uninvitingly. Behind him stood Crabbe and Goyle, his enormous, thuggish cronies, both of whom appeared to have grown at least a foot during the summer. Evidently, they had overheard the conversation through the compartment door, which Dean and Seamus had left ajar. Don't remember asking you to join us, Malfoy, said Harry coolly. Weasley. What is that? Said Malfoy, pointing at Ron's owl Pigwidgeon's cage. A sleeve of Ron's dress robes was dangling from it, swaying with the motion of the train, the moldy lace cuff very obvious. Ron made to stuff the robes out of sight, but Malfoy was too quick for him. He seized the sleeve and pulled. Look at this, said Malfoy in ecstasy, holding up Ron's robes and showing Crabbe and Goyle. Weasley, you weren't thinking of wearing these, were you? I mean, they were very fashionable in about 1890. Stay quiet, Lucia. There was no benefit in arguing with a daft boy like Malfoy. It was like arguing with a wall, practically aimless. It yung, Malfoy, said Ron, the same color as the dress robes as he snatched them back out of Malfoy's grip. Malfoy howled with derisive laughter. Crabbe and Goyle guffawed stupidly. So, going to enter Weasley? Going to try and bring a bit of glory to the family name? There's money involved as well. You know? You'd be able to afford some decent robes if you won. Lucia scoffed. Though unbeknownst to her, she had made a huge mistake as Malfoy unmistakably looked her way, causing her to pause halfway through her drawing. Look who it is, boys, he guffawed. De Fiore's with Potter's gang instead. This is the last thing I would have expected from you. Damn it. Lucia inhaled sharply, not sparing him a glance as she merely continued with her sketch. I appreciate you noticing my presence, but please act as though I never existed, she said, tone laced with calm malice, but's hands were shaking in fear. What was she doing? She had never done this before. By the way, is me being with Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville supposed to be an insult? She tilted her head, blinking mockingly. Stop it, mouth. Evil mouth. The Malfoy snarled at her. Oh, you did it now. However, she was not as fazed as he would have wanted her to be. Frankly, she looked more amused than she was discouraged, which only made Malfoy more rile up. Watch your mouth. De Fiore snot like I have a filter for them. I wish I did. It's a natural instinct for human beings to throw rubbish in the bin, said Lucia calmly, reaching for a pen from her bag. Malfoy's eyes twitched, his blood boiling as his patience for the girl was running thin. He hated how the Potter and his gang were not hiding their muffles of chuckles from him. He despised how this nobody was humiliating him. Think, Draco, think. And that was when something came up to his mind, turning on the light bulb. Have fun acting all haughty now, Di Fiore. But there's not one soul in school that doesn't know how pathetic you are. That caught Lucia's attention as she halted all of her motion, biting her lip and remained silent. Oh, you've done it now, Lucia. This all your fault, mouth. Malfoy smirked and went on, of course. I don't blame you for acting all high and mighty now, since this'll be the only time you'll be able to. Even the ugly duckling knows its place. Lucia flinched lightly, and I'm glad that at least you aren't that oblivious to not know that. Perhaps I should take a wee bit of pity for you? After all, you aren't the brightest tool in the shed, and not to mention how you mumble whenever you talk to anyone. What did Snape say? A guy get out? Demanded Harry when he saw the dejected and recoiling look Lucia had as she turned her gaze shamefully to her lap. Quite honestly, he was silently enraged. This was undoubtedly not a different routine of Malfoy to come and bother them, but Lucia was never a normal victim of Malfoy's shenanigans before, and he could see that easily the moment he saw her hands shaking, as if nervous. If Malfoy was able to utter a slur toward Hermione, Harry wouldn't put it past him to further pluck Lucia's petals, and that didn't sit right with him at all. Get the bloody hell out right now before your stupid face ends up face flat in the floor, he said coolly. Lucia didn't falter from her shameful state, but she was initially surprised. Ooh, hit a nerve, did I? Malfoy smirked smugly. Protecting your girlfriend? Are you potty? How about you shut your damn mouth, because all I can hear right now is the buzzing of an annoying fly. The grim Lucia glanced up at Harry, and when she did, she instantly flinched. Never had she seen such coldness in someone's eyes before. The emerald eyes she couldn't help but admire from time to time now resembled, to what seems to be, the cold and dark forbidden forest during the night. Dangerous, yet still beautiful. Harry feels special, don't you? Malfoy turned back to Lucia, who didn't possess the prior confidence she had before as she diverted her eyes away from the cold grays. Well, don't get too cozy, because I can assure you that it's not going to last for long. Fiore, he said, smiling maliciously down at her. Lucia shrunk back, withering. She guessed it was her fault for even being confrontational in the first place. But she would be lying if she didn't say that the moment felt nice, because it did. She rarely ever sticks up for herself, and when she did, it felt amazing, refreshing. She couldn't quite point what it was, but she enjoyed it, and that was all she knew. Oh, you've done it now, Malfoy, snarled Ron, who was about to stand. However, Harry had beat him to it. He glared daggers, standing right in front of Malfoy, who was now being shielded by Crabbe and Goyle. They snickered, and agitation was gradually enveloping Harry. His heart burned with the temptation to just knock them out right there and then, and honestly there was nothing to stop him from doing that. Harry reached for his wand, but a hand seized his wrist before he could. Glancing down, it was Lucia. She gave him a pleading shook of a head, and reluctantly, he refrained himself from cursing Malfoy, plopping back down beside Ron. Lucia cleared her throat, breaking the long silence in the compartment. What did you mean by enter? She asked, getting back to the topic at hand. That seemed to pop everyone's bubble. I mean, what I meant by, are you going to enter? Malfoy repeated, annoyed. Lucia closed her eyes, calming herself down from the amount of dishearten and annoyance she was feeling all at once. I suppose you will, Potter? You never miss a chance to show off, do you? Either explain what you're on about or go away, Malfoy said Hermione testily, over the top of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 4. A gleeful smile spread across Malfoy's annoyingly pale face. Don't tell me you don't know? He said delightedly. You've got a father and brother at the ministry, and you don't even know? My God, my father told me about it ages ago. Heard it from Cornelius Fudge. But then, father's always associated with the top people at the ministry. Maybe your father's too junior to know about it, Weasley. Yes. They probably don't talk about important stuff in front of him. Laughing once more, Malfoy beckoned to Crabbe and Goyle, and the three of them disappeared. Ron got to his feet and slammed the sliding compartment door so hard behind them that the glass shattered. Lucia flinched, but it went unnoticed by the others. Ron, said Hermione reproachfully, and she pulled out her wand, muttered Reparo, and the glass shards flew back into a single pane and back into the door. Well, making it look like he knows everything and we don't, Ron snarled, Father's always associated with the top people at the ministry. Dad could have got a promotion any time. He just likes it where he is. Of course he does, said Hermione quietly. Don't let Malfoy get to you, Ron. Him. Get to me? As if, said Ron, picking up one of the remaining cauldron cakes and squashing it into a pulp. Forget what he said, Harry. Lucia beckoned to Harry, whom she noticed was clenching his fist so tightly that his knuckles had turned white. Harry stared at her momentarily. The whole time Malfoy was here, all he could feel, see, and hear was the anger that so happened to be threatening to burst. Yet his evil thoughts broke off when he heard the sound of her soft voice talking to him. To him, it was a peculiar phenomenon. Can I ask you something? Lucia perked. It depends on what you're going to ask. Let's just say that if I happen to ask you about why you didn't fight Malfoy about him calling you an imbecile, which you're not, will you give me an answer? Asked Harry, looking straight at her. Tilting her head to side, Lucia managed to muster out a small smile as she heaved out a soft sigh. That's a peculiar question for someone I just acquainted recently. Harry was embarrassed. He shouldn't have gotten his hopes, and he didn't blame her for diverting from the question. He would have too, but I'm afraid that I wouldn't know the answer myself, so I would probably say I wouldn't fight back. Though she had a smile on her face, he could tell she was hesitant in answering, which furthered the astonishment he was feeling. She then chirped at him, But Harry, you shouldn't have been offended for me. How could I not? Said Harry, perplexed. Because we're not exactly friends? Well, what Malfoy said isn't far from the truth, said Lucia simply, hiding her grim expression. He was kind of right about me being and it was evident to Harry that she was struggling with the word. An imbecile is everything but false. Harry lurched forward. That's the truth, she told him serenely whilst brushing her hair. We may not have been friends, Harry, but you've seen how I was already? You're the one that had to tutor me da, and let's be real here. I'm horrendous at it. No, you weren't, mumbled Harry indignantly in a stubborn way. You did pretty good in my eyes. Not in the teacher's eyes, said Lucia with a quiet, discouraged tone, looking down to her fiddling fingers. If I had a canute every time Luciana de Fiori were to fail at something, I would be rich by now. Harry stared at her in wide disbelief. That couldn't be right. Did their teachers really say those words directly at her? Somehow it was hard for Harry to believe that since he trusted Professor McGonagall and most of the staff so much to not talk badly about their students. But from the bitter smile on Lucia's face said otherwise. Who would? Oh. Then can I ask you another question? Lucia? Go ahead, she said, returning to the enthralling smile of hers. Who said that? He knew it. Of course it would be him. Who else? Professor Snape. Which, now that I think about, is pretty ironic of him since I excel in his class. She joked half-heartedly. She remembered the moment so clearly, and it was amazing how a simple statement could affect someone in so many degrees. Even now she was still hurt by his words, and she didn't think she would be able to get over it. Especially since then, her confidence began to drastically plummet and being wrong became a fear to her. Harry hated Snape, but this merely made his hatred turned into great loathing for the potions professor. First him, then Neville, and now Lucia. He admits he didn't know much about Lucia de Fiori, but he did knew one thing about her, and that was the fact that she was from being an imbecile. She was gifted in her own odd way, having acing every single tests regarding cares for magical creature. So, he doubted that her grades are at fault for making people think she was even an imbecile, but her personality wasn't at fault either. It was never her fault to begin with. There was nothing wrong with her, unlike what many would love to believe. She was just, well, unique in her own way. She was just eccentric and suspiciously kind, and there was nothing wrong with that. People really need to stop judging others for what they cannot even control. Harry, Lucia called in a sing-song tone for him. Huh? Said Harry, blinking out of his thoughts, and was immediately greeted by the gentleness of her eyes that much resembled a starry night sky. Lucia chuckled. I thought you fell asleep with your eyes open right there. A bit creepy, but you do you, I guess. Anyway, I was hoping that you have some opinions about my sketch. Violently going through the pages of her open notebook, Lucia finally stopped at a page before pushing the book his way. I drew this last night before going to bed, and I thought it looks barren. Don't you think? A ball gown shouldn't be barren, so what should I put? Perhaps flowers? Or maybe, and soon, Lucia began droning about the design she sketched. Harry didn't know what it was, but listening to her as she went on about what fits her ball gown design before distractedly going in depth about different kinds of laces to even about magical creatures nonstop was somewhat soothing and magical. It was like he was listening to music, and her voice seemed to be the instrument. It really was a surprise for Harry. For someone who had been known to be both quiet and odd, she was amazingly talkative when comfortable enough. Whilst Lucia tried to talk Harry away from the moodiness he was feeling, which was working, it didn't seem to be the same for Ron, who was also as moody as Harry. He didn't talk much as they changed into their school robes and was still glowering when the Hogwarts Express slowed down at last and finally stopped in the pitch darkness of Hogsmeade Station. As the train doors opened, there was a rumble of thunder overhead. Hermione bundled up Crookshanks in her cloak and Ron left his dress robes over Pigwidgeon as they left the train, heads bent, and eyes narrowed against the downpour. The rain was now coming down so thick and fast that it was as though buckets of ice-cold water were being emptied repeatedly over their heads. Lucia patted Harry's shoulder and pointed over to the gigantic silhouette at the far end of the platform. His frown was quick to turn upside down as he yelled, "Hi, Hagrid." "All right, Harry?" Hagrid bellowed back, waving. "See ya at the feast if we don't drown." First years traditionally reached Hogwarts Castle by sailing across the lake with Hagrid. "Oh, I wouldn't fancy crossing the lake in this weather," said Hermione fervently, shivering as they inched slowly along the dark platform with the rest of the crowd. 100 of carriages stood waiting for them outside the station. Looking at the castle upon the hill that waited for them, Lucia heaved out a breath. "I'm back," she muttered under her breath. She climbed into the carriage after Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville and shut the door briskly. A sound of a snap followed after. A few moments later, with a great lurch, the long procession of carriages was rumbling and splashing its way up the track toward Hogwarts Castle. "I have some wine and recite an old tale of us two. The holidays linger like bad perfume. You can run," but only so far was the only sound that could be heard inside the silent carriage, unbeknownst of the singer who was muttering it. She was just too engrossed in her thought to acknowledge the eyes that were on her as she watched aimlessly out of the window as they went through the large gates that were flanked with statues of winged boars. The pouring reminded her of a certain memory from her childhood that caused her to remember the lullaby. Her mum's singing with her melodious voice as she was cuddled up in her arms. Though lonely they were at that time, they still felt whole with the lullaby that her dad had created just for her. The memory was too bittersweet for her to want to remember, but at the same time she wanted it to be embedded in her mind so that she could remember the lullaby forever and so that she'll never forget it. And she'll never, not even after life. "Melodia mi guiderai." They watched her carefully, couldn't even be bothered by the rough trundle of the carriage that was nearing the castle upon the hill, immersed by her enchanting voice that seemed to have been used expertly before. It was as though the warmth that radiated as she sang was visible. Peculiarly, they weren't aware she could speak another language, much less singing in it. It was captivating to say the least. Her heart beat rapidly in anticipation. Even with the window of the carriage curtained by a thick amount of rain, she could see the blurred and shimmering sight of the many light windows of the castle. Lightning flashed across the sky as their carriage came to a halt before the great oak front doors, which stood at the top of a flight of stone steps. People who had occupied the carriages in front were already hurrying up the stone steps into the castle. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville snapped out of their dazes once Lucia wheeled her head to them. She gave them a look that said, "Well, what are you all waiting for?" 3 of the 4 had reddish-pink tinting their cheeks, embarrassed by the fact they partially got caught by the girl. However, Ron, who was ever so tactless, merely shrugged and opened the door. One by one they jumped down from their carriage and dashed up the steps as fast as they could, not wanting to get soaked from the rain as much as they already were, and only looking up when they were safely inside the cavernous, torchlit entrance hall and its magnificent marble staircase. "Blimey," said Ron, shaking his head and sending water everywhere. "If that keeps up, the lake's going to overflow."
I'm so kark.
A large, red, water-filled balloon had dropped from out of the ceiling onto Ron's head and exploded, missing Lucia by just a few inches. Drenched and sputtering, Ron staggered sideways into Harry, just as a second water bomb dropped, narrowly missing Hermione. It burst at Harry's feet, sending a wave of freezing water over his sneakers into his socks as another bomb was set above of Lucia unknowingly, drenching her robes and tidied hair immensely. People all around them shrieked and started pushing one another in their efforts to get out of the line of fire. Above them was the floating poltergeist of Hogwarts that craved of mischief. Peeves. Peeves the poltergeist, a little man in a bell-covered hat and orange bow tie. His wide, malicious face contorted with concentration as he took aim again. Peeves, yelled an angry voice. Peeves, come down here at once. Professor McGonagall, deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor House, had come dashing out of the great hall. She skidded on the wet floor and grabbed Hermione around the neck to stop herself from falling. Ouch, sorry. Miss Granger, that's all right, Professor. Hermione gasped, massaging her throat. Peeves, get down here now, barked Professor McGonagall, straightening her pointed hat and glaring upward through her square-rimmed spectacles. Not doing nothing, cackled Peeves, lobbing a water bomb at several fifth-year girls, who screamed and dived into the great hall. Already wet, aren't they? Little squirts. And he aimed another bomb at a group of second-years who had just arrived. I shall call the headmaster, shouted Professor McGonagall. I'm warning you. Peeves stuck out his tongue, threw the last of his water bombs into the air, and zoomed off up the marble staircase, cackling insanely. Word of advice, Professor, Lucia began as she wringed water from her hair. Perhaps you should use the headmaster's name to scare him, or even the Bloody Baron would suffice. He's terribly afraid of them, she added with a sweet smile. I'll take that into consideration next time, Miss DeFiore. Professor McGonagall sighed exasperatedly. She then turned to the bedraggled crowd and held a strong and stern stare at them before speaking sharply as per usual. Well, move along then, into the great hall. Come on. The moment they slipped and slid across the entrance hall and through the double doors on the right, the sweet smile disappeared from her once soft features as she mumbled curses under her breath, complaining to herself about her soaking appearance. When I see that bloody poltergeist again, I'll make sure he'll regret, she muttered, clenching her fist, glaring ahead. And she wasn't alone, as Ron, too, was muttering furiously under his breath as he pushed his sopping hair off his face. The great hall looked its usual splendid self, decorated for the start of term feast. Golden plates and goblets gleamed by the light of hundreds and hundreds of candles, floating over the tables in midair. The 4 long house tables were packed with chattering students. At the top of the hall, the staff sat along one side of a 5th table, facing their pupils. It was much warmer in here than it was out there, Lucia thought as she breathed out a sigh of relief. She didn't think she could handle the cold very well. She walked behind Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville as they passed the Slytherins, the Ravenclaws, and the Hufflepuffs before settling herself beside Neville, sitting across from the trio at the far side of the hall, next to nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost. Pearly white and semi-transparent, Nick was dressed tonight in his usual doublet, but with a particularly large ruff, which served the dual purpose of looking extra festive, and ensuring that his head didn't wobble too much on his partially severed neck. Good evening, he said, beaming at them. Says who? Said Harry, taking off his sneakers and emptying them of water. Hope they hurry up with the sorting.
I'm starving.
She didn't fault Harry for that, even though the Lucia Beaumont part of herself was noting of how rude it was. But she had to remind herself that right now she no longer needed to put up the mask of the Beaumonts over, achiever of an adopted daughter, but herself, as Luciana de Fiore. A deep look crossed Lucia's face before a smile erupted from her lips welcomingly. Good evening, Sir Nick. She needs to tone down her joy level, said Ron under her breath. Lucia pretended not to hear him on the outside, but the next thing Ron knew, he felt a pain surging through his shin. He yelped, Bloody hell. I wonder when the first years are going to arrive, said Lucia airily, looking around while ignoring the glare casted her way. The sorting of the new students into houses took place at the start of every school year, and Lucia was lucky enough to watch as it commences. Though she wouldn't lie that it gets boring most of the time as they waited for the names to be called. It was simply a long waiting and a guessing game. Just then, an overly excited, breathless voice called down the table. "Hiya, Harry." It was Colin Creevy, a third year whom Harry was something of a hero to. "Hi, Colin," said Harry warily. "Harry, guess what?" "Guess what, Harry?" "My brother's starting. My brother Dennis." Good," said Harry. "He's really excited," said Colin, practically bouncing up and down in his seat. "I just hope he's in Gryffindor. Keep your fingers crossed." Harry?" Yeah, all right," said Harry. He turned back to the others. "Brothers and sisters usually go in the same houses, don't they?" he said. He was judging by the Weasleys, all 7 of whom had been put into Gryffindor. "Oh no, not necessarily," said Hermione. "Parvati Patil's twins in Ravenclaw, and they're identical. You'd think they'd be together, wouldn't you?" Lucia hummed thoughtfully. Then she spoke. "I doubt it." "And why's that?" Hermione cocked a brow. "Knowing Parvati and Padma, no matter if they share the same blood or are twins, they're practically 2 different people. While one is loud, the other is quiet," Lucia said, pointing her wand directly at herself absent-mindedly. "The sorting ceremony is like those personality tests you take in your spare time, right?" she said before a strong jet of stifling air blew through her face, drying her. "Parvati's personality is much suited in Gryffindor, and that goes the same for Padma." Her tone of voice hinted a sense of fact, in which no one could argue with, not even Hermione, who merely sighed in defeat. But Lucia smiled at them with a genuine dubious look that was almost endearing. Almost. "Bloody hell, do you stalk people or something?" Ron joked, hiding the enviousness he was feeling of her dryness, unlike the soppiness he was currently in. However, that smile was quick to disperse in a blink of an eye. She looked ahead toward him blankly. Ron seemed to take a double take. "Wait, you don't, do you?" "Of course not." Lucia shook her head, frowning slightly. Who do you think I am? I'm not a creep. I just tend to observe more, that's all." "That's creepy," said Ron bluntly, causing Hermione to smack him and Harry to shake his head. "No, it isn't." Her voice cracked. "I promise," Lucia added quickly. "We'll take your word for it then," said Harry, smiling at her. Lucia wasn't convinced. That smile of his, to her, was somewhat deviant in some sort of way. The more she looks at Harry, the more she realized just how mysterious this boy really was. Sure, the whole wizarding world knew of his background because it was never a secret. However, were they really sure they know him? Perhaps she was just overthinking it. But as he smiles, for a split second she saw his lips twitched into a smirk. A cunning one, even. Lucia blinked at Harry, thinking she had just imagined it. Yeah, Lucia thought, I'm totally imagining it. There was no way Harry Potter, the very epitome of Gryffindor, would ever be as cunning as a Slytherin. And from what she knew of him, he was more oblivious than he was cunning. Yeah, that totally was it. Nothing more. She smiled back at him, shrugging off the disturbing thought from her mind. The last thing she wanted was to make her school life not normal anymore. So, perhaps it was best to be in Harry's good side than to be his enemy. Because he was very unpredictable in his own way. The new defense against the dark arts teacher? Lucia broke off from her pondering thoughts and ventured her eyes to the staff table. The defense against the dark arts seat was still empty while the others were slowly being filled up. Yet she was not surprised by this. It was about time someone decided the spot was practically cursed to the bone. There was no teacher that lasted more than 3 terms, and that was a very well-known fact throughout Hogwarts. By now, they were going in with their 4th defense teacher after passing 3. One died mysteriously, another was a fraud and left with severe amnesia, and the other resigned. The resigned one so happened to be one of the most normal teacher out of the 3 minus the little furry problem he had going on, of course. But he was the majority of the students' favorite by far. Too bad he had to resign. Lucia thought she liked him. He was the most competent and caring too. Maybe they couldn't get anyone, said Hermione, looking anxious. I'm just hoping it's not Snape, muttered Neville. Wasn't there a rumor about him going for defense first but didn't get the job? Lucia patted his back reassuringly. I hope it isn't Snape too. That would be a nightmare for not only her, but everyone in the whole school. Snape was not only a horrible person, in her opinion, but as well as a terrible teacher. Potions were already dreadful, but defense against the dark arts? She would be failing more if that were the case, and she would not look forward to the scolding she would get from her adoptive parents. Scanning the table, Lucia saw tiny little Professor Flitwick, the charms teacher, was sitting on a large pile of cushions beside Professor Sprout, the herbology teacher, whose hat was askew over her flyaway gray hair. She was talking to Professor Sinistra of the astronomy department. On Professor Sinistra's other side was the sallow-faced, hook-nosed, greasy-haired potions master. Snape. Lucia flinched at the sight of him as she quickly turned away before he noticed her gaze on him. She didn't like Professor Snape. It was as simple as that. His loathing gazes toward students reminded her a little bit too much of her adoptive mother, to the point that discomfort or fear would usually well up in her heart whenever she was in his class. And like Mrs. Beaumont, there was no way for her to get rid of him, which left her no other choice but to tolerate his abuse as much as she could. Mentally exhausted, sure, but she had to suck it up, as Damien, Hugo's little brother, once said to her. Or else, she'd just prove how whiny she could be. There was this one conflicting feeling she seemed to always get, and that was whenever the so-called potion professor would go head-to-head with Harry due to some feud they have for some odd reason. At first, it was unmistakably one-sided, but as time went on, Harry began to reciprocate the intense feeling of hatred that Snape seemed to have for him, and he didn't even try to hide it. Everyone in school knew of how the two hated each other, and sometimes Malfoy and his gang would use that as ammo against Harry. The thing was, no one knew why Snape acted the way he does around Harry, as though the boy stole something dearly from him, like his childhood blankie or something along those lines. However, no one could blame Harry for hating Snape, though, after being treated like rubbish all throughout the years. The fact that he surpassed Malfoy in terms of who Harry loathed the most was simply remarkable in a bad way. How can an adult get to that point in life, fighting with a preteen? Well, she wasn't sure, but she was putting bets on how he sucks at communication and people in general, which was the complete opposite of his potion-making skills. The latter is spectacular, the former, terrible. On Snape's other side was an empty seat, which, assuming, is Professor McGonagall's. Next to it, and in the very center of the table, sat Professor Dumbledore, the headmaster, his sweeping silver hair and beard shining in the candlelight, his magnificent deep green robes embroidered with many stars and moons. The tips of Dumbledore's long, thin fingers were together, and he was resting his chin upon them, staring up at the ceiling through his half-moon spectacles as though lost in thought. "Oh, hurry up!" Lucia heard Ron moaned in dismay. "I could eat a hippogriff." The words were no sooner out of his mouth than the doors of the great hall opened and silence fell. Professor McGonagall was leading a lengthy line of first years up to the top of the hall. If Lucia was wet, it was nothing compared to how these first years looked. They appeared to have swum across the lake rather than sailed. All of them were shivering with a combination of cold and nerves as they filed along the staff table and came to a halt in a line facing the rest of the school, all of them except the smallest of the lot, a boy with mousy hair, who was wrapped in what looks to be Hagrid's moleskin overcoat. The coat was so big for him that it looked as though he were draped in a furry black circus tent. His small face protruded from over the collar, looking painfully excited. When he had lined up with his terrified-looking peers, he caught Colin Creevy's eye, gave a double thumbs up, and mouthed, "I fell in the lake." He looked positively delighted about it. Professor McGonagall now placed a four-legged stool on the ground before the first years and, on top of it, an extremely old, dirty, patched wizard's hat. The first years stared at it. So did everyone else. For a moment there was silence. Then a long tear near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat broke into song as it usually does, and as soon as it finished, the great hall ran with applause. "That's not the song it sang when it sorted us," said Harry, clapping along with everyone else. "The sorting hat creates its own lyrics for each ceremony," Lucia stated distractedly. "Didn't you know?" Harry shook his head, frowning. "Well, it's got to be a pretty boring life, hasn't it, being a hat?" said Ron. "Can't exactly imagine it playing croquet too. Can you?" said Lucia. Professor McGonagall was now unrolling a large scroll of parchment. "When I call out your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool," she told the first years. "When the hat announces your house, you will go and sit at the appropriate table." Ackerley, Stewart. A boy walked forward, visibly trembling from head to foot, picked up the sorting hat, put it on and sat down on the stool. "Ravenclaw," shouted the hat. Stuart Ackerley took off the hat and hurried into a seat at the Ravenclaw table, where everyone was applauding him. "Bad Doc Malcolm, Slytherin." The ceremony went on and on. Gryffindor, like other houses, had welcomed their newcomers with the utmost cheers. Finally, it was Dennis Creevy's turn. They watched as tiny Dennis Creevy staggered forward, tripping over Hagrid's moleskin, just as Hagrid himself sidled into the hall through a door behind the teacher's table. About twice as tall as a normal man, and at least 3 times as broad, Hagrid, with his long, wild, tangled black hair and beard, looked slightly alarming, a misleading impression, for many knew Hagrid to possess a truly kind nature. He winked at Harry, Ron, and Hermione, even grinning at Lucia, who happily smiled back at him as he sat down at the end of the staff table and watched Dennis Creevy putting on the sorting hat. The rip at the brim opened wide. "Gryffindor," the hat shouted. Hagrid clapped along with the Gryffindors as Dennis Creevy, beaming widely, took off the hat, placed it back on the stool, and hurried over to join his brother. "Colin, I fell in," he said shrilly, throwing himself into an empty seat. "It was brilliant, and something in the water grabbed me and pushed me back in the boat." Lucia chuckled. Dennis Creevy was an exceptionally adorable fellow. "Cool," said Colin just as excitedly. "It was probably the giant squid." Dennis. "Wow," said Dennis, as though nobody in their wildest dreams could hope for more than being thrown into a storm-tossed, fathoms-deep lake, and pushed out of it again by a giant sea monster. "Dennis, Dennis, see that boy down there? The one with the black hair and glasses? See him? Know who he is?" Dennis, glancing at Harry, she saw him immediately looking away, staring very hard at the sorting hat, now sorting Emma Dobbs. It was clear to see that he did not need another Colin in his heels. The sorting continued. Children with varying degrees of fright on their faces moving one by one to the 4-legged stool, the line dwindling slowly as Professor McGonagall passed the L's. "Oh, hurry up," Ron moaned, massaging his stomach. "Now, Ron, the sorting's much more important than food," said nearly headless Nick as madly Laura became a Hufflepuff. "Course it is, if you're dead," snapped Ron. "Care for some toffees?" Lucia took out a small sweet with brown wrapping from the pocket of her robes after rummaging through it for some time, as though her pocket were an endless pit. She held it in front of Ron. "I bought it on the way back to the compartment after changing into robes." Ron narrowed his eyes at the sweet before snatching it. "It's all I have," he sighed and began unwrapping it. "Be grateful I even gave it to you in the first place." Lucia rolled her eyes, scoffing. "Twank you," said Ron, mid-chewing. Lucia smiled half-heartedly, trying to not make it known how mildly disgusted she was. "I do hope this year's batch of Gryffindors are up to scratch," said nearly headless Nick, applauding as MacDonald, Natalie, joined the Gryffindor table. "We don't want to break our winning streak, do we?" Gryffindor had won the Interhouse Championship for the last 3 years in a row. "Meh," Lucia sounded, shrugging. "I don't think it'll matter much this year, especially with the secret event and all." She went to hand a toffee to Hermione. However, the girl merely declined. She shrugged and passed the sweets to Harry and Neville instead, both of whom took it gratefully, along with a few first years near her with a kind and encouraging smile. Pritchard, Graham, Slytherin, Quirk, Orla, Ravenclaw, and finally with Whitby, Kevin, Hufflepuff. The sorting ended. Professor McGonagall picked up the hat and the stool and carried them away. "About time," said Ron, seizing his knife and fork and looking expectantly at his golden plate. Professor Dumbledore had gotten to his feet. He was smiling around at the students, his arms opened wide in welcome. "I have only 2 words to say to you," he told them, his deep voice echoing around the hall. "Tuck in." "Here, here," said Harry and Ron loudly as the empty dishes filled magically before their eyes. Nearly headless Nick watched mournfully as all the students began load their plates with food. "Ah, that's beer," said Ron, with his mouth full of mashed potato. "You're lucky there's a feast at all tonight, you know," said nearly headless Nick. "There was trouble in the kitchens earlier." "Why, a peend," said Harry through a sizable chunk of steak. Peeves, of course, said nearly headless Nick, shaking his head, which wobbled dangerously. He pulled his ruff a little higher up on his neck. The usual argument, you know. He wanted to attend the feast well, it's quite out of the question, you know what he's like, utterly uncivilized, can't see a plate of food without throwing it. We held a ghost's council, the fat friar was all for giving him the chance but most wisely, in my opinion, the bloody baron put his foot down. Yeah, we thought Peeves seemed hacked off about something, said Ron darkly. So what did he do in the kitchens? Oh, the usual, said nearly headless Nick, shrugging. Wreaked havoc and mayhem. Pots and pans everywhere. Place swimming in soup. Terrified the house elves out of their wits' clang. Hermione had knocked over her golden goblet. Pumpkin juice spread steadily over the tablecloth, staining several feet of white linen orange, but Hermione paid no attention. There are house elves here? She said, staring horror-struck at nearly headless Nick. Here at Hogwarts? Certainly, said nearly headless Nick, looking surprised at her reaction. The largest number in any dwelling in Britain, I believe. Over 100. Why haven't I ever seen them then? Hermione asked. It was then Lucia decided to speak up. Well, that's because they only come out at night when no one's around so they can do the chores without being bothered or, well, in their opinion, bother us. She swiftly pushed tomatoes onto Neville's plate, unbothered by the scowl that he had behind his look of startlement of her actions. Once they caught you seeing them, they'll be gone in a split second with a little whoosh with them. Did you just say, whoosh? Yeah. Got a problem with that ginger ale? Ron gaped at her. Ginger, she just called me ginger ale. He whined to Harry, who looked everything but concerned about Ron's little predicament. Blinking blankly, tilting her to the side, she asked genuinely, should I call you something else then? Yes, said Ron infuriatingly. It's Ron and you know gingerbread. You, but his words were short-lived as she shoved a whole baguette into his mouth, causing him to shut up. While Ron was busy half choking and half eating the baguette, Lucia turned to Hermione questionably. Why do you ask all of the sudden? However, Hermione didn't answer but shrieked in disbelief. You knew about this. Lucia flinched at her tone, but composed herself quickly, asking, Kay knew about what? About the house elves being here. How can you just accept that? At how low and loud Hermione's voice was being. Lucia flinched once again, but this time in panic. She really hated being yelled at. Lucia, desperate, wheeled around to Harry, Ron, and Neville for answers as to why Hermione was being outright aggressive with her, instead being in her normal state of passive aggressiveness. Neville couldn't answer her, also puzzled. Needless to say, neither Harry nor Ron was of any help as they were too busy stuffing their faces to even answer. She tried her best not to look at Hermione's way, afraid that the unwanted tears would shed the moment she did by how piercing her gaze would be. God, does she hated being yelled at? Did she said that already? She really thought everyone knew about it. Well, they also hardly ever leave the kitchen by day, said nearly headless Nick, saving Lucia. That's the mark of a good house elf, is that you're not supposed to see them. But this seems to make the situation even more worse. Hermione stared at him. But they get paid, she said. They get holidays, don't they? And sick leave and pensions and everything? Nearly headless Nick chortled so much that his ruff slipped, and his head flopped off, dangling on the inch or so of ghostly skin and muscle that still attached it to his neck. Sick leave and pensions? He said, pushing his head back onto his shoulders and securing it once more with his ruff. House elves don't want sick leave and pensions. Hermione looked down at her hardly touched plate of food, then put her knife and fork down upon it and pushed it away from her. Oh, come on. Hermione, said Ron, accidentally spraying Harry with bits of Yorkshire pudding. Oops, sorry. Harry, he swallowed. You won't get them sick leave by starving yourself. Slave labor, said Hermione, breathing hard through her nose. That's what made this dinner. Slave labor. And those mere words were enough to make Lucia understand. It seems to her that Hermione Granger had finally learnt about wizards' unfair treatment towards house elves or even people who aren't wizards in general. But Granger, Ron's right. You're not helping them by not eating the food they fixed up so tirelessly for everyone, Granger, said Lucia quietly. It'll only waste their efforts. Hermione stared down at her plate. She had concluded her answer, and it was the opposite of what Lucia was hoping for. She refused to eat another bite. The rain was still drumming heavily against the high, dark glass. Another clap of thunder shook the windows, and the stormy ceiling flashed, illuminating the golden plates as the remains of the first course vanished and were replaced, instantly, with puddings. "Have some dessert at least," said Lucia quietly, as she tried to push a slice of treacle tart toward Hermione's way, only to be responded by a firm shook of a head from the girl. Lucia looked down sullenly. "Look," spoke up Harry after Lucia brought back the slice of tart in front of her, poking absent holes on it. Lucia glanced up at him peculiarly. "What? If you're not going to eat that, give it to me." Sparkles were practically evident in his eyes as he stared at the dessert so lovingly. Lucia couldn't help stifling a giggle. "But you've already eaten 3 plates of them," she said, quirking her head amusingly. "Are you sure you could still eat your talking rubbish?" said Harry, snatching the plate from her grasp before she could say anything more. He took a bite of the tart. "I can eat dozens more of them if I want to," he jested. "Didn't you just say that you can't eat anything anymore? My stomach will just have to suck it up because this, Lucia, is Hogwarts treacle tart. It's one of the best treacles here, no. The whole country wait. No, maybe the whole." Lucia shoved a spoonful of the tart into Harry's mouth, stopping him from further babbling about his love for the dessert. She nodded exasperatedly. Yes, you love treacle tart, it's one of the best, I know." She shook her head with a small smile curling her lips. Sure, treacle tart may be good, but it wasn't a sweet dish that she would devour every day like Harry. She much preferred those sweet courses that her mum used to make for her when she was little. An iced sweet dessert containing droplets of green rice flour jelly, coconut milk, and palm sugar syrup made its way to her mind. Damn it, now she was craving for it. Thanks to her mum's Baba Ionia origin, she was introduced to many other cuisines that were around her part of the neighborhood, such as Chinese or Malay cuisines that completely had changed her tongue all at once, and her preferences in food began to change, though her mum didn't complain about. She was pleased to know that her daughter had inherited her taste buds instead of her husband's weak one. "Shortcake, Hermione," said Ron, deliberately wafting its smell toward her. "Chocolate gatto." But Hermione gave him a look so reminiscent of Professor McGonagall that he gave up. When the puddings too had been demolished, and the last crumbs had faded off the plates, leaving them sparkling clean, Albus Dumbledore got to his feet again. The buzz of chatter filling the hall ceased at once, so that only the howling wind and pounding rain could be heard. "So," said Dumbledore, smiling around at them all, "now that we are all fed and watered." "Humph," said Hermione, "I must once more ask for your attention, while I give out a few notices." Dumbledore began droning about the usual forewarnings, like the list of objects that were forbidden inside the castle that had unsurprisingly been extended through the years to the point it had reached 437 items, which Lucia reckoned it was Fred and George's doing, and a reminder to not go into the Forbidden Forest, as well as the notice about Hogsmeade visit, when finally he said something that complete caught everyone off guard. "It is also my painful duty to inform you that the Interhouse Quidditch Cup will not take place this year." "What? Like Harry, Fred, and George?" The members of each house's Quidditch teams were astonished by this announcement. They were mouthing soundlessly at Dumbledore, apparently too appalled to speak, but Lucia couldn't help but agree with their reactions, as she felt a deep sense of disappointment sinking into her heart. Quidditch was one of the very few reasons why she still was going to Hogwarts aside the law that made it illegal for her to not attend. And although she understood why, thanks to the rumored event, the disappointment was extremely real. She was sure if the former Quidditch captain of her house, Oliver Wood, were to hear this, he would have been livid. Livider than he was when Gryffindor had lost against Hufflepuff last year. And admittedly, that did brought back a smile on her lips. Dumbledore went on. "This is due to an event that will be starting in October, and continuing throughout the school year, taking up much of the teacher's time and energy, but I am sure you will all enjoy it immensely. I have great pleasure in announcing that this year at Hogwarts." But at that moment, there was a deafening rumble of thunder and the doors of the great hall banged open. A man stood in the doorway, leaning upon a long staff, shrouded in a black traveling cloak. Every head in the great hall swiveled toward the stranger, suddenly brightly illuminated by a fork of lightning that flashed across the ceiling. He lowered his hood, shook out a long mane of grizzled, dark gray hair, then began to walk up toward the teacher's table. A dull clunk echoed through the hall on his every other step. He reached the end of the top table, turned right, and limped heavily toward Dumbledore. Another flash of lightning crossed the ceiling. Lucia's eyes widened, stunned. She had only seen photos of him from the Daily Prophet, but never had she thought that she would meet him in person. It was the Alastair Moody, or also known as Mad-Eye Moody. The former Auror reached Dumbledore. He stretched out a hand that was as badly scarred as his face, and Dumbledore shook it, muttering words that Lucia could not hear. He seemed to be making some inquiry of the stranger, who shook his head unsmilingly and replied in an undertone. Dumbledore nodded and gestured the man to the empty seat on his right-hand side. He sat down, shook his mane of dark gray hair out of his face, pulled a plate of sausages toward him, raised it to what's left of his nose and sniffed it. He then took a small knife out of his pocket, speared a sausage on the end of it, and began to eat. His normal eye was fixed upon the sausages, but the blue eye was still darting restlessly around in its socket, taking in the hall and the students. "May I introduce our new defense against the dark arts teacher?" said Dumbledore brightly into the silence. Professor Moody. It was usual for unfamiliar staff members to be greeted with applause, but none of the staff or students clapped except Dumbledore and Hagrid, who both put their hands together and applauded, but the sound echoed dismally into the silence, and they stopped quickly. Everyone else seemed too transfixed by Moody's bizarre appearance to do more than stare at him. "Moody?" Harry muttered. "Mad-Eye Moody? The one your dad went to help this morning?" "Must be," said Ron in a low, awed voice. "What happened to him?" Hermione whispered. "What happened to his face?" "Dunno," Ron whispered back, watching Moody with fascination. Lucia's eyes narrowed at the man. Goosebumps animated through her body. "What do you think, Neville? Dark magic?" "I reckon," said Neville to her. "It's not like being an Auror is a job you would get out unscathed." Before he added, "I would know." She snapped her head to face Neville, a pitiful look present on her face. She knew of what happened to Neville's parents, and she understood why he never wanted to talk about it. Looking down to the peony locket on her chest, Lucia pursed her lips. She knew the feeling all too well. Moody seemed indifferent to his less-than-warm welcome. Ignoring the jug of pumpkin juice in front of him, he reached again into his traveling cloak, pulled out a hip flask, and took a long draught from it. As he lifted his arm to drink, his cloak was pulled a few inches from the ground. Below the table, several inches of carved wooden leg, ending in a clawed foot. Dumbledore cleared his throat. "As I was saying," he said, smiling at the sea of students before him, all of whom were still gazing transfixed at Mad-Eye Moody, "we are to have the honor of hosting a very exciting event over the coming months, an event that has not been held for over a century. It is my very great pleasure to inform you that the Triwizard Tournament will be taking place at Hogwarts this year." "You're joking," said Fred Weasley loudly. The tension that had filled the hall ever since Moody's arrival suddenly broke. Nearly everyone laughed, and Dumbledore chuckled appreciatively. "I am not joking, Mr. Weasley," he said, "though now that you mention it, I did hear an excellent one over the summer about a troll, a hag, and a leprechaun who all go into a bar." Professor McGonagall cleared her throat loudly. But maybe this is not the time." "No," said Dumbledore. "Ah," pouted Lucia. "I wanted to hear that joke." Harry grinned. A joke coming from Dumbledore would be more about socks than the literal joke itself. You're not wrong, but you have to admit that sock jokes aren't all that terrible," she said. Sure," he said, "sock jokes aren't all that terrible, see." "If you are an old man, Lucia," snorted Harry. Lucia heaved out a sigh. "I spoke too soon." The two exchanged knowing looks before breathing out a small laugh. "Where was I?" Yes, the Triwizard Tournament." "Well, some of you will not know what this tournament involves, so I hope those who do know will forgive me for giving a short explanation and allow their attention to wander freely. The Triwizard Tournament was first established some 700 years ago as a friendly competition between the three largest European schools of wizardry: Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. A champion was selected to represent each school, and the three champions competed in 3 magical tasks. The schools took it in turns to host the tournament once every 5 years, and it was generally agreed to be a most excellent way of establishing ties between young witches and wizards of different nationalities until, that is, the death toll mounted so high that the tournament was discontinued. I am sorry, but did he just say death toll? The two girls shared alarmed expressions. But their anxiety did not seem to be shared by most students in the hall. Many of them were whispering excitedly to one another, completely disregarding what he had just said. There have been several attempts over the centuries to reinstate the tournament, Dumbledore continued, none of which has been very successful. However, our own departments of international magical cooperation and magical games and sports have decided the time is ripe for another attempt. We have worked hard over the summer to ensure that this time, no champion will find himself or herself in mortal danger. The heads of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving with their shortlisted contenders in October, and the selection of the 3 champions will take place at Halloween. An impartial judge will decide which students are most worthy to compete for the Triwizard Cup, the glory of their school, and 1,000 galleons personal prize money. I'm going for it, Fred Weasley hissed down the table, his face lit with enthusiasm at the prospect of such glory and riches. He was not the only person who seemed to be visualizing himself as the Hogwarts champion. At every house table, people were either gazing raptly at Dumbledore, or else whispering fervently to their neighbors. But then Dumbledore spoke again, and the hall quieted once more. Eager though I know all of you will be to bring the Triwizard Cup to Hogwarts, he said, the heads of the participating schools, along with the Ministry of Magic, have agreed to impose an age restriction on contenders this year. Only students who are of age, that is to say, 17 years or older, will be allowed to put forward their names for consideration. This Dumbledore raised his voice slightly, for several people had made noises of outrage at these words, and the Weasley twins were suddenly looking furious as a measure we feel is necessary. Given that the tournament tasks will still be difficult and dangerous whatever precautions we take, and it is highly unlikely that students below 6th and 7th year will be able to cope with them. I will personally be ensuring that no underage student hoodwinks our impartial judge into making them Hogwarts champion. His light blue eyes twinkled as they flickered over Fred's and George's mutinous faces. I therefore beg you not to waste your time submitting yourself if you are under 17. Lucia and Hermione shared a look of relief. Oh, thank goodness, said Lucia, shoulders slumping as though the tension that were on her shoulders previously were gone. I would have thought the ministry had finally lost their marbles. It doesn't really help still, said Hermione disapprovingly. Unfortunately, Hermione was right. It wasn't going to change the fact that the participators of the tournament would be students and no full-fledged adults. And its history did not help its case. The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving in October and remaining with us for the greater part of this year. I know that you will all extend every courtesy to our foreign guests while they are with us, and will give your wholehearted support to the Hogwarts champion when he or she is selected. And now, it is late, and I know how important it is to you all to be alert and rested as you enter your lessons tomorrow morning. Bedtime. Chop chop. Dumbledore sat down again and turned to talk to Mad-Eye Moody. There was a great scraping and banging as all the students got to their feet and swarmed toward the double doors into the entrance hall. They can't do that, said George Weasley, who had not joined the crowd moving toward the door but was standing up and glaring at Dumbledore. We're 17 in April, why can't we have a shot? They're not stopping me entering, said Fred stubbornly, also scowling at the top table. The champions'll get to do all sorts of stuff you'd never be allowed to do normally. And 1,000 galleons prize money. Yeah, said Ron, a faraway look on his face. Yeah, 1,000 galleons. Sounds a wee bit too dangerous, don't you think? Said Lucia anxiously. Come on, said Hermione. We'll be the only ones left here if you don't move. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Lucia, Fred, and George set off for the entrance hall, Fred and George debating the ways in which Dumbledore might stop those who were under 17 from entering the tournament. Who's this impartial judge who's going to decide who the champions are? Said Harry. Dunno, said Fred, but it's them we'll have to fool. I reckon a couple of drops of aging potion might do it, George. Dumbledore knows you're not of age, though, said Ron. Yeah, but he's not the one who decides who the champion is he? Said Fred shrewdly. Sounds to me like once this judge knows who wants to enter, he'll choose the best from each school and never mind how old they are. Dumbledore's trying to stop us giving our names. People have died, though, said Hermione in a worried voice as they walked through a door concealed behind a tapestry and started up another, narrower staircase. Yeah, said Fred airily, but that was years ago, wasn't it? Anyway, where's the fun without a bit of risk? How about it, Lucia? Lucia blinked absent-mindedly and quirked her head to the side. Well, no? She said hesitantly. I think I would rather have myself try out for the Quidditch team and play against Slytherin than sabotaging my literal life. And she didn't think she could handle all the stress that came with the tournament, especially since she had other things to prioritize. Hey Ron, what if we find out how to get round Dumbledore? Fancy entering? What you reckon? Ron asked Harry. Be cool to enter, wouldn't it? But I suppose they might want someone older. To know if we've learned enough. I definitely haven't, came Neville's gloomy voice from behind Fred and George. I expect my grand want me to try, though. She's always going on about how I should be upholding the family honor. I'll just have to oops. Neville's foot had sunk right through a step halfway up the staircase. There were many of these trick stairs at Hogwarts. It was second nature to most of the older students to jump this particular step, but Neville's memory was notoriously poor. Harry and Ron seized him under the armpits and pulled him out, while a suit of armor at the top of the stairs creaked and clanked, laughing wheezily. Shut it, you, said Ron, banging down its visor as they passed. They made their way up to the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, which was concealed behind a large portrait of a fat lady in a pink silk dress. Password? Balderdash, said George. A prefect downstairs told me. The portrait swung forward to reveal a hole in the wall through which they all climbed. A crackling fire warmed the circular common room, which was full of squashy armchairs and tables. Hermione cast the merrily dancing flames a dark look, and muttered slave labor, before bidding them good night and disappearing through the doorway to the girls' dormitory with Lucia following suit. Bidding good night to them, she entered the said dormitory, the fourth year's dormitory door wide open, and when she took a step in, she heaved in the familiar and cozy sight that she had missed. All her dorm mates, including Hermione, were at their respected bed, either talking or stowing away their belongings. She walked, beelining to her four-poster, scarlet-covered bed that was placed right in front of the door, center of all of the beds. At once, she flopped on it, sighing. Welcome home, the sky is blue, there is a breeze from the sea too. August slipped away like a bottle of wine. 'Cause you were never mind. Waking up the following morning was extremely dreadful for Lucia as she got herself ready for the very first day of school. Though she loved Hogwarts she mostly enjoyed the homey part of the school, not the literal school itself where she would have to put efforts in her academics. But, she thought, at least the weather seems pretty fitting for the first day of school. The storm from last night finally blow itself out. Both a bummer and a yay, she guessed. If they so happen to have herbology today, she'd rather go there when there's no storm in sight. Tying the last knot of her scarlet bow after having it fasten around her hair that she'd pulled into a ponytail, Lucia looked at her reflection in boredom, shoulders slump, sulking of the fact that she now must work the gears in her brain after a few months of break. Another year, here we go. She was already dreading how this year will pass. While eating breakfast, something caught her attention suddenly. The bewitched sky ceiling above her was gloomy. Heavy clouds and pewter gray swirled overhead, as if warning them about the unsure weather they have. But she shrugged, couldn't care less about it anymore as she ladled porridge into her bowl and sprinkled some bacon bits on top of it aimlessly when out of nowhere, she felt a presence beside her. She glanced up in confusion, thinking it would be Neville, but that couldn't be the case since she was certain she had just seen him sitting with Seamus and Dean not long ago and the end of the longhouse table. Nev morning, Lucia. Lucia's eyes widened as her eyes locked with ones of ethereal emeralds. Merlin Sage Balsax.
Ashari.
Morning to you too, she said quickly, smiling. Deep within, she was panicking. Not only was Harry sitting beside her, but Ron and Hermione too had slipped into the seats across from her. This never happened before. What the hell was going on? You're up early, said Ron unfocusedly, reaching to stuff food onto his plate. Ah well, she always wakes up earlier than the others, said Hermione simply. How would you know that, Hermione? Said Ron with an accusatory tone. What do you mean, how? I've been living with her in the same dorm for 4 years now, Hermione said in disbelief. Ron put a finger up, as though protesting, but soon retracted as he finally realized how ridiculous he might sound trying to argue against a fact. Lucia couldn't help but muster a small chuckle at this, while Harry looked at his best friends with bewildered amusement as the pair began to bicker. Lucia leaned on the palm of her hand, watching the three's interaction. A pang of jealousy made its way to her heart, but she quickly shrugged it away. She told herself, "You mustn't think that way." She quickly turned her gaze away and saw at her right. A few seats along were Ron's 2 older brothers, Fred and George, and their friend Lee Jordan rambunctiously discussing magical methods of aging themselves and bluffing their way into the Triwizard Tournament. And then not far from them she saw Dean, Seamus, and Neville. Trios. Somehow, she was reminded of how truly pitiful her social life was. Today's not bad. Outside all morning, Lucia broke away from her thoughts when she heard Ron, who was running his finger down his schedule, say, "Herbology with the Hufflepuffs and care of magical creatures." "Damn it, we're still with the Slytherins." Lucia immediately snapped her eyes at her care for magical creatures lesson on the schedule, and her shoulders slumped in dismay. He wasn't wrong. They would be having one of her favorite subjects with Slytherins. And where there are Slytherins, there would always be Malfoy. Double divination this afternoon, Harry groaned, looking down. She couldn't blame him for dreading of the mere talk of the subject, especially when all he had gone through since last year was the prediction of his death that, soon, turned out to be false. Though Lucia wasn't going to criticize the seer's skills, because she couldn't help but feel slightly anxious. Sure, Harry's death seems faulty, but at the same time, Professor Trelawney never really did specify when his death was. And that's scary, especially since he'd been her classmate the moment they stepped foot into this castle together. "You should have given it up like me, shouldn't you?" said Hermione briskly, buttering herself some toast. "Then you'd be doing something sensible like arithmancy." "You're eating again, I notice," said Ron, watching Hermione adding liberal amounts of jam to her toast too. "I've decided there are better ways of making a stand about elf rights," said Hermione haughtily. "Yeah. And you were hungry," said Ron, grinning. Then there was a sudden rustling noise above them. 100 owls came soaring through the open windows, carrying the morning mail. The owls circled the tables, looking for the people to whom their letters and packages were addressed. A large tawny owl soared down to Neville and deposited a parcel into his lap. Neville almost always forgot to pack something. On the other side of the hall, Draco Malfoy's eagle owl had landed on his shoulder, carrying what looked like his usual supply of sweets and cakes from home. Then, unexpectedly, 2 owls came swooping by her and dropped 2 packages. One landed on her lap and the other into her water-filled goblet, spilling it onto the table. Bloody Bird just dropped it out of nowhere. Ron gasped. "You said that like that never happened before," said Hermione exasperatedly. Harry, who was searching through the sea of owls in the sky hopefully, side-glanced to Lucia and saw her eyes staring at the small packages with conflict ion in her eyes. He contemplated whether to tear his eyes away from searching for Hedwig or not. "What's wrong?" he asked after concluding his decision. It's just that I wasn't expecting from anyone," breathed Lucia. There was a look that crossed her face that Harry couldn't quite decipher. "Much less two." "What do you mean?" "Come off it. Surely you were expecting some," Ron asked. Frankly, Lucia thought of herself as a big ball of anxiety, so her next action surprised her quite a bit as she reached her hand out instantly for the small package. No hesitance detected. She unwrapped the brown wrapper. "You see, I don't get along with a lot of people back home." She caught herself as a small thought her mind. Were they really her home? She shook her head from the thought. "I don't really get along with most of my family, so I don't see how anyone would care to send me anything," said Lucia. It was the truth, and lying about it just seems baseless. Well, to her it was nothing. "Don't say that I'm sure they care," said Hermione, frowning at this statement. "You say that, but you've never met them," said Lucia simply. "And I doubt that any one of them would use owl delivery, so what is it?" Harry immediately asks, concerned. "It's from my adopted brother." Although she did told Hugo that he could write to her, she didn't expect him to actually do it. She wondered how he was able to. "See," said Ron, grinning. I told you so, you told her nothing, remarked Hermione, tuning out the voices around her. Lucia unlatched the card that was stuck on the package and began reading it privately to herself. Dear Lucia, have you been? I hope this gets to you because it would be embarrassing if it doesn't. But the owl seems to know what to do, which made me question whether every owl knows what to do when a package is handed to them. That world of yours is really strange that way, you know? Anyway, Mum has been nothing but annoying since you left, saying that since you're off to your freak school, I have to now exceed their expectation when it comes to studying. It is nothing out of the usual, of course, but still is annoying. But God does Damien keep on fueling the fire, and I won't be surprised when you come back that she's going to be extra hard on you. That brat really needs a good beating. By the way, speaking of beating, Leon didn't try anything funny on the way to the station, did he? If he did, don't be shy and tell me because I can deal with him just fine. You're probably wondering, what in the bloody hell is in that box? Well, I have a surprise for you. I went through your room. Ron choked on his breakfast. Hermione yelped shrilly. Harry lurched forward his fork, causing his sausage to fall off his plate and onto the floor. All three were startled by her volume of voice that so rarely come out. They had to admit Lucia yelling was never a reality at school, for there were never reasons for her to yell in the first place. Lucia, however, oblivious to her surroundings, only focused on the letter in her hand as her eyes began twitching in irritation, glaring at Hugo's handwriting.
Say.
You were cursing at me, weren't you? You were cursing at me because I snooped into your room, weren't you? Well, suck it because I don't care. You're gonna thank me by the end of this. If it weren't for me, your plan for the year would not be as nice as you planned. Irritation, agitation, or whatever. Those words were an understatement as to what Lucia was feeling for her older brother, and she swore she was going to get back at him when this term finally comes to an end. Lucia turned her gaze to the small package that Hugo sent and began untying the knot. What lies within immediately surprised her. How could she forget this, out of all things? Is that a toy? Bunny? Ron said through stifles of laughter, as he peered on the box. Yeah. And what of it, gingerbread? Lucia cocked a brow at the red-headed Gryffindor, causing his laughter to disappear into glare her way. Ron. See it as a punishment for being nosy, gingersnaps, retorted Lucia, as she took out her toy bunny from the box. It was a small, yet fluffy black bunny with a little bow tie on its ears. She knew she was forgetting something last night, but never she imagined it would be Mr. Bao, her stuffed animal that she had since she was just a wee baby. I hate you. Do you know that? Scoffed Ron. Weren't you the one that saved me from falling off the astronomy tower in first year? That doesn't sound like an act of hatred, said Lucia airily. Yet there was a snarky tone that laced her words. To Ron it was as if she was mocking him. I should have thrown you off that tower when given the chance, he mumbled, pointing his finger at her challengingly. She patted his cheeks. Sure, Weasley. Whatever you say, she said, before turning her attention back to the letter at hand. So, did it calm your anger toward me? It better, or else it was a waste for me to send that to you when you're just going to be angry with me when you come back. Before I sign off and must take care of Claire, be sure to always eat enough and don't forget to study as much as you can and forget about practicing like Mum said, because her words are getting pretty senile these days. Oh, also, if you ever fancy someone, you better tell me immediately so I can rub it on Leon's face and so that I can maybe meet them. And before I forget, make sure to stay healthy and keep Mr. Bao safe and don't lose him like yesterday. Love, your big brother, Hugo. Lucia folded the card and swiftly deposited it into her school bag. She breathed out a sigh as a small smile made its way to her lips, feeling fuzzy all over. It's nice, she thought, getting letters from home. She didn't think it would be nice, but it was. Perhaps it was due to it being a reminder that she did have some people waiting for her back home, and that she wasn't entirely alone as she thought she was. She hoped to receive more soon. Lucia stared at Mr. Bao for a moment before stowing it away into her school bag too. You're lucky I'm forgiving. Seems like that ended nicely, said Hermione, noticing the bright smile Lucia had on her face. Oh, yeah, nodded Lucia awkwardly. It did. I hope I'll get more someday. Course you would, assured Ron. You think? Said Lucia. Yeah, I don't doubt it, said Harry, feeling the instant change of atmosphere in the surroundings from dread to jubilation. Your brother looks like a pretty talkative person. Like you, well, in writing, yeah. But whenever he talks, you barely get anything from him, said Lucia. But I guess that's the charming part of him. She paused for a moment before turning to them. You know, I usually don't enjoy coming back home for the summer, but whenever I remember that him and his friend would be there, they make up for it. Harry and Hermione exchanged smiles with one another. It was such a nice moment they were sharing. However, Ron, seemingly curious about the other package, broke the calm atmosphere. That's nice and all, he said, but what's in that? He pointed at the other package that she have yet to check. Lucia turned her gaze to the box and tilted her head peculiarly. I don't know. Well, what are you waiting for? I'm dying to know what's in it, Ron. Hermione hissed, pinching him. Ouch! Hermione, winced Ron. What's that for? You got that coming, mate, said Harry, sighing exasperatedly at his best friends. No, I didn't. Lucia stifled a giggle at this, as she shook her head. Harry glanced at her. The strings of his heart was tugged by such a simple, yet melodious sound. It's fine, she assured quietly, moving the box near her. I'm dying to know what's in it too. It's not from Hugo? Harry asked after checking the previous box that was sent to her. She shook her head. He didn't imply anything about another package, so it's from someone else. The thing is, who? Lucia gradually felt alarm. It's not like his friend knows that I'm a witch. So, her words stopped suddenly, causing the other three to look at her, alarmed. What's wrong? What's in it? Harry asked at once. Wary, it's just Muggle sweets, said Lucia, perplexed. Sweets? Ron perked. Yes. Lucia took out a couple of chocolate bars out onto the table before she gasped. They even sent Ferrero Rochers. She showed the 4 small chocolate balls, wrapped in gold foil. Whoever sent it to you must have been rich, said Harry, picking up a chocolate into his hand. Although he preferred Mars bars, he was quite aware of Ferrero Rocher and their notorious price. Ferrero, huh? Ron looked at the others, puzzled. This fancy chocolate, said Hermione. What's so different between a normal chocolate and a fancy chocolate? He asked, taking the chocolate ball from Harry and examined it in his hands. Kind of reminds me of the snitch, does it? Hummed Lucia. Well, I guess so. But these chocolates just taste normal, only when you eat it, it gives you a different feeling. What kind of feeling exactly? Ron cocked a brow her way, and then she spoke simply. Like you're rich. Rich? Does not mean it'll make you one, Ronald. Hermione at once said when Ron began to fondle with the chocolate balls. I don't know what there's a card in there, said Harry, pointing inside the box. Lucia reached for it and read it, though with slight difficulty from the messiness of the scripture. Dear whoever that receives this, I hope you have a much better day than yesterday. Hope this will cheer you up. P.S. They aren't poisonous. I just thought you would want it, especially after Nevermind. Signed, Lion of Peace. Lion of what? That's such a stupid name, said Harry bluntly. That's mean, said Lucia amusingly. It's the truth. It sounds a bit dodgy to me, commented Hermione. Dodgy? More like straight up creepy, said Ron. Are you sure that Hugo guy didn't send you another package? Harry asked, furrowing his eyes in worry. I'm confident he didn't, mumbled Lucia. Her heart began to beat rapidly against her chest as she thought about the card attached to the package again and again. Who would send this to her? Read again, look. I know him well enough to know that he's too much of cheapskate to buy unnecessary expensive chocolate for me, exclaimed Lucia, jittery all of the sudden. If it was really him, he would have bought those chocolate for himself, not for others. She studied the card over and over again, and plus, I'm certain that this isn't one of his handwritings. He's too much of a perfectionist to be this messy. This is weird. How do they even know you were sad yesterday? Harry thought deeply. Lucia eyed Harry oddly. How did he know I was? Was I that obvious? That's why it's creepy. No one should have known I was sad yesterday unless they're really good at reading faces. About the handwriting. What? She wheeled her head firmly to look at him. What'd you have to say? I was just thinking that maybe you just don't remember your brother's handwriting? Lucia sent him a deadpanning look. Geez, my memory isn't that bad. she scoffed. Harry put his hands up in defense. I wasn't saying that it is, but you did imply it, did you not? She said with a subtle roll of her eyes. The corners of her lips threatened to twitch. Harry slightly smiles at this, noticing the little action that she was trying so hard to not make it known. Lucia shook her head, clearing her throat when she realized that Ron and Hermione were looking their way with peculiar gazes. Anyway, this is definitely weird. Am I being stalked? Who would want to stalk you? Ron scrunched his face. Dunno. You don't think they're here in school, right? Impossible, said Hermione at once, noticing the panic expression on her dorm mate's face. The owl looks like it's been flying for hours and hours and hours. I get the point, thanks, said Lucia, unintentionally sardonic with her. She was panicking, for this had never happened before, and the thought she could be stalked was somewhat terrifying to her. She then gathered the sweets around, pondering over the though of the possibilities of her getting stalked. Why would anyone want to even stalk someone as boring as her? Didn't make any sense. Are you going to throw the sweets away then? Said Harry, curious. He was surprised to see a look of incredulity that crossed her face as she looked at him. Throw away the sweets? You've got to be kidding me? Said Lucia. Aren't you scared that it could be poisonous? Said Hermione briskly. Free sweets are free sweets, Granger. It's not like they could kidnap me right now, so why not just accept the gesture? You're saying that like you're going to be kidnapped one day, said Harry warily. Lucia shrugged, unwrapping the Ferrero Rocher chocolate eagerly. Who knows? She plopped the chocolate into her mouth, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione awaited momentarily for anything weird to happen to her. But nothing. See? She mused. I'm perfectly fine if you say so, said Ron. Here. She pushed the pile of sweets to the center. It's not poison, so you guys can take how many you want. Really? Gleamed Ron. It was clear to Lucia that he never had his share of Muggle sweets, and she smiled. Course. Go ahead. Are you sure? Harry asked, hesitant. Yeah, I don't eat sweets as much, so I don't mind, said Lucia reassuringly. And if you guys take it, it'll keep my mind at ease a bit from what? Hermione glanced at her, carefully picking through the sweets while Ron took majority of the pile. She hummed. There was a distant look in her eyes as she looked down back at the card. She then beamed up at them. Dunno? I question our bond sometimes, said Hermione. I didn't know we had one in the first place, said Lucia airily. As Hermione looked at her with a look of shock, Ron let out a very coherent snort. He wasn't even trying to hide the fact that he was entertained by this scene. Hermione casted him a glare, but even then, he just offered her a cheeky grin. Harry, however, seemingly in a daze as he turned his gaze back upwards. As they continued with their breakfast, Lucia's eyes drifted around the great hall, hoping to give anyone some of the leftover sweets to Neville or some others when they laid rest on a particular tousle-haired boy beside her momentarily. There was a faint look of disappointment on his face as he played with his breakfast. She leaned her head to the side, studying him a bit. Was he waiting for his owl? She remembered Hedwig, the beautiful snowy owl, because of her gracefulness when soaring through the sky. That and the fact that the said owl reminded her much of winter. Hedwig's Harry's owl, from what she remembered, and certainly the only snowy owl in Hogwarts. She glanced up at the owls that soared through the sky, and there was no sign of the beautiful snowy white owl. She looked back at Harry and her heart pitied him as she watched him staring down at his breakfast, eyes quivering slightly. He was probably feeling worried for his animal companion. She knew if she was in his place, she would be worry-sick. Hey, Harry, she whispered quietly. Her voice broke him away from his thoughts. Huh? Want some Mars bars? What? Mars bars? Said Lucia with a small smile to him, causing his heart to shook as he looked at her. I noticed that Ron and Granger already took their share of sweets, but you haven't. I insist, she said adamantly. I really don't mind, so please, take it. Harry gazed at the Mars bars on her hand and hesitantly he accepted the offer. He thought he will regret it, but instead his heart pounded against his chest rapidly as a bright smile appeared on Lucia's plump lips, and the sight before him, it brought a feeling that he didn't know what but craved to feel more of it. He quickly looked away to the chocolate bar in his hands. Perhaps it wasn't that smile that felt as though it could light up a whole abyss of darkness, but the coincidence that she so happens to have given him his favorite Muggle sweets to make him feel better without knowing it. The thought almost made him forget about Sirius and Hedwig. Almost. Even with the Mars bars hidden inside the pocket of his school robes. His preoccupation lasted all the way across the sodden vegetable patch until they arrived in Greenhouse 3. But here he was distracted by Professor Sprout showing the class the ugliest plants Harry had ever seen. Indeed, they looked less like plants than thick, black, giant slugs, protruding vertically out of the soil. Each was squirming slightly and had a number of large, shiny swellings upon it, which appeared to be full of liquid. Lucia's face went green at the sight. She could manage playing with dirt, the appearance of a terrible potion mixtures and the most horrendous magical creatures, but no way in hell could she manage those. "You don't look so good, Lucia," said Lavender Brown, concerned all of the sudden for the girl that stood in front of her in a swaying motion, as though she could fall at any moment. She laughed nervously. "No, no," said Lucia unconvincingly as her voice cracked mid-sentence. "I'm fine. I've dealt with much worse matters, you say that. But you look like you're about to puke," said Parvati Patil, giggling. "I'm fine," said Lucia. Lavender frowned at her. "Not all that convinced, are you sure? You know I can ask for you to excuse." Her words were cut off by the sound of an attempted barf. Lavender and Parvati winced at the sound. Lucia recoiled. "Everything's all right, Lavender, Parvati," she said, smiling with a pale face. "Fine." No, she wasn't. Lucia wanted so much to puke right there and there as she reverted her attention to Professor Sprout, who was ecstatically showing the plants. All she felt as Professor Sprout gushed her plants was the feeling of her breakfast slowly coming back out from her throat. They looked nothing like plants, rather thick, black slugs, protruding vertically out of the soil. Each was squirming slightly and had a number of large, shiny swellings upon it, which appeared to be full of liquid. "Bubotubers," Professor Sprout told them briskly. "They need squeezing. You will collect the pus." "The what?" said Seamus Finnegan, sounding revolted. "Pus, Finnegan, pus," said Professor Sprout, "and it's extremely valuable, so don't waste it. You will collect the pus, I say, in these bottles. Wear your dragonhide gloves. It can do funny things to the skin when undiluted, bubotuber pus." It was then Lucia knew that she could never fit the life of a magical botanist. She was fine with being a normal botanist in the near future, but she didn't think she could come anywhere near magical plants. She'd rather be trapped with a bunch of deadly dragons than to squeeze the bobbytubers for the pus like she was doing right now with great revolt. Lucia squeezed her eyes shut, grimacing at the mere feeling of stickiness. Even with the glove being the barrier between her skin and the pus, she could still sense the revoltingness of it. As much as she loved herbology, she thought that going through every second of this felt hellish to her and made her wanted to vomit, which was ironic as she had dealt with many more disgusting things before. Somehow this just takes the cake. She took another quick peek, and that was enough for her to simply barf on the floor. Of course, she refrained herself from doing that, but her stomach was very tempted at that moment. She squeezed it before she heard it plopped out, making a both disgusting, yet satisfying sound. A large amount of thick yellowish-green liquid burst forth, which smelled strongly of petrol. They caught it in the bottles as Professor Sprout had showed, and by the end of the lesson had collected several pints. "This'll keep Madame Pomfrey happy," said Professor Sprout, stoppering the last bottle with a cork. "An excellent remedy for the more stubborn forms of acne, bubotuber pus. Should stop students resorting to desperate measures to rid themselves of pimples. Like poor Eloise Midgen," said Hannah Abbott, a Hufflepuff, in a hushed voice. She tried to curse hers off. Lucia frowned pitifully for the girl. "Silly girl," said Professor Sprout, shaking her head. But Madame Pomfrey fixed her nose back on in the end. A booming bell echoed from the castle across the wet grounds, signaling the end of the lesson, and the class separated. The Hufflepuffs climbing the stone steps for Transfiguration, and the Gryffindors heading in the other direction, down the sloping lawn toward Hagrid's small wooden cabin, which stood on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid was standing outside his hut, one hand on the collar of his enormous black boarhound, Fong. There were several open wooden crates on the ground at his feet, and Fong was whimpering and straining at his collar, apparently keen to investigate the contents more closely. As they drew nearer, an odd rattling noise reached their ears, punctuated by what sounded like minor explosions. "Mornin'," Hagrid greeted the group of Gryffindors. "Good morning, Hagrid," chirped Lucia serenely, before cooing to Fong and petting him. "How've you been, sweet boy? Good, I hope." Although trying to keep his attention with his best friends, he couldn't help but look at the jet black-haired girl as she began to play around with Fong, a smile gradually creeping its way up to his lips, but just before his smile reached his ears, he swiftly caught himself and looked down to the ground. "Stop it, Harry." He had to tell himself that. "You're acting creepy." After Lucia had her fun with Fong, Hagrid then said, "Beer wait fair the Slytherins. They want to miss this blast-ended scruts." "Come again?" said Ron. Hagrid pointed down into the crates. "Urk," squealed Lavender, jumping backward. By Lavender's words, it indeed sums what blast-ended scruts looks like. They looked like deformed, shell-less lobsters, horribly pale and slimy-looking, with legs sticking out in very odd places and no visible heads. There were about 100 of them in each crate, each about 6 inches long, crawling over one another, bumping blindly into the sides of the boxes. They were giving off a very powerful smell of rotting fish. Every now and then, sparks would fly out of the end of a scrut, and with a small phut it would be propelled forward several inches. "Ani just hatched," said Hagrid proudly. "So you'll be able to raise 'em yourselves. Thought we'd make a bit of a project of it." "And why would we want to raise them?" said a cold voice. The Slytherins had arrived. The speaker was Draco Malfoy. Crabbe and Goyle were chuckling appreciatively at his words. Hagrid looked stumped at the question. "I mean, what do they do?" asked Malfoy. "What is the point of them?" As much as she resented Malfoy, he did raise a pretty good question. What exact are they even good for? Hagrid opened his mouth, apparently thinking hard. There was a few seconds pause. Then he said roughly, "This next lesson, Malfoy.
Year jus feeging in today."
Now, you'll want to try 'em on a few different things I've never had 'em before. Not sure what they'll go fair. I got ant eggs and frog livers and a bit of grass snake, just try 'em out with a bit of each. First Puss and now this, muttered Seamus. "Well, I'm sure they are much nicer than they look. And sounds like," said Lucia hesitantly, inching forward the crate. "But you have to admit they look pretty good as house guards." "How on earth will they look good as house guards?" Malfoy said sarcastically. "Their appearance," Lucia said matter-of-factly, narrowing her eyes at him. "Yes, well, that's clear to see, isn't it?" Harry muttered under his breath. "A bit on the ugly side, though." "How rude of you, Harry," said Lucia. Harry jolted in startlement. He didn't think she would hear him. However, he saw a ghost of an amused smile behind that scowl of hers, and that somewhat made himself proud. "What am I supposed to do then?" Harry snorted. "Lie? I guess lying wouldn't be much beneficial since they are pretty ugly." "How rude," he mimicked her, and she replied with a small smile that made his stomach do full flip at the sight of it. It was churning and swirling as though there were a tornado in his stomach, yet in a good way. He was beginning to think there was a problem with himself at the many times it happened. She whirled around and peered into crate curiously. "I wonder what else they could do. Probably shoot some ghastly what are you doing?" Parvati shrieked, as Lucia went to pick up squelchy handfuls of frog liver. Wincing while holding the liver, the now green Lucia said, "Tea to examine, of course." She grimaces at the touch of the slimy liver, before she quickly lowers them into the crate to tempt the blast-ended scruts. The rest of the anxious class and a very happy Hagrid watched. It isn't as bad it looks like, I promise," she struggled. "It is so as bad as it looks like," mumbled Ron, and Harry and Hermione nodded in agreement. The rest of class followed suit. However, they could not suppress the suspicion that the whole thing was rather pointless, because the scruts didn't seem to have mouths. "Ouch!" yelled Dean Thomas after about 10 minutes. "It got me." Hagrid hurried over to him, looking anxious. "Why does he look anxious?" pointed Lucia, panicking. "He's really anxious." The three of them didn't answer, focusing on the scene. "Its end exploded," said Dean angrily, showing Hagrid a burn on his hand. Yeah, that can happen when they blast off, said Hagrid, nodding. That explains the name. Erg, said Lavender again. Erg. Hagrid, what's that pointy thing on it? Ah, some of them have got stings, said Hagrid enthusiastically. Lavender quickly withdrew her hand from the box. I reckon they're the males. The females got sorta sucker things on their bellies. I think they might be ter suck blood. Suck blood, shrieked Lucia. Well, I can certainly see why we're trying to keep them alive, said Malfoy sarcastically. Who wouldn't want pets that can burn, sting, and bite all at once? Just because they're not very pretty, it doesn't mean they're not useful, Hermione snapped. Dragon blood's amazingly magical, but you wouldn't want a dragon for a pet. Would you? Lucia raised a brow. That would actually be an interesting pet. Well, at least the Scroots are small, said Ron as they made their way back up to the castle for lunch an hour later. They are now, said Hermione in an exasperated voice, but once Hagrid's found out what they eat, I expect they'll be 6 feet long. Well, that won't matter if they turn out to cure seasickness or something, will it? Said Ron, grinning slyly at her. You know perfectly well I only said that to shut Malfoy up, said Hermione. As a matter of fact, I think he's right. The best thing to do would be to stamp on the lot of them before they start attacking us all. I know they bicker a lot and all, but do they really always bicker like this? Lucia asked, not minding the fact that she was being pulled with the other 3 by Harry. Oh yeah, said Harry, nodding. Only this isn't much of a bicker. If this wasn't a bicker to them, then she couldn't imagine when it's real. Would it be worst? She didn't think she could last. They sat down at the Gryffindor table and helped themselves to lamb chops and potatoes. Hermione began to eat so fast that Harry and Ron stared at her with incredulity, while had a gaze of concern, like she could choke at any moment. Is this the new stand on elf rights? Said Ron. You're gonna make yourself puke instead? No, said Hermione, with as much dignity as she could muster with her mouth bulging with sprouts. I just want to get to the library. What? Said Ron in disbelief. Hermione, it's the first day back. We haven't even got homework yet. Hermione shrugged and continued to shovel down her food as though she had not eaten for days. Then she leapt to her feet, said, "See you at dinner," and left at high speed. She seems excited. Excited? That's Hermione's normal form, said Ron. Careful what you say, Ron. You don't want her to hear you, said Harry. What happens if she does? Then that'll be a bad night for me, Harry stated. Last time she overheard Ron say something. Well, let's just say Ron's head was never the same, he said, rubbing Ron's head. Ron sighed, shoving a forkful of potatoes in my mouth. That booty book. There, said Harry, patting his best friend's back rhythmically. Here, some more potatoes. Ron laid his head on Harry's shoulder. Twanks. Lucia stared at them. The end of her lips twitched smile. What a weird bunch. I'm wonderstruck. Blushing all the way home too. This is falling in love in the cruelest way. This is falling for you when you are worlds away. The bell rang deafeningly, indicating the start of the afternoon lessons, and never in a million years did Lucia ever imagine herself being dragged around the castle like a rag doll by a pair of boys as they tried to navigate their way to the North Tower for their divination lesson. See, can you two stop dragging me? I can walk by myself, then you'll try and run away from us, said Ron. Harry then grinned, and we won't let our friend go just like that. For a split second, Lucia almost mistaken them for insane people there as she releases all the tension in her muscles and let them drag her around more easily. To these questionable people, she was their friend. Actually, now that she thought about it, she never considered them as friends in the first place. For all her mind could register was that she could never truly have friends and instead acquaintances. Yet when they used that term for her, it felt almost perfect, and she couldn't understand why. Maybe that's the consoling part of her brain talking, because she remembered plenty of the friends she had back in primary school never admitting to even knowing her. Of course, back then, Lucia didn't blame them for wanting to keep their dignity. In spite of dilly-dallying up their way to the tower, they still found themselves arriving at the bottom of a silver stepladder that led to a circular trapdoor in the ceiling. Started Lucia, gaining the attention of Harry and Ron as she wiggled out of their grasp. If I wasn't taking this class, this moment would have been very awkward. How did you both even know I was a part of this class? She added, puzzled. We can observe too, said Ron. I don't doubt that, But Harry and Ron gave her a pouty look together that made her shoulders slump. Oh fine. I did doubt. But can you blame me? I always hear from Granger whenever she mumbles in the dorm of how tactless you both can be. We're not tactless, scoffed Harry, offended. Yeah, exclaimed Ron. We prefer to just not take any care in the world, right? Nodded Lucia. You aren't tactless at all. How dare I insinuate that? She added with a mocking gasp. There was a momentary silence between them. Is it just me, or is she saying it sarcastically? Mumbled Ron to Harry, who shrugged. Who knows? He hummed in response, a bored tone present, as though he just knew what was coming for him the moment he enters that trapdoor. He was already dreading it. Lucia gazed at them, her expression deadpan. No wonder Granger takes stress pills, they both blinked. What? But before they could say anything, she squeezed herself in between them and climbed up the ladder with a great sense of nausea as she was immediately graced by the appalling and sweet perfume spreading from the fire. She really wished she hadn't entered first. Using all her strength, Lucia finally appeared at the top of the stepladder. She waited for Harry and Ron, who had been looking away as she had climbed up first before it was their turn. Like her, they weren't excited for this class as well. As ever, the curtains were all closed. The circular room was bathed in a dim reddish light cast by the many lamps, which were all draped with scarves and shawls. Lucia was about to make her way up to Lavender and Parvati, who was one of the earliest that arrived since this was their favorite subject, but was dragged by Harry and Ron yet again through the mass of occupied chintz chairs and poufs that cluttered the room, and sat down at the same small circular table. Let's clear something first. It wasn't that she didn't like divination. Quite the contrary, actually. She found the subject somewhat interesting to read. Which, for somebody like her who only read romance for the majority of her summer, was shocking. It was the ominous atmosphere perhaps that always made it thrilling to learn, but she just wished it wasn't Professor Trelawney that was teaching them. She had nothing against Professor Trelawney, unlike her peers excluding Lavender and Parvati who find this subject like a, well, hoax. She actually believed in certain predictions that would come out of the woman's mouth, even some that had to do with Harry's death. The keyword of the day was certain and some. The rest Lucia thought that she was just trying too hard to please her students to pay attention to her, sadly. Whilst Lucia didn't think much of Professor Trelawney, the same thing could not be said for her. Lucia felt that Professor Trelawney may or may not have something against her. She couldn't quite point out why or how though, but she just felt that way. Or maybe it was when the divination professor had outright claimed that Lucia had no such spiritual ties to the world of beyond in her third year. Did she actually thought that the woman didn't like her much for some odd reason? Lucia swore she had never been so embarrassed in all her life. The moment caught her off guard so much to the point she wanted to release tears and was sulky the whole day. All right, maybe she had a tiny bit of grudge against Professor Trelawney, only a tiny bit though. She would love to think she wasn't one of those people who held grudges for eternity and all. Well, since the fateful day, the student and teacher had been acting indifferently toward one another. However, Lucia did try not to ponder too deeply about Professor Trelawney's words. Even if sometimes it would come out of the blue. Lucia thought it was because of how people treated the seer as a hoax, and that just embedded into her mind or something. She was doubtful, but hey, stay optimistic, right? Lucia had compared Sybil Trelawney's case of not being believed of her prophecies and predictions to the Greek myth about Cassandra, an ancient Greek prophetess who was unfortunately bound to a curse that would make no one listen to her whenever she was to predict something. It goes somewhat the same way with Trelawney. Good day, said the misty voice of Professor Trelawney right behind Harry, making him jump. Professor Trelawney was a very thin woman with enormous glasses that made it impossible for people not to think she resembled a praying mantis. She peered down at Harry with a tragic expression that she always wore where she saw him. The usual large number of beads, chains, and bangles glittered upon her person in the firelight. You are preoccupied, my dear, she said mournfully to Harry. My inner eye sees past your brave face to the troubled soul within. And I regret to say that your worries are not baseless. I see difficult times ahead for you. Alas, most difficult. I fear the thing you dread will indeed come to pass. And perhaps sooner than you think. Her voice dropped almost to a whisper. Lucia raised her brow and Ron rolled his eyes at Harry, who looked stonily back. Professor Trelawney swept past them and seated herself in a large winged armchair before the fire, facing the class. Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil, who deeply admired Professor Trelawney, were sitting on poufs very close to her. "My dears, it is time for us to consider the stars," she said. "The movements of the planets and the mysterious portents they reveal only to those who understand the steps of the celestial dance. Human destiny may be deciphered by the planetary rays, which intermingle." Trelawney went on and on about the planets before she was saying about Harry. However, the boy's mind seems to be in another reality than this. Both Lucia and Ron shared amusing gazes with each other before Ron decided to act. "Harry," Ron muttered. "What?" Harry looked around. The whole class was staring at him. He sat up straight. He had been almost dozing off, lost in the heat and his thoughts. "I was saying, my dear, that you were clearly born under the baleful influence of Saturn," said Professor Trelawney, a faint note of resentment in her voice at the fact that he had obviously not been hanging on her words. "Born under what, sorry?" said Harry. "Saturn, Harry, the planet Saturn," mused Lucia. Professor Trelawney grew irritated that he wasn't riveted by this news. "I was saying that Saturn was surely in a position of power in the heavens at the moment of your birth. Your dark hair, your mean stature, tragic losses so young in life. I think I am right in saying, my dear, that you were born in midwinter?" Lucia glanced at Harry. Professor Trelawney had to get this correct, right? But from the bemused look Harry had on his face, she could instantly tell that the answer would be no, said Harry flatly. "I was born in July." While Ron was hastily turning his laughter into a hacking cough, Lucia was surprised by this. But at the same time she couldn't help but ponder over the words of Professor Trelawney. Why so far off? Half an hour later, each of them had been given a complicated circular chart and was trying to fill in the position of the planets at their moment of birth. It was dull work, requiring much consultation of timetables and calculation of angles. "I think I've done it wrong," frowned Lucia, whose head was tilt to the side as she tried to make sense of her parchment. "I don't think I should have gotten Venus. It's a bit off, isn't it?" "Well, I'm no better," he sighed. "I've got 2 Neptunes here," said Harry, frowning down at his piece of parchment. "That can't be right. Can it?" "Ah," said Ron, imitating Professor Trelawney's mystical whisper. "When 2 Neptunes appear in the sky, it is a sure sign that a midget in glasses is being born." Harry, Seamus and Dean, who were working nearby, sniggered loudly, though not loudly enough to mask the excited squeals from Lavender Brown. "Oh, Professor, look, I think I've got an unexpected planet." "Oh, which one's that, Professor?" "It is Uranus, my dear," said Professor Trelawney, peering down at the chart. "Can I have a look at Uranus too, Lavender?" said Ron. Lucia choked out loud, coughing even as she tried her best to not laugh. Harry closed his eyes, body quivering due to him trying his best from chortling. Most unfortunately, Professor Trelawney heard Ron, and it was this, perhaps, that made her give them so much homework at the end of the class. "A detailed analysis of the way the planetary movements in the coming month will affect you, with reference to your personal chart," she snapped, sounding much more like Professor McGonagall than her usual airy-fairy self. "I want it ready to hand in next Monday, and no excuses." "Miserable old bat," said Ron bitterly as they joined the crowds descending the staircases back to the great hall and dinner. "That'll take all weekend, that will." "You should have been lucky that a teapot didn't mysteriously fell on you," mumbled Lucia miserably. "Why did you even have to say that? What possessed you to say that out loud?" "Say what? I was just asking a question," Ron exclaimed, scowling. "Somehow asking a question is now a crime?" "You were well aware what you were doing and saying," said Harry, shaking his head as a grin was plastered over his lips. "Don't encourage him," said Lucia, lightly slapping Harry's shoulder. "Whilst it is funny and not to mention immature. But look where it got us." "What was I doing that was so wrong?" said Ron, still oblivious. "Are you serious?" was all Lucia and Harry could think of as they stared at Ron with a look with what he can decipher as judgment. "Lots of homework?" said Hermione brightly, catching up with them. "Professor Vector didn't give us any at all." "Well, bully for Professor Vector," said Ron moodily. They reached the entrance hall, which was packed with people queuing for dinner. They had just joined the end of the line, when a loud voice rang out behind them. Weasley! Hey, Weasley! Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Lucia turned. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle were standing there, each looking thoroughly pleased about something. What? Said Ron shortly. Your dad's in the paper, Weasley, said Malfoy, brandishing a copy of the Daily Prophet and speaking very loudly, so that everyone in the packed entrance hall could hear. Listen to this. It seems as though the Ministry of Magic's troubles are not yet at an end, writes Rita Skeeter, special correspondent. Recently under fire for its poor crowd control at the Quidditch World Cup, and still unable to account for the disappearance of one of its witches, the Ministry was plunged into fresh embarrassment yesterday by the antics of Arnold Weasley, of the misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office. Malfoy looked up. Imagine them not even getting his name right, Weasley. It's almost as though he's a complete nonentity. Isn't it? He crowed. Everyone in the entrance hall was listening now. Malfoy straightened the paper with a flourish and read on loudly, as though his voice was a microphone himself. Lucia's frown deepened as subconsciously her eyes turned to Ron, who was red in the face as Malfoy went on and on and on. And there's a picture, Weasley, said Malfoy, flipping the paper over and holding it up. A picture of your parents outside their house, if you can call it a house. Your mother could do with losing a bit of weight, couldn't she? Ron was shaking with fury by the end of it. Everyone was staring at him. What? Git. Lucia seethed under her breath, as Hermione nodded reproachfully. To think in the future someone would take a liking and even to the point of tying the knot with him was appalling. How were they able to find this prat attractive? Get stuffed, Malfoy, said Harry.
Smon, Ron.
Oh yeah, you were staying with them this summer, weren't you, Potter? Sneered Malfoy. So, tell me, is his mother really that porky? Or is it just the picture? You know your mother, Malfoy? Said Harry. Both and Hermione had grabbed the back of Ron's robes, while Lucia shoved Ron back to stop him from launching himself at Malfoy. That expression she's got. Like she's got dung under her nose? Has she always looked like that? Or was it just because you were with her? Malfoy's pale face went slightly pink. Don't you dare insult my mother, Potter. Keep your fat mouth shut. Then, said Harry, turning away. Bang! Several people screamed. Harry expected to feel something white-hot grazing the side of his cheeks, only to tore away his attention from himself when he heard Hermione's gasp. He and Ron turned and saw that it instead hit Lucia, causing blood to slowly ooze out of her cheeks. Lucia touched her wound before wincing at the stinging pain contracted from the wound. It stung immensely. She really did not expect her to be the victim of the sudden attack. In fact, she had thought Harry was the one that was supposed to be hit, not her. She cursed under her breath as Hermione took out her hanky frettingly and pressed the wound on her cheek lightly, dabbing the oozing blood away as much as she could. Granger her Hermione was dabbing the hanky too frantically, to the point that it was hard for Lucia to even assure her dorm mate that she was fine. Stay still. The blood won't stop coming out. I'm fine, shush. And Lucia shushed. Harry stared with an unreadable look on his face. His body was shaking with anger. He plunged his hand into his robes for his wand, but before he'd even touched it, he heard a second loud bang, and a roar that echoed through the entrance hall. Harry spun around. Professor Moody was limping down the marble staircase. His wand was out, and it was pointing right at a pure white ferret, which was shivering on the stone-flagged floor, exactly where Malfoy had been standing. There was a terrified silence in the entrance hall. Nobody but Moody was moving a muscle. Moody turned to look at Harry. At least, his normal eye was looking at Harry. The other one was pointing into the back of his head. Did he get you? Moody growled. His voice was low and gravelly. No, said Harry. Missed, but Lucy, leave it. Moody shouted. Leave what? Harry said, bewildered. Not you, him. Moody growled, jerking his thumb over his shoulder at Crabbe, who had just frozen, about to pick up the white ferret. It seemed that Moody's rolling eye was magical and could see out of the back of his head. Moody started to limp toward Crabbe, Goyle, and the ferret, which gave a terrified squeak and took off, streaking toward the dungeons. I don't think so, roared Moody, pointing his wand at the ferret again. It flew 10 feet into the air, fell with a smack to the floor, and then bounced upward once more. I don't like people who attack when their opponent's back's turned, growled Moody as the ferret bounced higher and higher, squealing in pain. Stinking, cowardly, scummy thing to do. The ferret flew through the air, its legs and tail flailing helplessly. Never do that again, said Moody, speaking each word as the ferret hit the stone floor and bounced upward again. Professor Moody, said a shocked voice. Professor McGonagall was coming down the marble staircase with her arms full of books. Hello, Professor McGonagall, said Moody calmly, bouncing the ferret still higher. What are you doing? Said Professor McGonagall, her eyes following the bouncing ferret's progress through the air. Teaching, said Moody. Teach Moody, is that a student? Shrieked Professor McGonagall, the books spilling out of her arms. Yep, said Moody. No, cried Professor McGonagall, running down the stairs and pulling out her wand. A moment later, with a loud snapping noise, Draco Malfoy had reappeared, lying in a heap on the floor with his sleek blonde hair all over his now brilliantly pink face. He got to his feet, wincing. Moody, we never used transfiguration as a punishment, said Professor McGonagall weakly. Surely Professor Dumbledore told you that? He might have mentioned it. Yeah, said Moody, scratching his chin unconcernedly. But I thought a good sharp shock we give detentions, Moody, or speak to the offender's head of house. I'll do that, then, said Moody, staring at Malfoy with great dislike. Malfoy, whose pale eyes were still watering with pain and humiliation, looked malevolently up at Moody and muttered something in which the words "my father" were distinguishable. Oh yeah? Said Moody quietly, limping forward a few steps, the dull clunk of his wooden leg echoing around the hall. Well, I know your father of old, boy. You tell him Moody's keeping a close eye on his son. You tell him that from me. Now, your head of house'll be Snape, will it? Yes, said Malfoy resentfully. Another old friend, growled Moody. I've been looking forward to a chat with old Snape. Come on, you. And he seized Malfoy's upper arm and marched him off toward the dungeons. Professor McGonagall stared anxiously after them for a few moments, then waved her wand at her fallen books, causing them to soar up into the air and back into her arms. Miss De Fiore, she called, just as the crowd began to disperse. Harry limped his hand back down to his side after examining the wound that he should have been the one to receive. They followed behind Lucia as she approached their head of house. She smiled anxiously, Hermione's handkerchief still being dabbed over the cut on her plump cheek. Yes? To the hospital wing, please. That's really unnecessary, Professor. See, I'm fine, said Lucia, hastily showing the wound on her cheek, though she wasn't helping her case as blood began to drop down to the floor as she let go of the hanky from her cheeks. Hospital wing. The head of the house said firmly. But, Profess, I would hope to not have to drag any one of my students. De Fiore, said Professor McGonagall sternly. I am giving you two choices. Either go to the hospital wing and let Madame Pomfrey treat that cut of yours before it leaves a scar and gets infected, or I would have to drag you there myself. Lucia gulped. She didn't want to make a scene, but imagining Professor McGonagall dragging her would be more embarrassing. And knowing Professor McGonagall, her way of dragging someone would either be using a spell to transfigure a rope around someone, or use a levitating charm on that said person, and she would most likely do it if there were no other options. Lucia smiled forcefully. I'll go to Madame Pomfrey, clever choice, said Professor McGonagall, nodding. They watched as Lucia skipped down the corridors on her way to the hospital wing on her own. The rest were about to follow suit when the Transfiguration Professor stopped them from doing so. You three best be off to dinner. What about Lucia? Will she have dinner on her own? Harry blurted out. I would hope not, said Professor McGonagall vaguely, and leaving them after sending Harry a look, causing him to stare at the leaving professor, perplexed. Don't talk to me, Ron said quietly to Harry and Hermione as they sat down at the Gryffindor table a few minutes later, surrounded by excited talk on all sides about what had just happened. Why not? Said Hermione in surprise. Because I want to fix that in my memory forever, said Ron, his eyes closed and an uplifted expression on his face. Draco Malfoy, the amazing bouncing ferret, Harry and Hermione both laughed, and Hermione began doling beef casserole onto each of their plates. He could have really hurt Malfoy though, she said. Yes, well, I say Malfoy deserved it, Harry said, smiling. After what he did to Lucia, I thought that it was a much lesser punishment than he should have had. It was good, really, that Professor McGonagall stopped it, Hermione, said Ron furiously, his eyes snapping open again. You're ruining the best moment of my life. Hermione made an impatient noise and began to eat at top speed again. Don't tell me you're going back to the library this evening, said Harry, watching her. Got to, said Hermione thickly. Loads to do. But you told us, Professor Vector, it's not schoolwork, she said. Within 5 minutes, she had cleared her plate and departed. No sooner had she gone than her seat was taken by Fred Weasley. Moody, he said. How cool is he? Beyond cool, said George, sitting down opposite Fred. Super cool, said the twins' best friend, Lee Jordan, sliding into the seat beside George. We had him this afternoon, he told Harry and Ron. What was it like? Said Harry eagerly. Fred, George, and Lee exchanged looks full of meaning. Never had a lesson like it, said Fred. He knows, man, said Lee. Knows what? Said Ron, leaning forward. Knows what it's like to be out there doing it, said George impressively. Doing what? Said Harry. Fighting the dark arts, said Fred. He's seen it all, said George. Amazing, said Lee. Ron dived into his bag for his schedule. We haven't got him till Thursday, he said in a disappointed voice. Harry looked down at his plate. Sure, he was excited for their lesson with Moody, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of deep guilt filling his heart as his mind wandered quickly to Lucia. It's been like that since last year, but he wasn't sure why. But as of right now, he did know why he was thinking of her. He felt guilty that she was in the hospital wing for her cut to be treated instead of him. He was supposed to be hurt, yet she was the one that ended getting hurt in the crossfire between him and Malfoy. He turned his gaze to the doors, waiting and waiting for her to emerge through it with her cut all healed as he ate dinner with his friends. But there was absolutely no signs of her whatsoever. What was she doing so long in the hospital wing? She couldn't have been forced to stay overnight. It was just a mere cut. But that mere cut had also reanimated an enraged feeling in Harry that he didn't even know existed. He sighed and shook his head. He'll just visit her later. After Madame Pomfrey had fixed her cheek and covered it with a gauze, Lucia sat on the hospital cot alone in the hospital wing as she forcibly ate her dinner, feeling utterly lonesome, but all she could think of was what would her parents' reaction be if she were to get herself a scar? If their trophy daughter ended up coming back home with a scar on her face? She could already tell that it wouldn't end well for her, which was why she was thankful that the oil and potions that Madame Pomfrey prescribed to her was able to cure her face from having a scar. Not that it would be that bad if she were to have one in the first place, but her parents would most likely have thrown a fit if that were to happen. She huffed, looking out at the window to the already starry night sky. How unfortunate was she to really be in this situation. If Malfoy was better at aiming, then she wouldn't have to be stuck in here in the first place. She would instead be underneath the bewitched ceiling in the Great Hall, surrounded by her peers, but once again, she was left alone. And she blamed it all on Malfoy, and maybe the universe. It was like an unspoken truth for her. She was destined to be lonely. She didn't know why, but she did. Ever since the day her life went into utter shambles, following a constant series of bad luck that followed her, she had came to a conclusion that she may be destined to be alone for her whole life. Perhaps the thought of being a crazy cat lady later in life wasn't such a far-fetched thing now that she thought about it. She'll probably be a good cat caretaker. Well, that's if cats like her too. Lucia sighed and propped herself against the pillow. She wondered how the others were doing in the Great Hall. Surely they would be surrounded by the excited atmosphere because of what happened to Malfoy. She could just see Parvati and Lavender talking about their divination homework, imagining how Harry and Ron would find it hard to hide their euphoria while Hermione would be scolding them, but also trying to bit back a smile. How Dean, Seamus, and Neville would try to mimic Malfoy's ferreting form. She took a sip of her pumpkin juice loudly, trying to fill the cavernous silence of the hospital wing, when she heard the large doors to the hospital wing open, grazing the floor slightly. She sat upright, but there was no one there that was trying to sneak in. But before she could question, the person came out from their hiding spot. Harry. Merlin's saggy ballsacks. Lucia jolted at the sudden appearance of Harry, a hand over her heart. What the hell? Where did you even came from? The door, said Harry easily, dragging a chair quietly beside him with half of his body still undetectable and see-through. Lucia was horrified at the sight in front of her. It looked as though Harry was just a floating head. You know what I meant, said Lucia, gasping for air. I didn't know you had an invisibility cloak. Loads of people don't know that, he said with a mischievous grin painted his lips. Where's the fun in breaking rules if people know about your secret, right? Lucia was genuinely surprised by this. I wasn't aware that Harry Potter enjoys breaking the rules. Well, as the poster boy for good, no one actually thinks that, said Harry, shrugging before he added, except maybe Malfoy. That's because of your known rivalry. We don't have a rivalry, he scoffed, almost offended. This rivalry is completely one-sided, he said, trying to sound convincing. Suyer. Lucia shook her head, a ghost of smile on her lips as she turned back to the tray of dinner in front of her. Why don't you sound convinced? Harry asked at once. Lucia wheeled at him with a smile. Because I'm not. Just as Harry was about to say something in protest, Lucia quickly moved on from the topic. I'm surprised you even came here in the first place, she said. This caught his attention. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, said Lucia quietly. Sorry for burdening you like this. What do you mean? You're not burdening me or anyone. I chose to come and see you, said Harry, furrowing his brows together. Ron would have came too if it weren't for him already passed out on the couch. That good of a dinner, huh? She chuckled. Kinda normal. Harry began folding his invisibility cloak and draping it over his forearms. In Ron's terms, I think it's normal too. What about Granger? I'm surprised you asked for her, mused Harry. You know, since you both don't get along so much. That said, she still lent me her handkerchief. I just want her to know that I still have it and that she doesn't have to worry if I stole it, said Lucia awkwardly, cheeks red, as though embarrassed. Pretty sure she doesn't care about that, and it's best if you tell her tomorrow if you're so worried about that, said Harry. Lucia tilted her to the side, confused. Why, what's wrong? She went to the library, of course, told Harry, immediately after dinner at that. Ron reckons it's something to do with the elf rights movement she's planning again. I don't know what triggered her to do this, but can I say that I can't blame her? Magical creatures have been treated so lowly by wizards. Especially werewolves and house elves, trailed Lucia distantly. Harry glanced at her and saw a dark look in his eyes that he was about to decipher as rage, but that was quickly diminished with a simple smile his way. Anyway, I just hope that she doesn't do anything rash for their rights. Yeah, breathed Harry distractedly. Yeah, I agree. So what went on at dinner when I was gone? Said Lucia after a long pause between them. She spooned a good amount of beef casserole before offering it to Harry, who was hesitant to accept it first. But from the insistent look she gave him, he complied. Well, he said, once swallowing the casserole, Fred, George, and Lee told us about Moody. Really? Lucia perked excitedly. What did they say about him? They have their first lesson with him today, right? Yeah, said Harry, as Lucia fed him another spoon of casserole. He was beginning to worry whether or not she was going to eat, because clearly, it felt as though he was the only one eating here. And this her dinner. Are you going to? Of course I am, you don't have to worry about it, said Lucia, immediately shoving a spoonful of soup. She grimed. I wish they added a wee bit of spice in this. It's not bad, but spice always makes food better, Lucia deadpanned. Now, go on, right so. And Harry told her of the vague explanation Fred, George, and Lee had given him and Ron. And just like them, her eyes gleamed with anticipation. He sounds wicked. I thought that too, said Harry, accepting the treacle tart she was offering him. Though I'm not sure what's in store for us during his lesson. Didn't people say that he's like mad? From the rumors I heard since I was little, yes, said Lucia slowly. But from what those three told you, he sounded amazing because he had experiences fighting the dark arts, gushed Harry. I'll be lying if I didn't say I'm a bit nervous for his lesson though, admitted Lucia, resembling a wilting flower. Lupin was the first one to come as close as to getting me good marks, but then poof, he's gone. So, I'm not sure if Moody can potentially help me out with DADA. You did great last year, frowned Harry. Yes, but that's because I had Lupin as a teacher and he's pretty good, no? She sighed in dismay. If I had someone to help me out this year, then maybe there'll be a chance for me. Harry couldn't exactly disagree with her. But still, who says you don't have anyone to help you this year? Lucia snapped her head, gazing into his eyes. Surprise. Wait, is that an offer I hear? You can think anything you want, but it better be a good thought, said Harry, grinning. I know I'm not as good as Hermione or Ron, but DADA's been the subject that I do good in since last year. So, if you ever have a problem in that subject, I'm sure I can help you the tiniest bit. That's... Lucia's eyes softened at him. Thank you. Harry, I barely did anything, said Harry sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. You just offered something big for me, Harry. You just had no idea of that yet, said Lucia, taking his hand in hers. She had this enchanting smile on her face that was the most breathtaking sight he'd ever seen. At that moment, as the moonlight behind her, creating a silhouette, he knew that if he were to ask a magical mirror who's the most ethereal and fairest of all the land, the answer would be her. Lucia di Fiore. He couldn't keep his eyes or mind off of her, which he found a bit ironic. Seeing as Cho Chang had been in his mind the most last year, Harry cleared his throat. How long do you have to wear that? He asked, pointing at the gauze on her cheek. Doesn't look comfortable. Can't Madame Pomfrey just put something magical on so that the cut could, be gone? Lucia flicked his forehead and he winced in response. That, I'm sure, is not how healing magic works, she said before adding unsurely, I think. Even you're not sure, he mused. Well, I'm no medical professional, am I? She raised a brow at him. And even if she could, it's just a little cut. She said to put this, she showed him the small vial of potion in her hand, ointment or potion or whatever, over the wound every time I change the dressing so that I don't have to go all my life with a scar on my face. I don't see anything wrong with having a scar, pouted Harry, slightly offended. Lucia panicked. She flailed her arms around, saying, of course there's nothing wrong with having a scar, I just relax, Luce, chuckled Harry. I'm just playing with you, Luce? Her cheeks flushed slightly into a light shade of red, though undetectable due to the gauze and the dark lighting of the hospital wing. Lucia was still comprehending his words and how naturally he said it. Luce? Her? It had been too long since she was given a nickname. For her nickname, it's not funny, pouted Lucia, trying to shake off the prior thoughts. It was nothing. Kind of was, said Harry, still laughing. Ha ha, Lucia narrowed her eyes at him. But I meant when I said that there's nothing wrong with having a scar. It's just that while I adore that scar on your forehead, I just don't fancy having one myself. Why you adore my scar? Harry's eyes widened, cheeks gradually heating up. She choked on her treacle tart profusely. Harry sat up at once, patting her back. Once she had comprehended his words, she blushed and diverted her eyes away from the beautiful green irises. Well, I didn't mean by I adore your scar because of how you got it. Because that would be, tactless of me? Harry pursed his lips from laughing. I meant, she fretted, as she flailed her arms around again, trying to explain to him. I adore your scar. Because it's a part of you, Harry. Lucia confessed timidly. It's a part of you, and it's proof that you survived and that you're alive. That's why I adore you? That was kind of cute, said Harry, an overwhelming amount of confidence rushing through his veins. Huh? Harry covered. Why, you said something. No, I didn't. Harry then quickly moved on. Anyway, maybe you should hurry up with the eating? Why? She asked almost amusingly. Because Madame Pomfrey is glaring at me. Lucia turned towards where Harry was gazing. Odd enough, he was right. Madame Pomfrey was indeed glaring at the Potter. She laughed as he smiled weakly at the matron, waving at her. The woman only glared daggers at him. No one was supposed to be in the hospital wing unless they needed to, much less if you're visiting a patient, because it wasn't currently an appropriate time for visitors. Hurry up with the eating, will you? Harry whispered to her. Okay. Don't rush me, said Lucia as she finished up her pumpkin juice and treacle tart. After bidding Madame Pomfrey goodbye, she and Harry exited out of the hospital wing, away from the grasp of the matron, and into the empty corridors of the castle as they began to wander down. neither needed to worry. With Madame Pomfrey's note, they would not be receiving any detention if they were found around the corridors past curfew. She's probably going to question how you got here without anyone noticing, said Lucia nervously. By the way, how did you got yourself an invisibility cloak in the first place? I thought those things worth like galleons. And aren't they scams since how long they only last? I got it for free, Harry explained. But this one isn't a scam. Trust me. What do you mean? Well, the magic hasn't worn off for years now, so I know for sure that this is the real thing. How's that? Lucia's eyes widened. I guess that's for me to know and for you to find out, Harry winked. That day was the day Lucia learnt more about Harry than meets the eye. There was just something about his presence that made her want to be around him more. And she was afraid of what the reason might be. Faces from my past return. 2. That I'd fallen for a lie. You were never on my side ever since the Ferret Malfoy incident. There had been no great incidents that could be on par as to that. Much to many dismay unless, maybe, you counted Neville melting his 6th cauldron in potions. Professor Snape, who seemed to have reached new levels of vindictiveness over the summer, gave Neville detention. And Neville returned from it in a state of nervous collapse, having been made to disembowel a barrel full of horned toads. You know why Snape's in such a foul mood, don't you? Said Ron as they watched Hermione teaching Neville a scouring charm to remove the toad guts from under his fingernails. Yeah, said Harry. Moody. It was common knowledge that Snape really wanted the dark arts job, and he had now failed to get it for the 4th year running. Snape had disliked all of their previous dark arts teachers and shown it, but he seemed strangely wary of displaying overt animosity to Mad-Eye Moody. Indeed, whenever Lucia saw the two of them together at mealtimes, or when they passed in the corridors, she had the distinct impression that Snape was avoiding Moody's eye, whether magical or normal. Lucia, who unintentionally saw a joke in his words, snorted out loud. This caught the attention of the two boys as they turned to Harry's right with an incredulous look. It seemed that neither Ron nor Harry himself had caught the joke. She cleared her throat and scratched the surface of the gauze on her cheek. Harry looked at her disapprovingly and forced her hand back down. Stop with that already. You're going to make your cut worse than it already is, he said. But it itches. She whined with a small pout. Then get used to it, said Ron. He sensed tension between the two, and that tension was actually pleasing. Ever since the night Harry had gone off without him to the hospital wing, Ron had noticed the two had become abnormally close, but he wasn't going to complain. For all he knows is that they were just becoming as close as Hermione and him were best friends. She casted Ron a defiant look, and before she could throw a book at him, Harry swiftly caught her hand and gave her a look that made her heart beat rapidly. Ron raised a brow at them. Anyway, he trailed, breaking the two away from their inner world. What got you all snorting? Well, you asked why Snape's in foul mood, and I just thought what Harry's answer is funny. They stared at her, puzzled. She sighed, like, Snape's all moody. The both blinked, comprehending her words before let out a chorus of ahs. Lucia rolled her eyes and muttered distinctively of what they could tell was along the lines of dummies, and honestly, before she sighed exasperatedly, Harry rolled his eyes and smiled before saying thoughtfully to them, I reckon Snape's a bit scared of him. Imagine if Moody turned Snape into a horned toad, said Ron, his eyes misting over, and bounced him all around his dungeon. The Gryffindor 4th years were looking forward to Moody's first lesson so much that they arrived early on Thursday lunchtime and queued up outside his classroom before the bell had even rung. The only person missing was Hermione, who turned up just in time for the lesson. Been in the library. Harry finished her sentence for her. Come on, quick, or we won't get decent seats. While Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way to very front of the class, right in front of the teacher's desk, Lucia headed down to sit beside Neville, who welcomed her with a grin. It was an unspoken agreement that they had to at least have one class where they would sit together. Last year so happens to be divination, while this year, it seems that it's defense against the dark arts turn. I've noticed you've been lingering around with Harry, Ron, and Hermione more, said Neville, ecstatic for her. Well, Lucia subconsciously reached her hand over the gauze on her cheek. Not by choice. This statement earned her an odd look from Neville, in which she quickly elaborated. I don't know why, but somehow, this year, wherever I go I would see them. It's It's like they won't leave me alone, you know? They won't let me out of their sight. Well, at least Harry and Ron haven't let me out of their sight until now. Isn't that great though? Now you have other friends you can depend on. I don't need anyone to depend on, Neville, she deadpanned. And geez, you make it sound like my social life is miserable. Neville sent her a look. It is miserable, I know, said Lucia defeatedly. There. Neville patted her back reassuringly as she wilted. I was a bit surprised you came and sit with me for this subject. You usually sit with Lavender Parvati, you see. I know, but I feel like this is the only class that I can sit with you, Neville, said Lucia. If you haven't noticed yet, I've gone through divination, herbology, and cares for magical creature without sitting with you. They're really that attached to you, huh? She hummed absent-mindedly. I won't say that they are attached to me. The thing happened all of the sudden and all. Lucia fiddled around with the peony locket on her chest jitterily. Is it just me, or did the air around us just suddenly got tenser? No, not just you, Neville slumped, fiddling around with the hem of his sleeves. I'm kind of nervous for Moody and all. I don't blame you. Lucia's voice suddenly shrunk in tone. He's a bit intimidating? Yeah. They both slumped their shoulders. It wasn't a secret that they were one of the worst in their classes. The only thing was that Neville so happens to be the top in herbology while she was the complete opposite. She was bad at everything. We should take out our textbooks, said Lucia. You don't have to tell me twice, sighed Neville. Lucia and Neville took out their copies of The Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection, and waited unusually quiet. Soon they heard Moody's distinctive clunking footsteps coming down the corridor, and he entered the room, looking as strange and frightening as ever. They could just see his clawed, wooden foot protruding from underneath his robes. You can put those away, he growled, stumping over to his desk and sitting down. Those books. You won't need them. With nervous looks at one another, the pair hurriedly stowed away their books back into their school bags. Moody took out a register, shook his long mane of grizzled gray hair out of his twisted and scarred face, and began to call out names, his normal eye moving steadily down the list while his magical eye swiveled around, fixing upon each student as he or she answered. Right then, he said, when the last person had declared themselves present, I've had a letter from Professor Lupin about this class. Seems you've had a pretty thorough grounding in tackling dark creatures. You've covered boggarts, redcaps, hinkypunks, grindylows, kappas, and werewolves, is that right? There was a general murmur of assent. Lucia leaned forward, eyes furrowed at the former or. She couldn't pinpoint it, but something didn't settle right in her stomach, and especially when they locked eyes briefly. She felt chills running down her spine, an unsettling one at that. She had never met the Alastair Mad-Eye Moody before, but what she knew was that there was something strange about this one. Lucia closed her eyes for a moment, trying to find what it was before she fluttered back open. Maybe her sleep deprivation was finally taking a toll on her. But you're behind, very behind on dealing with curses, said Moody. So, I'm here to bring you up to scratch on what wizards can do to each other. I've got 1 year to teach you how to deal with dark. What, aren't you staying? Ron blurted out. Moody's magical eye spun around to stare at Ron. Ron looked extremely apprehensive, but after a moment Moody smiled. The effect was to make his heavily scarred face look more twisted and contorted than ever. But it was nevertheless good to know that he ever did anything as friendly as smile. Ron looked deeply relieved. You'll be Arthur Weasley's son, eh? Moody said. Your father got me out of a very tight corner a few days ago. Yeah, I'm staying just the 1 year. Special favor to Dumbledore. 1 year and then back to my quiet retirement. He gave a harsh laugh, and then clapped his gnarled hands together. So straight into it. Curses. They come in many strengths and forms. Now, according to the Ministry of Magic, I'm supposed to teach you counter curses and leave it at that. I'm not supposed to show you what illegal dark curses look like until you're in the 6th year. You're not supposed to be old enough to deal with it till then. But Professor Dumbledore's got a higher opinion of your nerves. He reckons you can cope, and I say the sooner you know what you're up against, the better. How are you supposed to defend yourself against something you've never seen? A wizard who's about to put an illegal curse on you isn't going to tell you what he's about to do. He's not going to do it nice and polite to your face. You need to be prepared. You need to be alert and watchful. You need to put that away, Miss Brown, when I'm talking. Lavender jumped and blushed. She had been showing Parvati her completed horoscope under the desk. Apparently, Moody's magical eye could see through solid wood, as well as out of the back of his head. So, do any of you know which curses are most heavily punished by wizarding law? Several hands rose tentatively into the air, including Ron's and Hermione's. Moody pointed at Ron, though his magical eye was still fixed on Lavender. Said Ron tentatively, my dad told me about one. Is it called the Imperius Curse or something? Ah yes, said Moody appreciatively. Your father would know that one. Gave the ministry a lot of trouble at one time, the Imperius Curse. Moody got heavily to his mismatched feet, opened his desk drawer, and took out 3 glass jars containing large black spiders that were scuttling around inside it. Lucia tilted her head peculiarly at this, but felt Neville suddenly tensed up anxiously. It was no secret that almost everyone had a slight fear, or maybe even disgust for spiders, so it wasn't all that of a surprise when almost all of her classmates began to squeal squeamishly at the sight of them. But Lucia couldn't find the urge to follow after their reactions, for all she could think of was how mild they were in comparison to cockroaches. She hated those bastards the most. Moody reached into the jar, caught one of the spiders, and held it in the palm of his hand so that they could all see it. He then pointed his wand at it and muttered, Imperio. The spider leapt from Moody's hand on a fine thread of silk and began to swing backward and forward as though on a trapeze. It stretched out its legs rigidly, then did a back flip, breaking the thread and landing on the desk, where it began to cartwheel in circles. Moody jerked his wand, and the spider rose onto 2 of its hind legs and went into what was unmistakably a tap dance. Everyone was laughing, everyone except Moody. Think it's funny, do you? He growled. You'd like it, would you, if I did it to you? The laughter died away almost instantly. Total control, said Moody quietly as the spider balled itself up and began to roll over and over. I could make it jump out of the window, drown itself, throw itself down one of your throats. Ron gave an involuntary shudder. Years back, there were a lot of witches and wizards being controlled by the Imperius Curse, said Moody. He was talking about the days in which Voldemort had been all-powerful. Some job for the ministry trying to sort out who was being forced to act, and who was acting of their own free will. The Imperius Curse can be fought, and I'll be teaching you how, but it takes real strength of character, and not everyone's got it. Better avoid being hit with it if you can. Constant vigilance. He barked, and everyone jumped. Moody picked up the somersaulting spider and threw it back into the jar. Anyone else know one? Another illegal curse? Hermione's hand flew into the air again, and surprisingly, so did Neville's. The only class in which Neville usually volunteered information was herbology, which was easily his best subject. Neville looked surprised at his own daring. Yes, said Moody, his magical eye rolling right over to fix on Neville. There's one, the Cruciatus Curse, said Neville in a small but distinct voice. At the mention of the curse, Lucia paled instantly, although she thought it was unnoticeable as she quickly gazed down at the surface of the table to hide her face. It seemingly didn't go unnoticed by Harry nor Hermione as they shared a worried glance at each other, knowing what the other was implying about. They couldn't be imagining it if they both had seen her face. Although it was only for a split second, they saw the immediate look of fright that painted her soft features, as if she had seen a ghost and was being haunted. Moody was looking very intently at Neville, this time with both eyes. Your name's Longbottom? He said, his magical eye swooping down to check the register again. Neville nodded nervously as he hiddenly squeezed Lucia's hand for comfort, but Moody made no further inquiries. Turning back to the class at large, he reached into the jar for the next spider and placed it upon the desktop, where it remained motionless, too scared to move. The Cruciatus Curse, said Moody. Needs to be a bit bigger for you to get the idea, he said, pointing his wand at the spider. Ingorgo. The spider swelled. It was now larger than a tarantula. Abandoning all pretense, Ron pushed his chair backward, as far away from Moody's desk as possible. Realizing what he was going to do, Lucia held in a breath quickly, squeezing her eyes shut as Moody raised his wand again, pointing it at the spider and muttered, Crucio. At once, the spider's legs bent in upon its body. It rolled over and began to twitch horribly, rocking from side to side. No sound came from it, but Lucia knew that if it could have been given voice, it would have been screaming in utter agony that could fill this classroom so deafeningly. She had always hated the three unforgivables, and especially the Cruciatus Curse, for more than a mere reason. As she watched the scene before her, she could practically feel the tiny feeling of the curse being inflicted on her skin. The thousands of needles piercing through her skin non-stop. She felt itchy all of the sudden. Those who were victims by the curse were mostly driven to insanity because of it. Moody did not remove his wand, and the spider started to shudder and jerk more violently. "Stop it," Hermione said shrilly. Lucia snapped back to reality from her deep trance and turned to Hermione. She was looking not at the spider but at Neville. That was then she realized Neville's grip around her hand intensified, his knuckles white, his eyes wide and horrified. His parents! Moody raised his wand. The spider's legs relaxed, but it continued to twitch. "Reductio," Moody muttered, and the spider shrank back to its proper size. He put it back into the jar. "Pain," said Moody softly. "You don't need thumbscrews or knives to torture someone if you can perform the Cruciatus Curse. That one was very popular once too." As she fluttered her eyes closed, all she could see the vibrant red light all around the darkness. All she could feel was anguish, right? Anyone know any others? From the looks on everyone's faces, she guessed they were all wondering what was going to happen to the last spider. Hermione's hand shook slightly as, for the third time, she raised it into the air. "Yes," said Moody, looking at her. "Avada Kedavra," Hermione whispered. Several people looked uneasily around at her, including Ron. "Ah," said Moody, another slight smile twisting his lopsided mouth. "Yes, the last and worst. Avada Kedavra, the killing curse." He put his hand into the glass jar, and almost as though it knew what was coming, the third spider scuttled frantically around the bottom of the jar, trying to evade Moody's fingers, but he trapped it and placed it upon the desktop. It started to scuttle frantically across the wooden surface. Moody raised his wand. Avada Kedavra! There was a flash of blinding green light and a rushing sound, as though a vast, invisible something was soaring through the air. Instantaneously the spider rolled over onto its back, unmarked, but unmistakably dead. Several of the students stifled cries. Ron had thrown himself backward and almost toppled off his seat as the spider skidded toward him. However, Lucia wasn't focusing on the spider, but at the teacher. She felt fear lingering in her heart as she recalled the scene over and over again. Lucia was certain that it was not a figment of her imagination, for it all seemed so clear in her eyes. She saw the eyes of someone with experience, eyes of someone who had committed it before, eyes of someone who had done it before, eyes of a murderer. The glint of thrill and amusement as the flash of blinding green struck the spider, no remorse. Nor was there any hesitance or fear in using the spell that only a cold-blooded murderer would use. Bloodlust was written on his terribly scarred face for that few seconds, and it frightened her. It dawned on her greatly. This person was not the mad Auror that had been in constant vigilance from dark wizards. This person was not someone that would track down the wizards and witches that would even think to use any of the unforgivable curse. This person was no Auror, but a dangerous person, and she could tell from his eyes alone. Did Mad-Eye Moody really went insane to even follow the path of those with no morality whatsoever? Was this person even real? Lucia shook the thoughts off. She needed not to think of this now, especially with judging him with little to no evidence she has. She merely watched stiffly as Moody swept the dead spider off the desk onto the floor. "Not nice," he said calmly. "Not pleasant. And there's no counter-curse. There's no blocking it. Only one known person has ever survived it, and he's sitting right in front of me." Harry felt his face redden as Moody's eyes, both of them, looked into his own. He could feel everyone else looking around at him too. Harry stared at the blank blackboard as though fascinated by it, but not really seeing it at all. So that was how his parents had died. Exactly like that spider. Had they been unblemished and unmarked too? Had they simply seen the flash of green light and heard the rush of speeding death before life was wiped from their bodies? Lucia kept her eyes on Harry, who was right in front of her. which meant that she could only see the back of his head. However, from what she could sense, he was in truly deep thought. Thoughts that were surrounding his late parents, the people that were murdered in cold blood. She couldn't imagine what Harry must have felt as of this moment, especially with eyes on him. And her staring at the back of his head did not help whatsoever. Avada Kedavra is a curse that needs a powerful bit of magic behind it. You could all get your wands out now and point them at me and say the words, and I doubt I'd get so much as a nosebleed. But that doesn't matter. I'm not here to teach you how to do it. Lucia closed her eyes briefly, heaving out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Now, if there's no countercurse, why am I showing you? Because you've got to know. You've got to appreciate what the worst is. You don't want to find yourself in a situation where you're facing it. Constant vigilance. He roared, and the whole class jumped again. Now, those three curses, Avada Kedavra, Imperius, and Cruciatus, are known as the unforgivable curses. The use of any one of them on a fellow human being is enough to earn a life sentence in Azkaban. That's what you're up against. That's what I've got to teach you to fight. You need preparing. You need arming. But most of all, you need to practice constant, never-ceasing vigilance. Get out your quills. Copy this down. They spent the rest of the lesson taking notes on each of the unforgivable curses, which Lucia barely could commit as her hands wouldn't stop shaking whatsoever. No one spoke until the bell rang, but when Moody had dismissed them and they had left the classroom, a torrent of talk burst forth. Most people were discussing the curses in awed voices. Did you see it twitch? And when he killed it just like that. They were talking about the lesson, as though it had been some sort of spectacular show. Yet she hadn't found it very entertaining, and nor, it seemed, had Neville did. Neville, are you okay? Lucia instantly asked once they stood alone, halfway up the passage. Neville was staring at the stone wall opposite of them with the same horrified, wide-eyed look he had worn when Moody had demonstrated the Cruciatus curse. Shouldn't I be asking you that too? Neville asked humorlessly. I don't matter as much, Neville. You do, said Lucia. Your parents, yeah. And what about you? The thing is, my dad is dead, and my mum is. It doesn't matter, Neville. The people that put them through those things at least had mercy on them, said Lucia hesitantly. Your case is different. How so, Neville? Their quiet conversation was cut short by Hermione, who had approached them with Harry and Ron following her gentle voice. They looked around. Oh, hello, Neville said, his voice much higher than usual. Interesting lesson, wasn't it? I wonder what's for dinner. I'm starving, aren't you? Neville, are you all right? Said Hermione. It was crystal clear that Neville was so desperately trying to forget the lesson, and quite honestly Lucia couldn't blame him. Her hand was still shaking, but she hid it inside her pocket as to not make it seem so obvious. Oh yes, I'm fine, Neville gabbled in the same unnaturally high voice. Very interesting dinner, I mean lesson. What's for eating? Lucia winced at her friend's jumbled up words. Neville, but an odd clunking noise sounded behind them, and they turned to see Professor Moody limping toward them. All five of them fell silent, watching him apprehensively, but when he spoke, it was in a much lower and gentler growl than they had yet heard. It's all right, Sonny, he said to Neville. Why don't you come up to my office? Come on. We can have a cup of tea. Neville looked even more frightened at the prospect of tea with Moody. He neither moved nor spoke. Moody turned his magical eye upon Harry, causing Lucia to tense more than she already was. You all right, are you, Potter? Yes, said Harry almost defiantly. Moody's blue eye quivered slightly in its socket as it surveyed Harry. Then he said, You've got to know. Seems harsh, maybe, but you've got to know. No point pretending. Well, come on, Longbottom, I've got some books that might interest you. Neville looked pleadingly at Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Lucia. But Professor, Lucia was able to muster out all the courage she had. She seized Neville's arm at once before Moody could stray him away. Moody's eyes crazily turned to her, and she gulped, nervous. Neville, and I had some plans. Are you two dating? Lucia and Neville went red, while Harry, Ron, and Hermione widened their eyes. This was news for the three of them. They had never thought that would be possible. But then again, Harry thought to himself, it did make sense why they were so close during an O. The pair said at once, cheeks tinted wildly in the shade of red. embarrassed. We're just friends. We've just known each other for a long time. Yeah, way back before even Hogwarts then. I don't see what plans you have, stated Moody gruffly. Well, we thought of heading to the library, you see, Lucia stammered. You can do that during the weekends, he said adamantly, and the courage that was stored inside Lucia soon diminished. She swallowed the lump in her throat and recoiled with an apologetic look to Neville. They didn't say anything, so Neville had no choice but to allow himself to be steered away, one of Moody's gnarled hands on his shoulder. What was that about? Said Ron, watching Neville and Moody turn the corner. I don't know, said Hermione, looking pensive. You're not actually dating Neville, right? Harry suddenly asked Lucia, causing her to turn to him with startled embarrassment. The red tinge on her cheek deepened in color. No, she said, her voice pitchier than before. Neville and I would never. We're just friends. Thought so, laughed Ron. I can't see Neville with anyone. That's rude, said Hermione reproachfully. Neville got a pretty good personality, and anyone would be lucky enough to have him in their life, said Lucia, defending her friend as she narrowed her eyes at the tall boy. If you say so, yawned Ron. Some lesson, though, he said as they set off for the Great Hall. Fred and George were right, weren't they? He really knows his stuff, Moody, doesn't he? When he did Avada Kedavra, the way that Spider just died, just snuffed it right. Aft Ron, Lucia snapped uncharacteristically. Ron fell suddenly silent at the look on Harry's face and didn't speak again until they reached the Great Hall, when he said he supposed they had better make a start on Professor Trelawney's predictions tonight, since they would take hours. Neither Hermione nor Lucia joined in Harry and Ron's conversation but ate dinner furiously fast before they left the Great Hall abruptly, both going their separate ways immediately. Lucia rushed down the corridors, heart still beating rapidly. She didn't know where she was going, but all she knew was that she couldn't stay in that bloody hall any longer after what happened in class. Perhaps she was just being paranoid once more, but if someone had just come to the same revelation as her, would they be reacting the same way she was right now? Lucia seldom acknowledges Hogwarts as a safe place, for it always miraculously proved itself to be more dangerous than anywhere in the world really, despite its motto for being the safest place in the world besides Gringotts. But she now wished it really was safe because honestly, she didn't think it was normal for a student to feel this unsettled. And the more she tried to wrap her head around the chances of Moody not being what he says he is made her paranoia worse. The pondering thoughts ran through her mind as she ran down the corridors when suddenly, she staggered back in her steps as she felt herself bumping into someone. A small squeak could be heard in the empty corridors, causing her to spare a glance at whomever she had ran across to. A young girl who seems to be in a year younger than Lucia. Her beautifully luscious chocolate brown hair that reached past her shoulders bearing prominent waves. A kind smile that the tie around her neck would make others think twice to stereotype her in the House of the Snakes. But what caught Lucia the most was the striking round eyes, bearing brown irises. However, she was no fool, for she notices the watery gaze the little girl held. I'm so sorry, the girl squeaked, quickly getting up to her feet before Lucia could even help her. She dusted herself off, wiping her tear-streaked cheeks. I didn't mean to, I'm really sorry. Lucia broke away from her thoughts, feeling an overwhelming sense of protection for the girl all of a sudden. No, she said instantly. It's nothing to worry about. But what about you? Are you okay? She added, not oblivious by the diverting eyes of the Slytherin girl. It's nothing, she managed. Happens a lot. I didn't mean the fall, I meant your eyes. Lucia gestured gently over to her eyes. You're crying? And no, I'm not, sniffled the girl, frantically wiping her eyes. Lucia smiled tenderly. So what's that? Then, she pointed amusingly at her crystallized eyes. The girl was silent for a moment, before answering ridiculously. Dust. Dust? Said Lucia with feigned incredulity. Yes, dust. And what of it? She said briskly. This castle is practically a playground for dust. Do you think I'm stupid? There was a pause, and the girl snapped her head away from her, mumbling. I was hoping you were. The sense of amusement was now an understatement as to what she was feeling toward the girl. Lucia stared down at her momentarily, the girl feeling a bit intimidated by the striking gaze. She then looked around the corridor and heard a distant sound of footsteps before she turned back to the girl. "Come with me." The brunette tilted her head in confusion, still hiccuping. Before she got to even question her, Lucia had already pulled her into a nearby classroom, locking the door. "Hey!" But Lucia casted her a gentle look. "Shoo," she beckoned. Though confused still, she complied. After a moment, the younger girl seems to caught on as to why Lucia had brought her inside here. Sure, she was alarmed at first, but now she couldn't help but feel grateful by the gesture. Admittedly, she didn't want to be seen crying in the corridors in front of someone. Her peers would have made fun of her for that. 2 or 3 minutes passed before everything died down. Lucia waved her wand, conjuring some water, splashing it onto her handkerchief before offering it to the girl as she sat down on the cold floor, still wiping her tears away. Lucia sat on her knees across from her. "Why, you're really nice," she said quietly as she gave her a nod to playing with her hair. Her touch was somewhat soothing to her. "Most Gryffindors I know aren't very—" Realizing what she was implying, Lucia's heart sank. "Yeah," she said quietly, "they aren't. Why, you think so too. But aren't you? I may be a Gryffindor myself, but I'm not biased enough to ignore those idiots." Lucia corrected herself, reminded of her mother's scolding for a moment. She continued, "Some of them act all high and mighty just because they got sorted into Gryffindor, and that they always forget that your house and character aren't the same at all as they think they are. Sure, one of their traits could be the same, but every one of them? I doubt that." Lucia twirled Astoria's hair around her finger mindlessly. "But bad apples exist in all houses, yeah. Well, everyone seems to think that every Slytherin are bad apples in this castle," said the girl bitterly. "I understand why, but I just wished that they would at least keep it to themselves." "Is that why you were crying?" Lucia asked. For a flicker of a second there, she almost thought that she was wrong until the girl nodded timidly. "See, can I ask you a question?" "Shoot, do all the people that ended up in Slytherin really become bad?" she asked quietly. This question came to Lucia in startlement. "Of course not," she said without delay. Her heart aches for the girl before here. Stereotypes was proving to be more hurtful than how people usually made it seem to be. And this girl in front of her so happens to be evidence of her statement. The girl glanced up from the hanky in her hand to look at the older girl, a bit shocked as to how fast she had answered her. Lucia merely smiled at her. "Do you honestly think that the world is separated into black and white? There's always those gray areas between them," she said with feigned exasperation to lift off the tense atmosphere between them. She twirled a strand of her hair around her fingers, talking, "Not all Slytherins are bad or cunning, just like how not all Gryffindors are good or brave, and not all Ravenclaws are book smart, while not all Hufflepuffs are duffers honestly. Where do all of this come from? Isn't that wee bit too harsh to say about someone you hardly know of?" She giggled tearfully at this, causing Lucia's eyes to twinkle. "But I do believe that whoever you turned out to be is all up to the path that you choose on your own. From the beginning of your life or when you were young perhaps. And it's just a mere coincidence that majority of Slytherins chose the path that they thought was, well, right, which is not." Lucia nodded. She then weaved her hand, plaiting the girl's hair. "I'm really surprised that you ask me this when you know people like Merlin." She chuckled. "Merlin? What does this have anything to do with what we're talking about?" She scrunched her nose in confusion. "Silly girl," Lucia giggled, untying her ribbon from her hair, and fastening a knot on the younger girl's finished braid, "because he was a brilliant Slytherin alumni." She gaped, wheeling around in awe. "He was a Slytherin?" Lucia hummed in response. "He was," she said with a beaming smile. "And look at him. No one forgot his name and associated him as one of the brightest and legendary wizard of all time. Even became a part of King Arthur's court." "The Muggle King," breathed the brunette. "Precisely," said Lucia with a nod. "From him on, you can already wrap your head around the fact that not all Slytherins are racist bigots, and from your own heart, you know that not all Slytherins are the racist bigots they make themselves out to be." The girl stared down to her hands in deep thought. "You're not, are you?" She hastily shook her head. "Never," she said, appalled by the mere thought of sharing the same ideals as most of her house. She looked back down to her lap. "It really is horrendous to me as to how people could throw that horrible word all around. I'm not into the myth of purebloods being superior to muggle-borns or half-bloods. In the end, everyone bleeds red. I'm glad to hear that, Lucia smiled. You know, my father's side of the family has been in Slytherin for generations and generation ever since they could remember. But he never shared the same ideals as them. Really? She looked at Lucia, eyes shimmering with curiosity. H.M., she said. My parents, I may not remember much about them, but I am well aware that they would have never condoned the whole concept of pureblood supremacy. My dad even wrote a whole paragraph about it in his journal. He had a journal? She asked in disbelief, stifling a giggle. Yup, and he kept it with care and decorated it very prettily at that. However, that's beside the point. Dad, every fancy gathering he had to attend, would always steer away from the lot of them and end up being quite lonely because he refused to be friends with them. Albeit it was the bare minimum, but it was a start. What about your mother? The little girl perked intriguingly. Well, Lucia smiled sadly at the thought of her mother before she beamed down at the girl, continuing with plaiting her hair. She thought of herself as someone who isn't special, when really, to my father, she was. She used to attend Mahudakoro since that was the only magical school in both Southeast and East Asia, unfortunately. So, she had to be far away from her parents a lot, and it wasn't until she was 19 and got out of school when she and her parents migrated here to have a better life and opened a shop of their own. But in midst of that, she met my dad. Sounds like it was romantic. Like their meetup was fate, she said eagerly. I don't believe in fate, so I wouldn't know, said Lucia musingly. What I did know, though, was that he fell in love with her instantly during their first meet. And since then, my mum said, he started a life as a hopeless romantic for her. Mum thought he was just another guy who's trying to capture her attention and end up leaving her. But she was wrong. I don't know what it was that made her change her mind, but I guessed it was something he did from the heart. Why was she telling this little stranger about her parents' love life? Mouth. You've been disappointing me this whole time. Please refrain yourself from sharing already. Their relationship isn't the easiest one to achieve. Imagine you're not only a half-blood, but as well as an immigrant in love with someone from a family filled with bigots. That'll never ends up good. They tried many times to tear my mum down, but Dad always had her back, and he ended up cutting contact with his parents and never spoke to them until he passed. Lucia sighed, fiddling with peony locket on her collarbone. Mum said that he's still in the family registry and that his parents sent letters to him for him to come back. But he never did. You could say that he practically disowned his parents entirely. You're an utter disappointed. Oh dear mouth of mine. He was the first one to break the chain. Yeah, and Mum told me of how much he took pride on that. Even to the point of annoying my grandmother from my mother's side about it. Lucia trailed aimlessly, before blushing embarrassingly as finally her rationality dawned on her. Sorry. I must have been rambling. I really shouldn't have. Don't be, she said immediately. You Dad. He sounds lovely. Lucia blinked momentarily before a smile found its way up to her lips. I guess so. She humored. Mum and Gran would have said otherwise, but I guess he is quite lovely. Your parents seem to love each other so much. Oh, they did, smiled Lucia, combing her hair. From the photos I have of them, they look so lovesick for each other that it's almost disgusting. To think a half a decade later, they would have me. A half-blooded witch who gets nervous easily and is known as kooky as a cuckoo clock for some odd reason. She huffed. Cuckoo clock? She looked at her, perplexed. A type of muggle clock. Ah, she nodded before saying, then was your father called a blood traitor as well? I'm not sure, Lucia said distractedly. She left out that part of their love story. Your mother sounds lovely, she said earnestly. The way you talk about them, I won't doubt that they're amazing people. They are, said Lucia. I just wish that I had more time with them both. What, it's nothing. I'm just rambling now, she said quickly. My point is that you should never care about what others say because their opinions are irrelevant. Their opinions are irrelevant, she repeated. What's your name? The noir-haired girl blinked before she flashed the girl a gentle smile. Lucia. Lucia Fiore. You? Astoria, the brunette said timidly, smiling. Astoria Greengrass. Within me, here's a precious place of myself alone too. If you pay a little attention you will become a dense forest. Lucia would have never expected herself to sacrifice her well-deserved sleep for someone she just met. but that seemed to be the reality after meeting Astoria Greengrass, who slithered into her heart so effortlessly. It was simply odd to her how easily had she came to attach herself to Astoria, since she hardly knew her until now. Heck, she didn't even knew she existed before this. But as she stayed by her side, listening to her as she vent out her turmoil as much as she wanted, something about her was just too endearing to the point that it was seemingly difficult for her to part ways with the younger girl until she found herself staying up all night just for her. Such a lovely girl, completely opposite from most of her peers. However, after talking to Astoria and telling her about her parents, Lucia couldn't think much about things except for the parents that she hadn't thought of for a while now. Her parents that sacrificed so much just for her to live. She pondered over the story of their lives and how different they were, yet was still able to be in love, possessing love like none other. How were they able to love each other even after so many things that happened? Did her dad love her mum that much that he would leave his family and risk it all? Was mum the sole reason he made a decision between his family and what he believed was right? Didn't mum wanted to focus on giving her parents a better life than the life they lived back then through war? How did mum accepted dad's love after months of rejecting him? Why was he even adamant on fancying her in the first place? There were so many questions that piled up into her mind that she knew she couldn't get answer for. So all she could do was think of theories for it. And those theories got too much to the point that when she arrived back in Gryffindor Tower, all she could do was think, abandoning the plan to sleep because she just couldn't. So she decided to, with much hesitance, take a walk around the castle. She was at first scared. She really didn't want to be spotted, but surprisingly not once did that happen. She was fortunate enough to not even come across that snitch, Mrs. Norris, even as she roamed around the place after curfew. However, as she traveled down the still and empty corridors in the early morning with her school bag dragged behind her, and her hair was the most disheveled it had ever been, along with her Gryffindor tie loosened around her collar, she regretted it. Her regret was too prominent that there was no way for anyone to not notice it. Perhaps walking around all night without anything to do wasn't such a good idea as she thought it would be. She was used to having to stay up all night, but never did she go walking around the whole school grounds at that. Her appearance was disheveled, and her tired eyes may even make it look as though she was close to a panda than human with how much her eyes had darkened. She walked along the corridors when she caught a blurry sight, the figure making his way towards her little by little. Lucy? Hearing the oh-so-familiar voice, Lucia straightened her posture and squinted her eyes to regain her vision. Harry? She spoke, surprised that he would be up this early. Distracted by his presence, Lucia forgotten she had to balance herself, causing her to fall forward. At once Harry caught her. Whoa! He pulled away to get a good look of her. What happened to you? A long story, she yawned. Care to tell? He said amusingly. She gave him a look, in which he feigns innocence too. Not interested, she patted his cheek. Harry shook his head with a chuckle. Lucia got back to her feet, still swaying in exhaustion. Seeing this, Harry pocketed his letter into his sweatshirt and crouched down, his back facing her. Come on, what are you doing, Harry? Lucia yawned. I was going to the Ollery to send my letter and I was wondering if you care to join me? She quirked a brow. And why would I do that? Well, Miss Di Fiore, Harry began cheekily, causing Lucia's stomach to do a backflip at the way he called her. She pursed her lips. It is simply because that would mean that you wouldn't have to walk back to the common room. I'm giving you a piggyback ride here, he offered with a smirk plastered upon his lips. So how about it? Lucia furrowed her eyes, but she did not further question it, for she was already slumped on Harry's back. She heard his chuckle sounding near her ear as her head nuzzled on his shoulder. Do your magic, Harry? And before she knew it, she dozed into slumber. Harry smiled, hearing the soft snores of Lucia. Something about her being in such tranquil sleep whenever she's with him simply made his stomach churn and his heart flutter. But it really did concern him a bit. She was so light despite how she looks. He shook off the thought when he stepped foot in the Ollery that was situated at the top of West Tower. The Ollery was a circular stone room, cold and drafty, because none of the windows had glass in them. The floor was entirely covered in straw, owl droppings, and the regurgitated skeletons of mice and voles. Hundreds upon hundreds of owls of every breed imaginable were nestled here on perches that rose right up to the top of the tower, nearly all of them asleep, though here and there a round amber eye glared at Harry as he propped Lucia cautiously on his back. Her only response to the action was a brief nuzzle of her face into his shoulder. It felt slightly ticklish, but he tried not to awake her from it. He spotted Hedwig nestled between a barn owl and a tawny, and hurried over to her, sliding a little on the dropping-strewn floor. It took him a while to persuade her to wake up and then to look at him, as she kept shuffling around on her perch, showing him her tail. She was still furious about his lack of gratitude the previous night. In the end, it was Harry suggesting she might be too tired, and that perhaps he would ask Ron to borrow Pigwidgeon, that made her stick out her leg and allow him to tie the letter to it. Just find him, all right? Harry said, stroking her back as he carried her on his arm to one of the holes in the wall. Before the Dementors do. She nipped his finger, harder than she would ordinarily have done, but hooted softly in a reassuring sort of way all the same. Then she spread her wings and took off into the sunrise. Harry watched her fly out of sight with the familiar feeling of unease back in his stomach. He had been so sure that Sirius's reply would alleviate his worries rather than increasing them. "That was a lie, Harry," said Hermione sharply over breakfast, when he told her and Ron what he had done. "You didn't imagine your scar hurting and you know it." "So what?" said Harry. "He's not going back to Azkaban because of me." "Drop it," said Ron sharply to Hermione as she opened her mouth to argue some more. And for once, Hermione heeded him and fell silent. Harry sighed before he caught sight of Lucia emerging through the door, walking with her eyes close and with her bags prominent underneath her eyes despite her applying as much concealer she had in possession. Yet, even with her awful appearance, she was still beautiful to Harry. Right as the image of her smile filled his mind, he winced as an image of Cho Chang quickly struck his mind, as though reminding him who he fancied. Right? He fancied Cho Chang. He was loyal to that statement. Right? Right? Is she all right? Hermione asked, breaking Harry away from his pondering thoughts. "She looks kind of dead," said Ron blankly. After Harry's little trip to the Ollery, he had peacefully dropped Lucia off in front of the stairs that led to the girls' dormitory. He could only watch with pity as she swayed dangerously up the stairs. He was even ready to catch her if she were to slip. "Lucia!" Ron called for her, and faintly the three of them saw her wincing as she begrudgingly approached them before plastering a very strained smile. "Please don't raise your voice," she pleaded quietly, dropping herself down beside Harry. "I feel like I'm going to have a major headache," she whined. "Where were you even last night?" Hermione asked sharply. "You know you are not allowed to be out after curfew. That's gold coming from you." "Granger," said Lucia calmly, rubbing her temples. "Out of everyone, you have no right to chide me about going out after curfew." The boys watched the two girls exchange as the air around them tensed. They rather not cut in between them, but only kept shoving a spoonful of their breakfast into their mouths. Hermione looked away. Faintly, to Lucia's surprise, Hermione said, "Sorry," under her breath. Lucia felt somewhat refreshed from that. "It's fine," she said quietly, "but if you must know, I was actually walking around the castle. All night." Ron yelped. "I found her walking like a zombie," said Harry. "Was it really that bad?" groaned Lucia, as Harry nodded pitifully. "I didn't think it would get that tiring, and I'm not sure if I can go on for the day," she whined. "I beg to differ," said Harry with a small laugh. "We'll just catch you if you fall." Ron snorted. "I think you meant just you, mate." He spoke. "I'm not catching her, Ron." Hermione shook her head. "I can just feel the love," said Lucia with a roll of her eyes. "Maybe that's why I prefer your sister more rather than you. I don't even know her." "Ha!" Ginny, who was passing them, stuck her tongue out at her brother. "Suck it." Ron glared at his little sister, watching as she disappeared out of the great hall before turning back to Lucia. "You take that back." La. Soon they dropped the topic in hand as they made their way to their lesson of the day. Their lessons were becoming more difficult and demanding than ever before, particularly Moody's defense against the dark arts. To their surprise, Professor Moody announced that he would be putting the Imperius Curse on each of them in turn, to demonstrate its power and to see whether they could resist its effects. But you said it's illegal, Professor, said Hermione uncertainly as Moody cleared away the desks with a sweep of his wand, leaving a large clear space in the middle of the room. You said to use it against another human was Dumbledore once you taught what it feels like, said Moody, his magical eye swiveling onto Hermione and fixing her with an eerie, unblinking stare. If you'd rather learn the hard way when someone's putting it on you so they can control you, completely fine by me. You're excused. Off you go. He pointed one gnarled finger toward the door. Hermione went very pink and muttered something about not meaning that she wanted to leave. Lucia stared at the interaction anxiously from beside Neville. Harry and Ron grinned at each other. They knew Hermione would rather eat bubotuber pus than miss such an important lesson. I really don't like this lesson, grumbled Lucia as she rubbed the back of her strained neck exasperatedly. It's not only going to be traumatizing, but it feels illegal. It's because it is illegal, mumbled Neville in an anxious manner. We can't do anything, can we? Are you sure you want to do this, Neville? Lucia asked, worried. Course I am, said Neville, but his voice cracked. Lucia breathed out of a defeated sigh. Moody began to beckon students forward in turn and put the Imperius Curse upon them. They watched as, one by one, their classmates did the most extraordinary things under its influence. Dean Thomas hopped 3 times around the room, singing the national anthem. Lavender Brown imitated a squirrel. Neville performed a series of quite astonishing gymnastics he would certainly not have been capable of in his normal state. Not one of them seemed to be able to fight off the curse, and each of them recovered only when Moody had removed it. De Fiori called Moody. Lucia stared at the man, both in fear and hesitance. What if he tries to force her to tell her deepest and darkest secret? She could not handle that. It doesn't help of the fact that she had a slight suspicion that this man was not who he says he is. Moody's magical eyes swiveled around at her as silence fell upon the room. Well, he groaned impatient. With an encouraging push from Lavender and Neville, she moved robotically forward into the middle of the classroom, into the space that Moody had cleared of desks. Moody raised his wand, pointed it at Lucia and said, Imperio! She gasped lightly before she felt it. The feeling of the curse taking its toll in her mind. Being with a sensitive mind like hers, she knew that there was no way to defeat the Imperius Curse. It would either let her succumb to it or halting it at once, which, as you can see, did not happen. She let the feeling overwhelm her body, and to say it was a wonderful feeling would be an understatement. It was incredible, but off. She felt a floating sensation as every thought and worry in her head was wiped gently away, leaving nothing but a vague, untraceable happiness. Odd. And then she heard Mad-Eye Moody's voice, echoing in some distant chamber of the dark abyss that surrounded her. Do a pirouette? Do a pirouette? Excuse me, what? Nonetheless, she stood in position, her right foot in front. Do a pirouette. Just as she was about to oblige, something in her halted herself. She knew nothing about ballet. She was a gymnast. She would only make a fool of herself, and that feeling doesn't sound all that pleasant. She would rather walk into a cage filled with giant dragons that could possibly eat or burn her alive, than to do a fail pirouette in front of her classmates. That would be just too embarrassing. Do a pirouette. And embarrass myself? A voice scoffed defiantly in her mind. How about you go do the pirouette yourself? Sneaky old ballet bastard. Do a pirouette. How many times are you going to force me to do that? Because I don't fancy having to be in this for too long. The voice echoed with a sly chuckle. My answer is no, dude. Bugger off. Do it. Now. Ugh, bastard. She said. Fine, I'll do it, but it's your funeral. And before she knew it, she felt not only her legs, but as well as her hand. She felt her hand being shoved into the pocket of her robes, taking out her wand before pointing it at someone she wasn't sure whom. Then the incantation slips out from her lips. Aquamenti. Lucia broke away from the abyss she was just in. Her vision went from blurry to clear in just the span of seconds before she had a considerable amount of pain in her head. She looked around. Her classmates were all in awe as they had their eyes on one person, and that person was not her. Lucia followed their gazes and a gasp made its way out of her mouth at the sight. Moody was soaked. She then realized the wand in her hand and gasped even more. "I'm so sorry, Professor." But she didn't feel all that sorry. He blinked blankly before brushing it off and dried himself with a spell. He grinned at the twist, and it was unsettling to her. "Brilliant, Di Fiore. Brilliant." Lucia laughed anxiously and moved back to the secure space she was in between Neville and Lavender, who casted her an awestruck look. She privately face-bombed herself. Although she was suspicious of her teacher, she still held a wee bit respect for him. Never in her life had she ever soaked a teacher before, and she swore she could dig a grave from the embarrassment. Soon enough it was Harry's turn. They watched as Harry stood, under the influence of the curse. Moody ordered him to jump on the table, and Harry bent his knees obediently, preparing to spring forward on the table. However, something had stopped him. He straightened his posture, no longer in position to jump. Moody ordered and demanded him to obey, but nothing happened. Something from the look of his face told her that he was defying the orders, even under the influence of the curse. And the next thing they knew, he had both jumped and tried to prevent himself from jumping. The result was that he'd smashed headlong into the desk, knocking it over and, by the feeling in his legs, fractured both his kneecaps. He had defied the curse. Lucia gasped silently in awe. She may have been defiant with Moody's orders when she was under the influence, but she still ended up doing the pirouette. She only had added a bit of spice in it. But Harry was completely different. He almost beat something that none of them could. "Now that's more like it," growled Moody. "Look at that, you lot. Potter fought. He fought it and he damn near beat it. We'll try that again, Potter. And the rest of you, pay attention, watch his eyes. That's where you see it. Very good, Potter, very good indeed. They'll have trouble controlling you. The way he talks," Harry muttered as he hobbled out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. An hour later, Moody had insisted on putting Harry through his paces 4 times in a row, until Harry could throw off the curse entirely. "You'd think we were all going to be attacked any second." "Yeah, I know," said Ron, who was skipping on every alternate step. He had had much more difficulty with the curse than Harry, though Moody assured him the effects would wear off by lunchtime. Talk about paranoid. Ron glanced nervously over his shoulder to check that Moody was definitely out of earshot and went on. "No wonder they were glad to get shot of him at the ministry. Did you hear him telling Seamus what he did to that witch who shouted boo behind him on April Fool's Day? And when are we supposed to read up on resisting the Imperius curse with everything else we've got to do?" All the 4th years had noticed a definite increase in the amount of work they were required to do this term. Professor McGonagall explained why, when the class gave a particularly loud groan at the amount of Transfiguration homework she had assigned. "You are now entering a most important phase of your magical education," she told them, her eyes glinting dangerously behind her square spectacles. "Your ordinary wizarding levels are drawing closer. We don't take OWLS till 5th year," said Dean Thomas indignantly. "Maybe not, Thomas, but believe me, you need all the preparation you can get. Miss Granger," and wonderfully, Miss Fiore. Lucia snapped out of her daydream and jumped at the call of her name. "Remains the only students in this class who has managed to turn a hedgehog into a satisfactory pincushion. I might remind you that your pincushion, Thomas, still curls up in fright if anyone approaches it with a pin." Hermione, who had turned rather pink again, seemed to be trying not to look too pleased with herself. Lucia blinked absently, still comprehending Professor McGonagall's words, and momentarily, she thought she was growing mad when she thought she saw Professor McGonagall briefly smiling her way. The smile was laced with pride of her growth, but she had probably just imagined it. There was no way that was real. However, Lucia couldn't help but feel all fuzzy all of a sudden. She was actually doing well at something. Harry and Ron were deeply amused when Professor Trelawney told them that they had received top marks for their homework in their next divination class. She read out large portions of their predictions, commending them for their unflinching acceptance of the horrors in store for them, but they were less amused when she asked them to do the same thing for the month after next. Both of them were running out of ideas for catastrophes. Lucia, however, didn't have the same luck as them as once again. She had gotten low marks even though she was sure that her prediction was accurate enough. No. She knew for sure that she was right. Trelawney had always had it out for her. Meanwhile, Professor Binns, the ghost who taught history of magic, had them writing weekly essays on the goblin rebellions of the 18th century. Professor Snape was forcing them to research antidotes. They took this one seriously, as he had hinted that he might be poisoning one of them before Christmas to see if their antidote worked. Professor Flitwick had asked them to read 3 extra books in preparation for their lesson on summoning charms. Even Hagrid was adding to their workload. The blast-ended Scroots were growing at a remarkable pace given that nobody had yet discovered what they ate. Hagrid was delighted, and as part of their project, suggested that they come down to his hut on alternate evenings to observe the Scroots and make notes on their extraordinary behavior. "I will not," said Draco Malfoy flatly when Hagrid had proposed this with the air of Father Christmas pulling an extra-large toy out of his sack. "I see enough of these foul things during lessons, thanks." Hagrid's smile faded off his face. "Ye'll do what you're told," he growled, "or I'll be taking a leaf outta Professor Moody's book." "I hear ye made a good ferret, Malfoy." The Gryffindors roared with laughter. Lucia smiled along. She was still bitter of the fact that she's the one that has a gauze on her cheek instead of any other person. Malfoy flushed with anger, but apparently the memory of Moody's punishment was still sufficiently painful to stop him from retorting. Lucia returned to the castle at the end of the lesson in high spirits. Seeing Hagrid put down Malfoy was particularly satisfying, especially because Malfoy had done his very best to get Hagrid sacked the previous year. When she arrived in the entrance hall, she was unable to proceed as she saw a large crowd of students congregated there, all milling around a large sign that had been erected at the foot of the marble staircase. "What's going on?" Lucia asked, her book clutched against her chest as she approached Harry, Ron, and Hermione, perplexed by the crowd. "Dunno," told Harry, shrugging. Ron, the tallest of the 4, stood on tiptoe to see over the heads in front of them and read the sign aloud to the other 3. "Triwizard Tournament brilliant," said Harry. "This potion's last thing on Friday. Snape won't have time to poison us all. Of course, that's what you're focusing on." Lucia mused as she bounced on her tippy toes to peer over the crowd of students, and not of the fact that bloody Beauxbatons and Durmstrang are coming. "Would you rather be poison?" Harry retorted, grinning, "and recreate the infamous Romeo and Juliet scene?" "Nah," said Lucia. "Students will return their bags and books to their dormitories and assemble in front of the castle to greet our guests before the welcoming feast." "Only a week away," said Ernie Macmillan of Hufflepuff, emerging from the crowd, his eyes gleaming. "I wonder if Cedric knows? Think I'll go and tell him." "Cedric?" said Ron blankly as Ernie hurried off. "Diggory," said Harry. "He must be entering the tournament." "That idiot, Hogwarts champion?" said Ron as they pushed their way through the chattering crowd toward the staircase. Lucia smacked his arm at once as Hermione shot him a look. Ron rubbed his arm, looking at girls as though they were a hydra and had grown another head. "He's not an idiot. You just don't like him because he beat Gryffindor at Quidditch," said Hermione. "I've heard he's a really good student and he's a prefect." She spoke as though this settled the matter. "Don't forget he's smart." Lucia adds as matter-of-factly, "He's practically the perfect embodiment of the guy you wish to one day marry." "That's an off way to put," said Harry oddly. "You two only like him because he's handsome," said Ron scathingly. "Of course he's handsome. He's one of the most good-looking guys I've seen, and he's also nice," Lucia said under her breath and then sighing dreamily. "Mostly handsome though." Harry shot her a look, in which she responded only with a look that said what? To him, not fazed. "Excuse me, I don't like people just because they're handsome," said Hermione indignantly. "Well, I kind of do," trailed Lucia shamelessly. Ron gave a loud false cough, which sounded oddly like Lockhart. The appearance of the sign in the entrance hall had a marked effect upon the inhabitants of the castle. During the following week, there seemed to be only one topic of conversation, no matter where she went: the Triwizard Tournament. Rumors were flying from student to student like highly contagious germs. Who was going to try for Hogwarts champion? What the tournament would involve? How the students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang differed from themselves. It was also evident that the castle seemed to be undergoing an extra thorough cleaning. Several grimy portraits had been scrubbed, much to the displeasure of their subjects, who sat huddled in their frames muttering darkly and wincing as they felt their raw pink faces. The suits of armor were suddenly gleaming and moving without squeaking, and Argus Filch, the caretaker, was behaving so ferociously to any students who forgot to wipe their shoes that he terrified a pair of first-year girls into hysterics. Other members of the staff seemed oddly tense too. Longbottom, kindly do not reveal that you can't even perform a simple switching spell in front of anyone from Durmstrang. Professor McGonagall barked at the end of one particularly difficult lesson, during which Neville had accidentally transplanted his own ears onto a cactus. When they went down to breakfast on the morning of the 30th of October, they found that the Great Hall had been decorated overnight. Enormous silk banners hung from the walls, each of them representing a Hogwarts house. Red with a gold lion for Gryffindor, blue with a bronze eagle for Ravenclaw, yellow with a black badger for Hufflepuff, and green with a silver serpent for Slytherin. Behind the teacher's table, the largest banner of all bore the Hogwarts coat of arms. Lion, eagle, badger, and snake united around a large letter H. As Lucia sat at the Gryffindor table, using her peaceful pastime to finish with a design she had been planning all summer, the world seems to really want her to socialize as soon enough. She found herself sitting in between Fred and George while Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat across from her. How did it all come to this? She really could not escape from them. She breathed sharply, as though defeated. Though she couldn't exactly complain, can she? This was something she had wished for since she was young. To be surrounded by people who accepted her. You two got any ideas on the Triwizard Tournament yet? Harry asked. Thought any more about trying to enter? I asked McGonagall how the champions are chosen, but she wasn't telling, said George bitterly. She just told me to shut up and get on with transfiguring my raccoon. Wonder what the tasks are going to be, said Ron thoughtfully. You know, I bet we could do them, Harry. We've done dangerous stuff before. Not in front of a panel of judges, you haven't, said Fred. McGonagall says the champions get awarded points according to how well they've done the tasks. Who are the judges? Harry asked. Well, the heads of the participating schools are always on the panel, said Hermione, and everyone looked around at her, rather surprised because all three of them were injured during the tournament of 1792, when a cockatrice the champions were supposed to be catching went on the rampage. She noticed them all looking at her and said, with her usual air of impatience that nobody else had read all the books she had, it's all in Hogwarts. A history. Though, of course, that book's not entirely reliable. A revised history of Hogwarts would be a more accurate title. Or a highly biased and selective history of Hogwarts, which glosses over the nastier aspects of the school. What are you on about? Said Ron. Lucia continued with coloring her drawing. The house elves, Ron. She stated. Of course, she knew about Hermione's campaign, but before she were to join it, she wanted to know how Hermione will be fighting for the house elves' rights. She couldn't just participate in the campaign blindly and dully because Hermione's her dorm mate. She needed information first. She's talking about the rights for house elves, said Lucia. Hermione nodded, her eyes flashing. Not once, in over 1,000 pages, does Hogwarts. A history mention that we are all colluding in the oppression of 100 slaves. After Harry and Ron had paid 2 sickles for a SPW badge, they had only done it to keep her quiet. Their sickles had been wasted, however. If anything, they seemed to have made Hermione more vociferous. She had tried to corner Lucia before, but she was adamant in her answer. Unless Hermione had a brochure or a proper plan, she would not buy anything. She wanted the rights for elves as much as Hermione do, but she also wanted the whole thing to progress rightly. Since then, Hermione had been badgering Harry and Ron ever since, first to wear the badges, then to persuade others to do the same, and she had also taken to rattling around the Gryffindor common room every evening, cornering people and shaking the collecting tin under their noses. You do realize that your sheets are changed, your fires lit, your classrooms cleaned, and your food cooked by a group of magical creatures who are unpaid and enslaved? She kept saying fiercely. Some people, like Neville, had paid up just to stop Hermione from glowering at them. A few seemed mildly interested in what she had to say but were reluctant to take a more active role in campaigning. Many regarded the whole thing as a joke. Ron now rolled his eyes at the ceiling, which was flooding them all in autumn sunlight, and Fred became extremely interested in his bacon. Both twins had refused to buy a SPW badge. George, however, leaned in toward Hermione. Listen, have you ever been down in the kitchens, Hermione? No, of course not, said Hermione curtly. I hardly think students are supposed to. Well, we have, said George, indicating Fred, loads of times to nick food. And we've met them and they're happy. But they're being treated poorly by people, said Lucia softly. The thing is, they think they've got the best job in the world. That's because they're uneducated and brainwashed. Hermione began hotly, but her next few words were drowned out by the sudden whooshing noise from overhead, which announced the arrival of the post owls. Harry looked up at once and saw Hedwig soaring toward him. Hermione stopped talking abruptly. She and Ron watched Hedwig anxiously as she fluttered down onto Harry's shoulder, folded her wings, and held out her leg wearily. Lucia watched, quirking a brow, perplexed as all of a sudden, Harry, Ron, and Hermione became secretive all of a sudden. She didn't know what Harry was reading, as all she knew was that the three were talking in a hushed tone. Although she was very much curious, she bit herself back from nosing into their business. It wasn't her place. Instead, she busied herself by caressing Harry's owl, Hedwig, who gladly accepted the affection, leaning into her touch, hooting gracefully. Rania smiled fondly at this. You're so pretty, aren't you, Karina? Hedwig hooted. Of course you are, she gushed, stroking Hedwig's feathers. Here you go, darling. Lucia poured a goblet of water for the owl. Hedwig immediately stuck her beak into the chalice, much to Lucia's happiness. Finally, Harry rolled up that mysterious letter in his grasp and slipped it inside of his robes, wondering whether he felt more or less worried than before. He supposed that Sirius managing to get back without being caught was something. He couldn't deny either that the idea that Sirius was much nearer was reassuring. At least he wouldn't have to wait so long for a response every time he wrote. Thanks, Hedwig, he said, stroking her. She hooted and then took off again, clearly desperate for a good long sleep in the Ollery. I hope this tournament is all worth the hype, started Lucia, breaking all of them from their thoughts. Her voice was serene as she watched Hedwig fly out. I'm sure it is, Harry said quietly. It'll be a shame if it isn't, she hummed distantly. Her mind wandered elsewhere. This wouldn't be such a peaceful year. I drank champagne with kings and queens to stop you putting roots in my dreamland. My house of stone, your ivy grows. The days that followed the arrival of the delegations was surprisingly nerve-wracking for Lucia for some odd reason. At first, it wasn't all that evident, but as the fateful day finally dawned on them, she slowly felt as though she could melt into a puddle. She'd heard many rumors about the students of Beauxbatons being one of the prettiest and fanciest bunch in the whole globe, while the lot from Durmstrang so happens to be the brawniest. Somehow, that put some type of pressure on Lucia's shoulder because she knew one thing. Them, as in Hogwarts students, were nothing like them. They were all bland as the English dishes. Lucia was hurriedly dragged by Harry and Ron down the hundreds of steps from Gryffindor Tower and into the entrance hall as Hermione took the lead after they had deposited their bags and books as they were instructed, pulling on their cloaks to look more presentable to their guest. The heads of houses were ordering their students into lines. Miss De Fiore, will you please fix up your bow? Hearing her name called out by Professor McGonagall made her flustered and embarrassed as she fiddled around with the scarlet bow on the back of her head nervously. Seeing her struggles, the head of house made her way towards the girl and tied the bow properly. There, thank you, said Lucia timidly at the professor. Professor McGonagall smiled faintly at her before moving to Ron. Weasley, straighten your hat, Professor McGonagall snapped. Miss Patil, take that ridiculous thing out of your hair. Parvati scowled and removed a large ornamental butterfly from the end of her plate. Follow me, please, said Professor McGonagall. First years in front. No pushing. They filed down the steps and lined up in front of the castle. It was a cold, clear evening. Dusk was falling and a pale, transparent-looking moon was already shining over the forbidden forest. Lucia, who was standing in between Dean and Harry, was in the fourth row from the front along with the other fourth years in their house. They saw Dennis Creevey positively shivering with anticipation among the other first years. Nearly 6, said Ron, checking his watch and then staring down the drive that led to the front gates. How'd you reckon they're coming? The train? I doubt it, said Hermione. How then? Broomsticks? Harry suggested, looking up at the starry sky. I don't think so. Not from that far away. I hope it's something extravagant, Lucia chirped as she bounced on her toes excitedly. A portkey? Ron suggested. Or they could apparate. Maybe you're allowed to do it under 17 wherever they come from. You can't apparate inside the Hogwarts grounds though, told Lucia. There seemed to be a sudden look of jubilation on Hermione's face as she exclaimed, "Thank you!" Finally, as the air became much chillier than before, Dumbledore called out from the back row where he stood with the other teachers, "Aha! Unless I am very much mistaken, the delegation from Beauxbatons approaches." "Where?" said many students eagerly, all looking in different directions. "There," yelled a sixth year, pointing over the forest. Something large, much larger than a broomstick or, indeed, 100 broomsticks was hurtling across the deep blue sky toward the castle, growing larger all the time. "It's a dragon!" shrieked one of the first years, losing her head completely. "Don't be stupid. It's a flying house," said Dennis Creevy. Dennis's guess was closer, as the gigantic black shape skimmed over the treetops of the forbidden forest and the lights shining from the castle windows hit it. They saw a gigantic, powder blue, horse-drawn carriage, the size of a large house, soaring toward them, pulled through the air by a dozen winged horses, all palominos, and each the size of an elephant. The front 3 rows of students drew backward as the carriage hurtled ever lower, coming into land at a tremendous speed then, with an almighty crash that made Neville jump backward onto a Slytherin 5th year's foot. The horse's hooves, larger than dinner plates, hit the ground. A second later, the carriage landed too, bouncing upon its vast wheels, while the golden horses tossed their enormous heads and rolled large, fiery red eyes. From the few seconds, she could see that the door of the carriage bore a coat of arms 2 crossed, golden wands, each emitting 3 stars before it opened. A boy in pale blue robes jumped down from the carriage, bent forward, fumbled for a moment with something on the carriage floor, and unfolded a set of golden steps. He sprang back respectfully. Then Harry saw a shining, high-heeled black shoe emerging from the inside of the carriage, a shoe the size of a child's sled followed, almost immediately, by the largest woman he had ever seen in his life. The size of the carriage and of the horses was immediately explained. A few people gasped. "Merlin's kidney stones," Lucia breathed. "That is the most," Hermione continued. "Largest, but this earned Ron a right smack on the arm by both girls. "Bloody hell, that is the tallest woman I've ever seen," breathed Harry, careful with his words as he eyed both Lucia and Hermione. This woman now at the foot of the steps, and looking around at the waiting, wide-eyed crowd seemed unnaturally large. As she stepped into the light flooding from the entrance hall, she was revealed to have a handsome, olive-skinned face, large, black, liquid-looking eyes, and a rather beaky nose. Her hair was drawn back in a shining knob at the base of her neck. She was dressed from head to foot in black satin, and many magnificent opals gleamed at her throat and on her thick fingers. Dumbledore started to clap. The students, following his lead, broke into applause too, many of them standing on tiptoe, the better to look at this woman. Her face relaxed into a gracious smile, and she walked forward toward Dumbledore, extending a glittering hand. Dumbledore, though tall himself, had barely to bend to kiss it. "My dear Madame Maxime," he said, "welcome to Hogwarts." "Dumbledore," said Madame Maxime in a deep voice. "Hope I find you well?" "In excellent form, I thank you," said Dumbledore. "My pupils," said Madame Maxime, waving one of her enormous hands carelessly behind her. Lucia knew her concerns about Hogwarts being one of the blandest out of the 3 schools were valid, for as she turned her gaze to the delegations of Beauxbatons, she was immediately greeted by the most poise and grace and beautiful boys and girls she had ever seen. She swore her heart almost leapt out of her chest when a girl with silvery blonde hair had locked eyes with her for a tiniest second, which was alarming to her as she blushed uncontrollably. By the looks of them, they were all in their late teens as they emerged out to stand behind Madame Maxime. They were shivering, which was unsurprising, given that their robes seemed to be made of fine silk, and none of them were wearing cloaks. A few had wrapped scarves and shawls around their heads. From where they were standing in Madame Maxime's enormous shadow, they were staring up at Hogwarts with apprehensive looks on their faces. "Has Karkaroff arrived yet?" Madame Maxime asked. "He should be here any moment," said Dumbledore. Would you like to wait here and greet him? Or would you prefer to step inside and warm up a trifle? Warm up, I think, said Madame Maxime. But Z-Orz's our care of magical creatures teacher will be delighted to take care of them, said Dumbledore, the moment he has returned from dealing with a slight situation that has arisen with some of his other charges. Scroots, Ron muttered, grinning. My steeds require a forceful endling, said Madame Maxime, looking as though she doubted whether any care of magical creatures teacher at Hogwarts could be up to the job. They are very strong. I assure you that Hagrid will be well up to the job, said Dumbledore, smiling. Very well, said Madame Maxime, bowing slightly. Will you please inform this Hagrid that Z-Orz's drink only single malt whiskey? Fancy horses. Odd Lucia. How can horses even be fancy in the first place? It will be attended to, said Dumbledore, also bowing. Come, said Madame Maxime imperiously to her students, and the Hogwarts crowd parted to allow her and her students to pass up the stone steps. How big Jew reckon Durmstrang's horses are going to be? Seamus Finnegan said, leaning around Lavender and Parvati to address Harry and Ron. Well, if they're any bigger than this lot, even Hagrid won't be able to handle them, said Harry. That's if he hasn't been attacked by his Scroots. Wonder what's up with them? Maybe they've escaped, said Ron hopefully. Oh, don't say that, said Hermione with a shudder. Imagine that lot loose on the grounds. It'll be both terrifying and exhilarating if that were to happen, said Lucia, clasping her hands together with a soft smile. They stood, shivering slightly now, waiting for the Durmstrang party to arrive. Most people were gazing hopefully up at the sky. For a few minutes, the silence was broken only by Madame Maxime's huge horses snorting and stamping. But then, can you hear something? Said Ron suddenly. A loud and oddly eerie noise was drifting toward them from out of the darkness. A muffled rumbling and sucking sound, as though an immense vacuum cleaner were moving along a riverbed. The lake, yelled Lee Jordan, pointing down at it. Look at the lake. From their position at the top of the lawns overlooking the grounds, they had a clear view of the smooth black surface of the water, except that the surface was suddenly not smooth at all. Some disturbance was taking place deep in the center. Great bubbles were forming on the surface, waves were now washing over the muddy banks, and then, out in the very middle of the lake, a whirlpool appeared, as if a giant plug had just been pulled out of the lake's floor. What seemed to be a long, black pole began to rise slowly out of the heart of the whirlpool. It's a mast, Harry exclaimed. Slowly, magnificently, the ship rose out of the water, gleaming in the moonlight. It had a strangely skeletal look about it, as though it were a resurrected wreck, and the dim, misty lights shimmering at its portholes looked like ghostly eyes. Finally, with a great sloshing noise, the ship emerged entirely, bobbing on the turbulent water, and began to glide toward the bank. A few moments later, they heard the splash of an anchor being thrown down in the shallows, and the thud of a plank being lowered onto the bank. People were disembarking. They could see their silhouettes passing the lights in the ship's portholes. Lucia felt another dread. Yup, they were the blandest out of all three. As the Durmstrang delegations neared, Lucia could catch the sight of them, and wholly were they brawny. Compared to them, the Hogwarts bunch were like stick figures. And not only did they bore the blandest looks, but as well as the blandest school uniform. While Hogwarts wore boring black robes with an insignia of their houses, and Bowsbatten wore those regal-like silky blue uniform, the Durmstrang lot were wearing cloaks of some kind of shaggy, matted fur. But the man who was leading them up to the castle was wearing furs of a different sort, sleek and silver like his hair. Dumbledore, he called heartily as he walked up the slope. How are you, my dear fellow? How are you? Blooming, thank you, Professor Karkaroff, Dumbledore replied. Karkaroff had a fruity, unctuous voice. When he stepped into the light pouring from the front doors of the castle, they saw that he was tall and thin like Dumbledore, but his white hair was short, and his goatee finishing in a small curl did not entirely hide his rather weak chin. When he reached Dumbledore, he shook hands with both of his own. Dear old Hogwarts, he said, looking up at the castle and smiling. His teeth were rather yellow, and his smile did not extend to his eyes, which remained cold and shrewd. How good it is to be here, how good. Victor, come along into the warmth. You don't mind, Dumbledore? Victor has a slight head cold, Karkaroff beckoned forward one of his students. As the boy passed, the four caught a glimpse of a prominent curved nose and thick black eyebrows. Lucia's eyes widened in awe as Ron gave Harry a punch on the arm, starstruck. "Harry, it's Crumb." "I don't believe it," Ron said, in a stunned voice, as the Hogwarts students filed back up the steps behind the party from Durmstrang. "Crumb, Harry."
Victor Krum. Victor Krum?
Lucia looked between them, perplexed. Ron's eyes were as wide as saucers, appalled by the fact that Lucia didn't know who the Victor Krum was. "You're joking?" She merely nodded, starting to get scared by Ron's reaction, while Harry quickly took a step forward between them before Ron could act all crazy fanboy on her. "I think I've heard of him, but who's Victor Krum exactly?" asked Lucia over Harry's shoulder. "Is he a Quidditch player or something?" "He's unbelievable. You actually don't know him?" exclaimed Ron, causing her to shrink behind Harry. "Calm down, Ron," he sighed. "Calm down, I need to educate her about just who Victor Krum is." "Harry, for heaven's sake. You're going to scare her off?" "Ron, he's only a Quidditch player," said Hermione, coming on to Lucia's defense. "Only a Quidditch player?" Ron said, looking at her as though he couldn't believe his ears. "Hermione, he's one of the best seekers in the world. I had no idea he was still at school. Wait, is he the one that caught the snitch during the Quidditch World Cup?" And they nodded, causing Lucia to furrow her brows together in wonder. "So he's just a seeker? Not just loose?" A small grin made its way to Harry's lips before he mimicked, "He's the best seeker in the whole wide world." Lucia snorted and Ron glared at the pair of them. "That's the truth." "That's your opinion then," she said, intentionally provoking Ron. "I mean, I read about his achievements and all, but I don't think he's the best seeker in the whole wide world. There are always others better than him," Lucia stated listlessly. Oh, said Hermione, "you've done it now." Ron started childishly, eyes still gleaming. "He's the best." Lucia smiled naively. "Again, that's your opinion." She shrugged and pulled Harry and Hermione with her. "It's not an opinion, it's facts. He is the best. Whatever you say." Ron's shoulders slumped as he mumbled to himself. "He is," pouting as he followed after them. As they recrossed the entrance hall with the rest of the Hogwarts students heading for the Great Hall, Lee Jordan jumping up and down on the soles of his feet to get a better look at the back of Crumb's head. Several sixth-year girls were frantically searching their pockets as they walked. "Oh, I don't believe it. I haven't got a single quill on me. D'you think he'd sign my hat in lipstick?" "Really?" Hermione said loftily as they passed the girls, now squabbling over the lipstick. "I'm getting his autograph if I can," said Ron. "You haven't got a quill, have you, Harry?" "Nope. They're upstairs in my bag," said Harry. "See, this is why I always have my pencil and notebook with me at all times," said Lucia. "I told you that you shouldn't have rushed me. Shove off, Lucia," mumbled Ron, huffing. They walked over to the Gryffindor table and sat down. Ron took care to sit on the side facing the doorway, because Krum and his fellow Durmstrang students were still gathered around it, apparently unsure about where they should sit. The students from Beauxbatons had chosen seats at the Ravenclaw table. They were looking around the great hall with glum expressions on their faces. 3 of them were still clutching scarves and shawls around their heads. "It's not that cold," said Hermione defensively. "Why didn't they bring cloaks?" Maybe they didn't reckon the temperature here to be this cold?" shrugged Lucia. "Over here. Come and sit over here," Ron hissed. "Over here." Hermione, "Budge up. Make a space." "What?" "Too late," said Ron bitterly. Victor Krum and his fellow Durmstrang students had settled themselves at the Slytherin table. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle looking very smug about their victory. Malfoy bent forward to speak to Krum. "Yeah, that's right, smarm up to him," Malfoy said Ron scathingly. "I bet Krum can see right through him, though. Bet he gets people fawning over him all the time. Where'd you reckon they're going to sleep?" "We could offer him a space in our dormitory, Harry. I wouldn't mind giving him my bed. I could kip on a camp bed." Hermione snorted. "I think you're a bit too obsessive, Ron," Lucia said, amused. "I am not obsessive. I just think that he's brilliant and enough said." She held up her hand, halting him from continuing. "You're obsessive and nothing can tell me otherwise." "Am not," he said, R2, she sang. Am not. He huffed back. R2. Am not. Am not. R2. It took Ron a while to understood what he just admitted, but was already too late to take it back as Lucia smirked back at him smugly, his eyes twitches in irritation. You, I hate you, he said, pointing at Lucia, who just smiled coyly. Making people hate me seems to be my specialty, she retorted with a wink. Ron rolled his eyes at the girl. They look a lot happier than the Beauxbatons lot, said Harry. The Durmstrang students were pulling off their heavy furs and looking up at the starry black ceiling with expressions of interest. A couple of them were picking up the golden plates and goblets and examining them, apparently impressed. Up at the staff table, Filch, the caretaker, was adding chairs. He was wearing his moldy old tailcoat in honor of the occasion. He added 4 chairs, 2 on either side of Dumbledore's. But there are only 2 extra people, Harry said. Why's Filch putting out for chairs? Who else is coming? Said Ron vaguely. He was still staring avidly at Crumb. When all the students had entered the hall and settled down at their house tables, the staff entered, filing up to the top table and taking their seats. Last in line were Professor Dumbledore, Professor Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime. When their headmistress appeared, the pupils from Beauxbatons leapt to their feet. A few of the Hogwarts students laughed. The Beauxbatons party appeared quite unembarrassed, however, and did not resume their seats until Madame Maxime had sat down on Dumbledore's left-hand side. Stop laughing, Ron, eyed Lucia. Why? They're acting weird. Ron guffawed, before Lucia flicked his forehead. They were probably thought that way as etiquette, she told him. Loads of school, not just magical ones, are like that. Dumbledore remained standing, and a silence fell over the great hall. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, ghosts and most particularly guests, said Dumbledore, beaming around at the foreign students. I have great pleasure in welcoming you all to Hogwarts. I hope and trust that your stay here will be both comfortable and enjoyable. One of the Beauxbatons girls, still clutching a muffler around her head, gave what was unmistakably a derisive laugh. No one's making you stay, Hermione whispered, bristling at her. The tournament will be officially opened at the end of the feast, said Dumbledore. I now invite you all to eat, drink, and make yourselves at home. He sat down. Karkaroff leaned forward at once and engaged him in conversation. The plates in front of them filled with food as usual. The house elves in the kitchen seemed to have pulled out all the stops. There was a greater variety of dishes in front of them, including several that were definitely foreign. What's that? Said Ron, pointing at a large dish of some sort of shellfish stew that stood beside a large steak and kidney pudding. Bouillabaisse, said Hermione. Bless you, said Ron. It's French, said Hermione. I had it on holiday summer before last. It's very nice. I'll take your word for it, said Ron, helping himself to black pudding. The great hall seemed somehow much more crowded than usual, even though there were barely 20 additional students there. Perhaps it was because their differently colored uniforms stood out so clearly against the black of the Hogwarts robes. Now that they had removed their furs, the Durmstrang students were revealed to be wearing robes of a deep blood red. Hagrid sidled into the hall through a door behind the staff table 20 minutes after the start of the feast. He slid into his seat at the end and waved at Harry, Ron, Hermione, and even Lucia with a very heavily bandaged hand. Scroot's doing all right, Hagrid? Harry called. Thriven, Hagrid called back happily. Yeah, I'll just bet they are, said Ron quietly. Looks like they've finally found a food they like. Doesn't it? Hagrid's fingers. At that moment, a voice said, Excuse me, are you wanting bouillabaisse? It was the girl from Beauxbatons who had laughed during Dumbledore's speech. She had finally removed her muffler. A long sheet of silvery blonde hair fell almost to her waist. She had large, deep blue eyes, and very white, even teeth. Lucia felt her cheeks heating up at the sight of her, but quickly covered it with her hair, trying to be as discreet as she could. Ron went purple. He stared up at her, opened his mouth to reply, but nothing came out except a faint gurgling noise. Merlin's ballsacks, Lucia mumbled in embarrassment and exasperation. She could see how uncomfortable the girl, but was also used to the stares she receives, which Lucia had found a bit saddening. Why, you can have it. Harry pushed the dish towards the girl. You ave finished, Wizit? Yeah, Ron said breathlessly. Yeah, it was excellent. The girl picked up the dish and carried it carefully off to the Ravenclaw table. Ron was still goggling at the girl as though he had never seen one before. Harry started to laugh. The sound jogged Ron back to his senses. She's a Vila, he said hoarsely to Harry. Of course she isn't, said Hermione tartly. I don't see anyone else gaping at her like an idiot. But she wasn't entirely right about that. As the girl crossed the hall, many boys and some girls' heads turned, and some of them seemed to have become temporarily speechless, just like Ron. Stop staring at her, Ron, said Lucia disapprovingly. You're going to make her run away from you more than coming back to you. Look how uncomfortable she was. I'm telling you, that's not a normal girl, said Ron, leaning sideways so he could keep a clear view of her, ignoring Lucia's words. They don't make them like that at Hogwarts. What's that supposed to mean? Lucia flicked him, but Ron remained unfazed. What are Hermione and I then? Ron wheeled his head around at her blankly. You're you and Hermione's Hermione. That's not the answer I was looking for. They make them okay at Hogwarts, said Harry suddenly, without thinking. Lucia glanced at Harry momentarily before following his gaze to the Ravenclaw table. And just like that, she had connected the dots. Something within her sunk as the revelation struck into her head. Harry fancies Cho Chang, but Lucia couldn't quite blame him. Cho Chang may be one of the prettiest non-Vila girls she'd seen in all her life. If she was him, she, too, would have developed feelings for Cho. When you've both put your eyes back in, said Hermione briskly, you'll be able to see who's just arrived. She was pointing up at the staff table. The 2 remaining empty seats had just been filled. Ludo Bagman was now sitting on Professor Karkaroff's other side, while Mr. Crouch was next to Madame Maxime. What are they doing here? Said Harry in surprise. They organized the Triwizard Tournament, didn't they? Said Hermione. I suppose they wanted to be here to see it start. When the second course arrived, they noticed a number of unfamiliar desserts too. Ron examined an odd sort of pale blancmange closely, then moved it carefully a few inches to his right, so that it would be clearly visible from the Ravenclaw table. The girl who looked like a Vila appeared to have eaten enough, however, and did not come over to get it. Once the golden plates had been wiped clean, Dumbledore stood up again. A pleasant sort of tension seemed to fill the hall now. Fred and George were leaning forward, staring at Dumbledore with great concentration. The moment has come, said Dumbledore, smiling around at the sea of upturned faces. The Triwizard Tournament is about to start. I would like to say a few words of explanation before we bring in the casket. The what? Harry muttered. Ron shrugged. I won't be surprised if they end up bringing out a dead body as symbolism, said Lucia distractedly, tone serene and without care. Hermione snorted before echoing the words of Dumbledore. Death toll, just to clarify the procedure that we will be following this year. But first, let me introduce, for those who do not know them, Mr. Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. There was a smattering of polite applause, and Mr. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. There was a much louder round of applause for Bagman than for Crouch, perhaps because of his fame as a beater, or simply because he looked so much more likable. He acknowledged it with a jovial wave of his hand. Bartemius Crouch did not smile or wave when his name was announced. His toothbrush mustache and severe parting looked very odd next to Dumbledore's long white hair and beard. Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch have worked tirelessly over the last few months on the arrangements for the Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore continued, and they will be joining myself, Professor Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime on the panel that will judge the champions' efforts. At the mention of the word champions, the attentiveness of the listening students seemed to sharpen. Perhaps Dumbledore had noticed their sudden stillness, for he smiled as he said, "The casket. Then, if you please, Mr. Filch." Filch, who had been lurking unnoticed in a far corner of the hall, now approached Dumbledore carrying a great wooden chest encrusted with jewels. It looked extremely old. A murmur of excited interest rose from the watching students. Dennis Creevey actually stood on his chair to see it properly, but being so tiny, his head hardly rose above anyone else's. The instructions for the tasks the champions will face this year have already been examined by Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman, said Dumbledore as Filch placed the chest carefully on the table before him, and they have made the necessary arrangements for each challenge. There will be 3 tasks spaced throughout the school year, and they will test the champions in many different ways. Their magical prowess, their daring, their powers of deduction, and, of course, their ability to cope with danger. At this last word, the hall was filled with a silence so absolute that nobody seemed to be breathing. As you know, 3 champions compete in the tournament, Dumbledore went on calmly, 1 from each of the participating schools. They will be marked on how well they perform each of the tournament tasks, and the champion with the highest total after task 3 will win the Triwizard Cup. The champions will be chosen by an impartial selector, the Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore now took out his wand and tapped 3 times upon the top of the casket. The lid creaked slowly open. Dumbledore reached inside it and pulled out a large, roughly hewn wooden cup. It would have been entirely unremarkable had it not been full to the brim with dancing blue-white flames. Dumbledore closed the casket and placed the goblet carefully on top of it, where it would be clearly visible to everyone in the hall. How disappointing, she muttered to herself with a sigh. Thought it'll be a dead puppet body or something. Keep those thoughts to yourself, Luce, said Harry, nudging her. I am, said Lucia defensively, quiet. Not my fault you heard it. Harry shook his head. Anybody wishing to submit themselves as champion must write their name and school clearly upon a slip of parchment and drop it into the goblet, said Dumbledore. Aspiring champions have 24 hours in which to put their names forward. Tomorrow night, Halloween, the goblet will return the names of the 3 it has judged most worthy to represent their schools. The goblet will be placed in the entrance hall tonight, where it will be freely accessible to all those wishing to compete. To ensure that no underage student yields to temptation, said Dumbledore, I will be drawing an age line around the Goblet of Fire once it has been placed in the entrance hall. Nobody under the age of 17 will be able to cross this line finally. I wish to impress upon any of you wishing to compete that this tournament is not to be entered into lightly. Once the Goblet of Fire have selected a champion, he or she is obliged to see the tournament through to the end. The placing of your name in the goblet constitutes a binding, magical contract. There can be no change of heart once you have become a champion. Please be very sure, therefore, that you are wholeheartedly prepared to play before you drop your name into the goblet. Now I think it is time for bed. Good night to you all. An age line, Fred Weasley said, his eyes glinting, as they all made their way across the hall to the doors into the entrance hall. Well, that should be fooled by an aging potion, shouldn't it? And once your name's in that goblet, you're laughing it can't tell whether you're 17 or not. But I don't think anyone under 17 will stand a chance, said Hermione. We just haven't learned enough. Speak for yourself, said George shortly. You'll try and get in, won't you, Harry? Harry thought briefly of Dumbledore's insistence that nobody under 17 should submit their name. But then the wonderful picture of himself winning the Triwizard Tournament filled his mind again. He wondered how angry Dumbledore would be if someone younger than 17 did find a way to get over the age line. Harry, you better not be thinking about entering, said Lucia, furrowing her brows, trying to make herself look intimidating. But it wasn't really intimidating to Harry. Nonetheless, he held hands up in defense. I wasn't, he said quickly. But Lucia was unconvinced as she narrowed her eyes at him more. He sighed and held out his pinky finger. I promise. She stared between his green eyes and the pinky that was held out to her. With a hesitant breath, she nodded and locked their pinky fingers together, sealing the promise. You better not. He smiled and nodded. Or else you better hope you have an insurance. She mumbled loud enough for him to hear. Harry swallowed the lump in his throat. What's that supposed to mean? Said Lucia. I wonder? Where is he? Said Ron, who wasn't listening to a word of this conversation, but looking through the crowd to see what had become of Krum. Dumbledore didn't say where the Durmstrang people are sleeping, did he? But this query was answered almost instantly. They were level with the Slytherin table now, and Karkaroff had just bustled up to his students. Back to the ship, then, he was saying, Victor, how are you feeling? Did you eat enough? Should I send for some mulled wine from the kitchens? Krum shook his head as he pulled his furs back on. Professor, I vood like some vine, said one of the other Durmstrang boys hopefully. I wasn't offering it to you, Poliakoff, snapped Karkaroff, his warmly paternal air vanishing in an instant. I notice you have dribbled food all down the front of your robes again. Disgusting boy. Karkaroff turned and led his students toward the doors, reaching them at exactly the same moment as Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Lucia. Harry stopped to let him walk through first. Thank you, said Karkaroff carelessly, glancing at him, and then Karkaroff froze. He turned his head back to Harry and stared at him as though he couldn't believe his eyes. Behind their headmaster, the students from Durmstrang came to a halt too. Karkaroff's eyes moved slowly up Harry's face and fixed upon his scar. The Durmstrang students were staring curiously at Harry too. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw comprehension dawn on a few of their faces. The boy with food all down his front nudged the girl next to him and pointed openly at Harry's forehead. Yeah, that's Harry Potter, said a growling voice from behind them. Professor Karkaroff spun around. Mad-Eye Moody was standing there, leaning heavily on his staff, his magical eye glaring unblinkingly at the Durmstrang headmaster. The color drained from Karkaroff's face as Harry watched. A terrible look of mingled fury and fear came over him. You, he said, staring at Moody as though unsure he was really seeing him. Me, said Moody grimly. And unless you've got anything to say to Potter, Karkaroff, you might want to move. You're blocking the doorway. It was true. Half the students in the hall were now waiting behind them, looking over one another's shoulders to see what was causing the holdup. Without another word, Professor Karkaroff swept his students away with him. Moody watched him until he was out of sight, his magical eye fixed upon his back, a look of intense dislike upon his mutilated face. Lucia stared between Karkaroff and Moody, not liking both of them. Not only did she have suspicions on Moody, but there was also something off about Karkaroff, something she could not point out. Whatever it was, she couldn't let people know how suspicious she was of them. Catching her eyes, Moody stared back at her. Lucia shuddered subtly and looked away instantly, holding Harry's hand tightly. Harry turned back to her in concern, but she was only giving him a smile. Faint one. He didn't know what was wrong with her, and honestly, he was worried. She was ghostly pale. He squeezed her hand comfortingly. Right there? Yeah. She nodded, swallowing hard. See, can we just go back now? Yeah, of course, Harry said, not questioning her expression. He mustered up a small smile at her, guiding her behind the rest of the Gryffindors. She leaned her head on his shoulders. She took everything back about this year being good. She has a feeling it won't be for too long. The fatal flaw that makes you long to be too. Sometimes I feel so insecure, and love so distant and obscure. Lucia stared attentively at the goblet of fire that was encircled by a thin golden line that had been traced on the floor. She held a bit of resentment as she sat alone with an unread book on her lap, surrounded by students in the entrance hall in the early morning. Most students would have breakfasted late, but thanks to Goblet of Fire, her tranquil morning with barely anyone awake was greatly disturbed. Thanks to that huge, stupid magic cup. Anyone put their name in yet? Lucia jumped in startlement as Ron Weasley's voice came up from behind her suddenly. Turning around, she saw Ron, Harry, and Hermione walking up to her. Like others in school, they, too, had woken up in this lovely morning out of the excitement from the recent announcement of the event. Oh, all the Durmstrang lot, she replied. But I haven't seen anyone from Hogwarts yet. Bet some of them put it in last night after we'd all gone to bed, said Harry. I would have if it had been me. Wouldn't have wanted everyone watching. What if the goblet just gobbed you right back out again? Someone laughed behind them. Turning, Lucia saw Fred, George, and Lee Jordan hurrying down the staircase, all three of them looking extremely excited. Done it, Fred said in a triumphant whisper to Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Lucia. Just taken it. Why, you're actually doing it? Said Lucia incredulously. Doesn't mean it won't work, Carino, said Fred in a sing-song tone. Oh? She arched a brow at him, surprised. He heard you say it before, explained George, amused. Well, Lucia turned airily to Fred. What does it mean then? Pardon? He took a double take. What does it mean, Fred? He paused and pursed his lips in deep thought before glancing down at her for an answer. Lucia shook her head with a soft chuckle. Don't tell me you went around the castle calling people that? He did, interjected George. Fred shook his head. What does it mean? Lucia patted his head innocently with a wink. Wouldn't you like to know? I would actually want to know. She only shrugged. Are you actually serious in doing this? What? Said Ron. The aging potion, dung brains, said Fred. 1 drop each, said George, rubbing his hands together with glee. We only need to be a few months older. We're going to split the 1,000 galleons between the 3 of us if one of us wins, said Lee, grinning broadly. I'm not sure this is going to work, you know, said Hermione warningly. I'm sure Dumbledore will have thought of this. Fred, George, and Lee ignored her. Ready? Fred said to the other 2, quivering with excitement. Come on. Then I'll go first. Fred pulled a slip of parchment out of his pocket bearing the words Fred Weasley Hogwarts. Fred walked right up to the edge of the line and stood there, rocking on his toes like a diver preparing for a 50-foot drop. Then, with the eyes of every person in the entrance hall upon him, he took a great breath and stepped over the line. Her eyes widened. For a split second she thought it had worked. George certainly thought so, for he let out a yell of triumph and leapt after Fred, but next moment, there was a loud sizzling sound, and both twins were hurled out of the golden circle as though they had been thrown by an invisible shot putter. They landed painfully, 10 feet away on the cold stone floor, and to add insult to injury, there was a loud popping noise, and both of them sprouted identical long white beards. The entrance hall rang with laughter. Even Fred and George joined in, once they had gotten to their feet and taken a good look at each other's beards. I did warn you, said a deep, amused voice, and everyone turned to see Professor Dumbledore coming out of the great hall. He surveyed Fred and George, his eyes twinkling. I suggest you both go up to Madame Pomfrey. She is already tending to Miss Fawcett of Ravenclaw and Mr. Summers of Hufflepuff, both of whom decided to age themselves up a little too, though I must say, neither of their beards is anything like as fine as yours. Fred and George set off for the hospital wing, accompanied by Lee, who was howling with laughter, and Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Lucia couldn't help but chortled at this. What were they thinking? Hermione said. That's it, they weren't thinking, guffawed Ron, as he and Hermione entered the great hall for breakfast. Harry was about to follow suit when he noticed that Lucia was still glued to her spot. Coming? But I've already eaten, she said coherently. Oh, come on. Another round won't hurt, said Harry, grasping her hand. But I want to study, Lucia whined. Yeah, right, he scoffed humorously. You don't think I know about your dislike for studying? You're lucky that I haven't told Hermione about it. Harry deadpanned. It's not that I don't like reading. It's just I rather read something Hermione would see as baseless and useless. Lucia smiled knowingly to her as she was pulled up to her feet by Harry, who was adamant. Don't let her hear that, he said, grinning. I think that may be one of the reasons she doesn't like me. Lucia trailed, downcasting her eyes to the ground. Well, that's ridiculous, Harry furrowed his brows. You don't know about it, Harry, you weren't there. We've never gotten along ever since first year, said Lucia, subconsciously looping an arm around Harry's as they entered the great hall. The decorations in the great hall changed this morning. As it was Halloween, a cloud of live bats was fluttering around the enchanted ceiling, while hundreds of carved pumpkins leered from every corner. Go on, Harry grinned at her. It was the night of the 1st of September and the night of indifference toward each other began, said Lucia, starting off uncharacteristically dramatic. Harry quirked a brow at her. What did you eat before this? Breakfast, of course. Lucia giggled gleefully. Lucy. Fine. Lucia huffed drunkenly. I think I drank a wee bit too many milks. What does milk have to do with how you're acting right now? Because I think that milk was kind of spoiled? Lucia giggled. Ah, Harry looked at her with a weary expression. Maybe I should take you nope. I'm perfectly fine, she assured him. But if I end up blacking out, please do, Lucia added. Harry snapped his head at her, eyes wide like saucers. But before he could rebut, she had already seized his hand and begun leading them to where Ron, Hermione, Seamus, and Dean were. They were discussing those Hogwarts students of 17 or over who might be entering. There's a rumor going around that Warrington got up early and put his name in, Dean said, that big bloke from Slytherin who looks like a sloth. Harry, who had played Quidditch against Warrington, shook his head in disgust. We can't have a Slytherin champion. I don't see a problem as long as they play nice, said Lucia, whisking a goblet filled with pumpkin juice and hurriedly gulped down the liquid before she could see them staring at her with incredulity. Her mouth suddenly felt dry. Anyone but Slytherin, said Seamus. Lucia fought back a scowl. Even though she loved her peers' presence to a certain degree anyway, she still couldn't look away from the reality that they, too, stereotyped certain houses, and knowing that somewhat broke her heart a bit. It was pretty hypocritical of them. While she understood why they had some bad blood with majority of the students from Slytherins and vice versa, it still didn't felt right to generalize a house entirely to be evil. Slytherin are the house of the ambitiously cunning, and there was nothing wrong with that. She could point out a few Slytherins that were not as evil as people make them out to be. First and foremost, Astoria Greengrass, whom showed many times of her defiance against such bigoted beliefs. Daphne Greengrass didn't feel the same way of her friend's beliefs, albeit perhaps it did not make any better, seeing as she still associated herself with those like Pansy Parkinson and Draco Malfoy, unlike her little sister who made an unspoken decision to stray far away from her peers and accept the fact that she would be alone for the rest of her life. And all the Hufflepuffs are talking about Diggory, said Seamus contemptuously. But I wouldn't have thought he'd have wanted to risk his good looks. Hufflepuff are quite courageous than you think, said Lucia, furrowed her eyes. Listen, said Hermione suddenly. People were cheering out in the entrance hall. They all swiveled around in their seats and saw Angelina Johnson coming into the hall, grinning in an embarrassed sort of way. A tall black girl who played chaser on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Angelina came over to them, sat down and said, Well, I've done it. Just put my name in. You're kidding, said Ron, looking impressed. Are you 17 then? Asked Harry. Course she is. Can't see a beard, can you? Said Ron. I had my birthday last week, said Angelina. Well, I'm glad someone from Gryffindor's entering, said Hermione. I really hope you get it, Angelina. Lucia subtly clapped for the chaser of Gryffindor. She may not like this event, but she cannot change what others think. So, all she could do was to be as supportive as she could for those who were thinking of entering. Thanks, Hermione, said Angelina, smiling. Yeah, better you than pretty boy Diggory, said Seamus, causing Lucia and several Hufflepuffs passing their table to scowl heavily at him. He had plenty of more traits than just being pretty boy, Seamus, said Lucia. For starters, he's clever. The opposite of you, I reckon. She added the last sentence in a hushed tone. What are we going to do today, then? Ron asked Harry, Hermione, and Lucia when they had finished breakfast and were leaving the Great Hall. We haven't been down to visit Hagrid yet, said Harry. Okay, said Ron, just as long as he doesn't ask us to donate a few fingers to the Scroots. Lucia waved at them. Say hi to Hagrid for me, will you? Why? Harry frowned. She smiled softly. I would accept the invitation if there was in the first place, but I have things I need to finish up before this evening. What things? He asked, puzzled and curious to know. This made her smirk slightly. Wouldn't you like to know? Harry scoffed at her, using his words against him. Lucia smiled and patted his cheeks endearingly. Stay curious. Pouting, he begrudgingly nodded. A look of great excitement suddenly dawned on Hermione's face. I've just realized I haven't asked Hagrid to join SPW yet, she said brightly. Wait for me, will you, while I nip upstairs and get the badges. What is it with her? Said Ron, exasperated, as Hermione ran away up the marble staircase. Hey Ron, said Harry suddenly. It's your friend. The students from Beauxbatons were coming through the front doors from the grounds. Among them, the Vila girl. Those gathered around the goblet of fire stood back to let them pass, watching eagerly. Madame Maxime entered the hall behind her students and organized them into a line. One by one, the Beauxbatons students stepped across the age line and dropped their slips of parchment into the blue-white flames. As each name entered the fire, it turned briefly red and emitted sparks. What do you reckon'll happen to the ones who aren't chosen? Ron muttered to Harry as the Vila girl dropped her parchment into the goblet of fire. Reckon they'll go back to school, or hang around to watch the tournament? Dunno, said Harry. Hang around, I suppose. Madame Maxime's staying to judge, isn't she? It'll be a hassle if they had to go since there's only one carriage for all of them and all, hummed Lucia. When all the Beauxbatons students had submitted their names, Madame Maxime led them back out of the hall and out onto the grounds again. Where are they sleeping, then? Said Ron, moving toward the front doors and staring after them. A loud rattling noise behind them announced Hermione's reappearance with the box of SPEW badges. Oh good, hurry up, said Ron, and he jumped down the stone steps, keeping his eyes on the back of the Vila girl, who was now halfway across the lawn with Madame Maxime. Lucia bid them goodbye as she watched them near down the slopes towards Hagrid's cabin. She turned around and walked inside of the hollowed corridors of the castle. Not many were idling around the corridors like usual, due to them wanting to watch people put their name into the goblet. However, Lucia had no interest in that. She was fairly impatient. She walked out of Gryffindor Tower with books in her hands, trudging down the corridors, feet skipping as she did so when she finally reached the second-floor girls' bathroom, where a certain perky brunette was standing idly by. She made to call out for the girl, but before she could even do it, the girl rushed toward and crashing her with a hug. Lucia falters a bit, awkward as she seldom hug anyone in general. Oh, I see we've gotten to that point of our, friendship, she said, before she cursed herself privately. Seriously? You could have done so much better than to say that. Astoria didn't seem to mind this, for she merely giggled. What took you so long? Were you waiting long? Lucia asked, suddenly feeling bad. Astoria shook her head. Nah, she said. I just got here after having to escape from my sister and her friend's grasp in the common room. Daphne, was it? Muttered Lucia, and Astoria nodded chirpily. I still don't understand why she would pick to hang around those buffoons and not me, said Astoria, evidently frowning. Ever since we started attending Hogwarts, she never seems to have time for me. I'm sure that's not true. Lucia tried to remain optimistic. Surely you both talk to one another during the summer in that big manor that all those regal purebloods live in, she said, pushing the door for them to enter the bathroom. Yeah, but she always has friends coming around or maybe go to theirs. It's getting really annoying. Astoria huffed sadly as she propped herself up the sink. We never really talk anymore. Lucia's eyes softened. Hey, I feel like I was replaced, said Astoria quietly, looking down to her shoes. Can people really replace someone that easily? I've known her since I was born. She's my older sister, my only sister, and yet it feels like she's not there anymore. Lucia stared attentively down at Astoria. She didn't know what to comment on that, Percy. She had never been in such situation in which she felt as though her siblings were throwing her away. Because, well, aside from Hugo, she never did get along with any of her adoptive siblings. Whenever they were to cross her mind, it's because they've done her wrong. So, did she really know how it feels to be Astoria in such situation? Not really. She averted her eyes to her book. For once, she could not find anything to say to assure Lucia that everything will get better. For she never experienced this feeling she was going through before, and she didn't need to go through that painful experience of telling feeble lies to Astoria as a flying spectral figure entered the premises. Finally come by? Lucia blinked. Astoria shrieked out loud. Gee, Ghost, you're saying that as though you've never seen one all over the castle before, said the ghost sardonically. Calm down, Astoria, said Lucia as the greengrass girl scooched close to her. She then smiled at the ghost. Hello, Myrtle. Moaning Myrtle, or well, Myrtle was the renowned ghost that haunted the bathrooms. When Lucia learned of her existence, she couldn't help but go and see, and a part of her wanted to befriend the ghost weirdly enough. Myrtle had sobbingly told her of how she died, and Lucia couldn't help but feel pity for whenever she was to remember the story. To think someone with handsome face could be so deceitful and an outright murderer. The very epitome of do not judge a book by its cover, she guessed. Why your Moa? Lucia nudged Astoria's ribs harshly, casting her a warning gaze, and the young girl quickly corrected herself. Myrtle. I mean Myrtle. You are Myrtle? The one and only. Myrtle scrunched her nose in disgust at the sight of the Slytherin girl. You brought guest? Astoria hid behind Lucia bashfully. The latter sent Myrtle a warning gaze. Be nice, she warned. Astoria wanted to hang out, so in no way am I going to oppose that, Ugh. Myrtle rolled her eyes. Fine. Lucia sent Astoria an encouraging smile before she went into one of the cubicles. She flicked her wand, muttering incantations, and just like that, a cauldron levitated from within the single cubicle before it laid itself down on the sink. Lucia went to peer on the cauldron with Astoria over her shoulders, staring down as well with her tippy toes. She sighed. I thought it would be done by now, said Lucia in disappointment. Reckon you miscalculated the days? Suggested Myrtle, floating above the two living beings. Lucia shook her head. I was so sure. What even is it? Astoria asked timidly, slight mesmerized by the color of the mixture. It's just some random experiment I've been doing, said Lucia quietly, stirring. It was supposed to be an antidote cream for persistent acnes. I snuck some bubotuber's pus out of her biology class and wanted to make some cream from Eloise Midgen. Eloise Midgen? Astoria tilted her head. She's in Gryffindor with me, Lucia told her lightly. She has a pretty serious case of uncontrollable acne, and I wanted to help her, but it failed, said Myrtle tactlessly. Lucia nodded, crestfallen. Astoria spared Lucia a glance. She had never seen someone so disappointed over trivial things before, and it made her wonder whether this would be her initial reaction whenever she would fail at something. It was a bit saddening, really. Oh, come on, she started. So what if you fail? You could just do it all over again and try to fix up with your mistake. A small mistake could be a mistake for a lifetime, Astoria said Lucia softly. In Muggle science, an experimental mistake could end up disastrous. I beg to differ, said Astoria earnestly. Practice makes perfect, as the Muggles would say. We learn from our mistakes, and with that we make it for the better. Lucia's gazed at the younger girl gently. Astoria. Such a naive thought made her more endearing, she thought. Myrtle gave a roll of her eyes. How soppy, she said. However, the little girl is right. Astoria snapped her head at Myrtle at being called little girl. She took that as a bit of an offense. She was still in midst of growth. Everything we do has its mistakes, and we should learn from our mistakes. But some mistakes could also be horrifying to the point that one day you'll see yourself dead. Like me, Myrtle said. That's a bit grim, said Astoria weakly. That's Myrtle humor, but she isn't wrong, said Lucia. I once had this competition in the Muggle world that I would always have to enter, and it's like making potions only the Muggle way. I tried to do some last-minute stuff, and then there was a big boom, and before I knew it, my project was ruined. She told simply, causing Astoria to be left perplexed. She didn't understand a word Lucia had said. However, before she was able to question, Lucia waved her wand and stored back the cauldron into the cubicle. Before they announced the champions, I'm going to go and study back about what I did wrong. There was a hint of dread that laced her words. Lucia then smiled graciously at them. You two are one of a kind. Did you know that? Astoria blushed profusely while Myrtle smiled. People would have never thought you are like this, Myrtle, she said. Yes, well, that because I don't like people as much as I like you. How flattering. Lucia mused at the reaction she had gotten from Myrtle. Come along, Astoria. Where to? Astoria glanced up. Lucia thought for a moment before smiling. Who knows? You're tossing out blame. Drunk on this pain, two bustling crowds or silent sleepers, you're not sure which is worse. Hurry up and go before they decide to make a rumor about you with me. Like I care, said Astoria stubbornly. As they finally made it to the Great Hall after spending their time in the girls' bathroom with Myrtle, experimenting on different ingredients to try out of their potions. They can talk all they want, but I care, Astoria. I don't like it when people start something about someone they shouldn't, said Lucia with a sigh, eyeing Slytherin table anxiously. She turned to the younger girl pleadingly. I really don't want them to bully you just because you became friends with me, especially when I can't be there to help you, she added quietly. For a split second, Lucia thought that Astoria was going to remain stubborn. However, she was wrong, as the latter merely let out a huff. Fine. Thank you. Astoria held her hand up to her. Stop right there, she said, causing Lucia to quirk a brow. What? I'm simply going to say that I'm not doing this for you, but for my dignity, she said, turning her heel. But before she went, Astoria added quietly, and because I know that some of the people from my house constantly makes fun of you whenever they could, so I don't want to burden you. Before anything was said, Astoria rushed into the great hall without further notice, leaving Lucia surprised. Needless to say, she also couldn't help but muster up a smile at the smaller girl. You'll never be a burden to me. After a minute or two later, Lucia skipped down the great hall right before C students could trample on her to get in, anticipated for the long-awaited event. When she stepped foot within the hall, the sight of the magnificent and intimidating goblet of fire filled her gaze. It was moved and was standing tall in front of Dumbledore's empty chair at the teacher's table. Fred and George, clean-shaven again, seemed to have taken their disappointment fairly well. She soon saw Harry, Ron, and Hermione. She quickly joined them. "Hope it's Angelina," said Fred. "So do I," said Hermione breathlessly. "Well, we'll soon know. Where have you been while we went to see Hagrid?" Harry asked quietly, as Lucia hesitantly slipped beside him. She perked up at his sudden voice before smiling. "Studying, you? Studying? Has the world finally turned upside down?" Harry mused.
Ha ha, Lucia rolled her eyes.
"So funny, I think it is," said Harry. "I study," said Lucia defiantly, causing Harry to arch a brow. She then huff out, "Sometimes." Snorted Harry. "Keep telling yourself that. You don't anything about me, Harry." "How do you know I don't like studying?" attempted Lucia. At her words, Harry couldn't fight back the urge to think carefully of what she said. She was technically right, and despite him trying to ignore that fact, it still didn't change that he actually hardly knows who she really was. Trying not to think much of it, Harry was able to put up a feigned smirk. "It's no secret, Lucy." He nudged her knowingly. Lucia scoffed. "You're so rude, and for what reason? Am I really being rude when it's the truth?" "Shove off, Harry," he was about to retort when he noticed the messiness of her hair that, from what he heard from Hermione once while she was ranting about Lucia way back when, turns out to be a pet peeve of Lucia.